Martial Peak, Chapter 42-28, Refining the Yang Element. The group of four from First In said their goodbyes to the old man of Red Cloud's auction house under the leadership of the proprietress. Yang Kai walked along the streets in a good mood, trying hard to suppress his excitement. Old Bai turned to look at Yang Kai. Laugh if you want to. Why do you have to hold it in so painfully? Yang Kai immediately burst into laughter, causing other people to look sideways at him repeatedly as though thinking that this person had problems with his head. The proprietress pursed her lips. I'm very curious about what you added into your bid at the ending that made Yi Jian so happy that he immediately decided to trade with you. Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Proprietress, you are so beautiful and intelligent. Why don't you take a guess? She reached out and flicked a finger at his forehead angrily. Are you trying to test me? To which he replied unhappily, Proprietress, I'm an adult. You can talk, but you should not resort to violence so often, okay? The moment the words left his mouth, her leg flew out from under her skirt to kick him in the calf. He immediately staggered and lost his balance. For a moment, he grimaced in pain and clutched at his leg while hopping around in agony. She smiled lightly. You first used the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill to impress Yi Jian. That's what made him choose you. Judging by his actions, he cherishes his son, Yi Ziying, very much. Otherwise, he would not have declined the offer from Red Cloud's auction house. I'm guessing that the item you offered at the last moment was also something that will be useful for Yi Ziying. Yang Kai and Yu He looked at each other, then Yang Kai gave the proprietress a thumbs up. Yi Ziying's problem is very simple. It's a case of forcibly condensing sixth-order elements despite not having enough aptitude, which caused his Dao seal to become unstable as a result. He will face a huge risk during his advancement. While the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill can alleviate this situation a little, it cannot guarantee that he will succeed in his advancement. In that case, what you brought out can also increase the success rate of his advancement. While saying so, the proprietress smiled slightly, but precious treasures that can increase the success rate of advancing into the open heaven realm are extremely rare throughout the vast universe. Normal people will never get the opportunity to come across these items. Nevertheless, you have one such item in your possession. So, I'm guessing that it is probably world source liquid. There was a slight pause, after which she frowned deeply. That's not right. The heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill is a spirit pill refined from world source liquid, so they will have the same effect. Moreover, the effects will be stronger with the refined spirit pill. If I were Yi Jian, I would not have been interested in world source liquid since I already have the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill in my possession. After all, these things do not work under the principle of, the more the better for a cultivator. Under the premise that the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill works, world source liquid will not further improve the success rate of Yi Ziying's advancement. Yang Kai nodded. It's not the world source liquid. Has proprietress ever heard of the divine Dao water? Divine Dao water. She was taken aback by those words and stared at him in astonishment. You actually have divine Dao water in your possession? She was very well informed, so it was only natural that she knew about divine Dao water. The divine Dao water that he possessed was something Zhu Jiuyin had given to him in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in order for him to strengthen his Dao seal. Back then, he had used around a dozen drops to fortify his Dao seal to its limit, but he still had some remaining. It was the perfect item to trade with Yi Jian for the primordial Yang profound ginseng. Yi Ziying's Dao seal is unstable. Compared to the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, the effect of the divine Dao water will be more suitable for his situation. The proprietress was enlightened by the realization. No wonder Yi Jian lost his composure and laughed so heartily. So that's how it is. Then, she glanced at him again. You brat. You sure obtained quite a lot of good stuff in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Yang Kai just grinned meaningfully in response. Old Bai sighed. Now that Yi Ziying has the divine Dao water to strengthen his Dao seal, all his worries have been eliminated. Furthermore, he also has the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to aid in his advancement into the open heaven realm. It looks like Thunderclap Hall will have an additional 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the near future. The proprietress nodded. Thunderclap Hall has always been one of the top second-class great forces in the first place. Once Yi Ziying becomes a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the strength of Thunderclap Hall will soar once more. Not to mention, Yi Ziying is different from Yi Jian. He advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm directly, so he has the possibility of growing into an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the future. He will be much stronger than his father. Bai Qi was very envious. Thunderclap Hall is flourishing now. Yi Jian sure received a great bargain. Similarly, Yang Kai was also very envious. Thanks to him, Yi Ziying would now have a bright and promising future. When will I be able to advance into the open heaven realm? I managed to obtain the primordial Yang Profound Ginseng by chance today, so the problem regarding the Yang element has been solved. But, what about the remaining Yin and metal elements? Maybe I should head to Golden Antelope Paradise to try my luck with a metal element treasure. When he first arrived in the 3000 worlds, Zhang Ruoxi once told him that Golden Antelope Paradise was the only paradise that was open to all cultivators. There was a sealed world inside Golden Antelope Paradise and any cultivator was able to enter it as long as they were willing to pay a certain entrance fee. There was a high possibility that he could find something like the Golden Blade Yuan Spirit inside the sealed world. The Golden Blade Yuan Spirit was a 5th Order metal element treasure. Zhang Ruoxi also mentioned that one could even find a 7th Order metal element treasure inside the sealed world if they were lucky enough. The reason she knew all this was that she had inherited the bloodline memories of her ancestor. As for how much one had to pay to enter the sealed world, she did not say. It was probably not cheap. On the other hand, it would be difficult to obtain a Yin element treasure. Yin and Yang materials had always been scarcer and more valuable than those of the other 5 elements. Take the primordial Yang Profound Ginseng that Yang Kai acquired for example. His initial bid was 220 million open heaven pills, plus a heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Although he paid 50 million open heaven pills for the heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe, the true value of the heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was not that high. Even so, judging from the competition between Yi Jian and Teng Wang, the value of the heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill could not be less than 20 million. In other words, Yang Kai's initial bid was worth at least 240 million open heaven pills. Be that as it may, the bids from Red Cloud's auction house and senior brother Guo were even more valuable than that. Including the 2 drops of divine Dao water that Yang Kai added at the last moment, the total value of his bid was more than 260 million open heaven pills, possibly even higher. If he had only used open heaven pills to bid, he might not have been able to buy the primordial Yang Profound Ginseng even if he tossed out 300 million open heaven pills. In the end, these items were not things that could be bought just because one had a lot of money. Yang Kai secretly decided that if he failed to gain anything from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, he would immediately set off for Golden Antelope Paradise. He was going to enter the sealed world to try his luck. The only problem he now faced was that his existence had been exposed to the various cave heavens and paradises. There was no saying whether Golden Antelope Paradise would be hostile towards him. At the moment, he was still far from advancing into the open heaven realm, therefore, the cave heavens and paradises were not in a hurry to suppress him. They might even entertain the idea of trying to win him over, like what senior brother Guo had tried to do at first. In any case, there was no point in worrying about the future. His top priority at the moment was to refine his Yang element power as soon as possible. Everybody was aware that Firstin had obtained the primordial Yang Profound Ginseng, so there was no saying what kind of unexpected situation might occur if he did not refine it quickly. After returning to Firstin, Yang Kai immediately asked the proprietress for a secret room and went into retreat. All the barriers in the secret room were activated and there were 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like the proprietress and Yuhi standing guard nearby. Therefore, the defense could be said to be impregnable. In addition, nobody would dare to act recklessly in the Star City under the jurisdiction of Great Battle Heaven. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and focused his mind. 3 days later, his mind was empty, free from distractions, and as tranquil as an ancient well. Only then did he finally take the heavenly Yin jade box out of his space ring. A sense of coolness instantly permeated the entire secret room. The heavenly Yin jade box itself was a fifth-order material. It was worth quite a lot, but it was nothing compared to the primordial yang profound ginseng contained inside. When Yi Jian first brought out the heavenly Yin jade box, the proprietress had told Yang Kai that what he was looking for had appeared. She had probably guessed that an item held inside a box made from fifth-order material would not be something trivial. It was most likely a seventh-order material. In the end, it turned out that her guess was correct. Yang Kai took the primordial yang profound ginseng out of the jade box and studied the item carefully. He did not know how long the primordial yang profound ginseng had lived, as it had already begun to take on a humanoid shape, which made it look extremely lifelike and vivid. With the roots spread across its entire body, it was as thick as a baby's arm and approximately a forearm in length. Furthermore, it was exuding an extraordinarily pure and potent yang element power. Without any hesitation whatsoever, he took a bite. The taste was ordinary, almost like he was chewing on a normal carrot. There was a sense of crunchiness, but it was nothing special and even tasted slightly astringent. It was hard to imagine that this was a precious treasure he spent 200 to 300 million open heaven pills just to obtain. Yang Kai took a few consecutive bites, but at his third, his expression suddenly changed and he quickly resealed the rest of the primordial yang profound ginseng in the heavenly Yin jade box. Just as he finished doing that, he felt a burst of pure yang element power erupting in his belly. The eruption of power caused his internal organs to shift. Looking inward, he saw that his body was filled with a golden energy. More importantly, that energy was still expanding madly without pause. He had clearly eaten too much. He immediately knew that things were not looking too good for him. Although he had experience refining several high-rank materials in the past, he had never eaten a high-rank material to refine before. It was his first time and his lack of experience had led to an unfavorable outcome. He immediately fell into a dangerous situation. Even so, he did not panic. If he were a normal cultivator, Yang Kai might have been injured by this mighty yang element power. Fortunately, he had an intrepid physique thanks to his dragon clan bloodline, so how could he be scared of something like this? He immediately adjusted his breathing and focused his mind. Mobilizing his strength, he guided the yang element power that was surging like a tumultuous sea in his body to flow into his Dao seal. At the same time, he separated a thread of his consciousness to circulate the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture to maintain the stability of his Dao seal. Cultivators had to follow a certain step-by-step procedure when refining the yin, yang, and 5 element powers, in order to maintain the stability of their Dao seals. However, with the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture, Yang Kai could ignore the specific sequence of elements. The price he needed to pay was that he needed to devote a thread of his consciousness to circulate this secret art at all times, otherwise, his Dao seal would become unstable and result in endless negative consequences. In the past, he had skipped the metal element power and proceeded to refine his water element directly. He had already separated a thread of his consciousness for that purpose. In the long run, he was required to concentrate on 2 tasks at the same time no matter what he did. Now that he had refined the primordial yang profound ginseng, he would be required to concentrate on 3 tasks at the same time in the future. Fortunately, his soul was very powerful, so splitting his consciousness to do 3 things at once was nothing to him. Even so, it would place a heavy burden on his mind if things were to continue in this state for a long time. At some point, it would probably begin to affect his ability to engage in combat. Under the guidance of his Dao seal, the pure yang element power slowly poured into his Dao seal. The original 4 colors now had an additional faint golden radiance added. The golden color gradually blended into his Dao seal and complemented the other 4 existing colors. It was an extremely mysterious sight to behold. Martial Peak, Chapter 4229, Alchemy. After making it through the most difficult part, Yang Kai gradually felt that his stomach was no longer bulging so painfully. He had almost finished refining the Yang element power, and the most notable change was that the golden color in his Dao seal had increased significantly. Taking the primordial Yang profound ginseng out of the heavenly Yin jade box again, he determinedly took a few more bites. The golden Yang element power exploded in his body once more, squeezing his internal organs together painfully. The energy filled his entire body, along with his physique and meridians. It even made his entire body emit a faint golden light. Mobilizing the power of his Dao seal again, he guided the Yang element power into it. Yang Kai simply repeated these steps over and over again. He did not know how long had passed, but the Yang element power in his Dao seal gradually became saturated, while the primordial Yang profound ginseng he spent nearly 300 million open heaven pills to obtain was completely consumed in exchange. When the last bit of the primordial Yang profound ginseng's medicinal efficacies dissolved into his belly and the Yang element power poured into his Dao seal, Yang Kai suddenly felt an unusual change occurring in his body. He immediately understood what had happened. His Yang element had been completed. That meant that there were only 2 more steps left before he advanced into the open heaven realm. Moreover, he had entered the half-step open heaven realm. Generally speaking, a cultivator could call themselves a half-step open heaven realm master once they condensed 5 elements. This was not a realm, but it was undeniable that they could exert more power than ordinary emperor realm masters. Becoming a half-step open heaven realm master was of great significance to other cultivators. That was because they could look forward to advancing into the true open heaven realm once they reached this point in their cultivation. In addition, their strength would also improve by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, it was useless to Yang Kai. That was because he was already on par with low-rank open heaven realm masters in terms of strength when he had only condensed 4 elements. Not to mention, he had to concentrate on 3 tasks at once now that he had refined the 7th order Yang element power, since he needed to operate the defying Yin-Yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture at all times to maintain the stability of his Dao seal. Therefore, his strength had not increased by much. It would not end at having to concentrate on 3 tasks at once. In the future, he might need to concentrate on 4 tasks at once upon condensing his Yin element. The impact would be greater than what he was experiencing now. Hence, the best solution was for him to condense the metal element power first. That way he could correct the sequence so that he no longer needed to work so hard to maintain the defying Yin-Yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture at all times. It was just that. High-rank resources were hard to come by. Who could say whether he would obtain a metal element treasure or Yin element treasure first? After calming down, Yang Kai checked his body and confirmed that there were no hidden dangers. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. A quick calculation indicated that he had taken almost 2 months to refine the primordial Yang profound ginseng. This period of time could not be considered long. If it were any other cultivator, they would likely have taken a year or 2 to complete the refinement process, and that was only if they actually succeeded in the end. It might even have taken them 3 to 5 years to complete the refinement process. Condensing the Yin, Yang, and 5 elements placed an extremely heavy burden on one's Dao seal after all. If one were overly hasty in the process, there was a high possibility that it would cause unnecessary trouble down the road. Which cultivator would not be cautious when refining their Yin, Yang, and 5 elements, lest their Dao seal become unable to withstand the internal pressures? Only Yang Kai, who had such a strong foundation and had taken more than 10 drops of the divine Dao water to strengthen his Dao seal to the limit, could ignore such consequences. Yang Kai waved his hand to remove the barriers around the secret room. After a while, the door to the secret room opened. Both Yu He and the proprietress entered together. They must have been waiting outside all this time. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to arrive so quickly. The proprietress came to a stop in front of him and glanced at him. Is it done? He nodded lightly. She seemed slightly surprised. That was fast. Meanwhile, Yuhi did not seem surprised. Yang Kai had taken about the same amount of time to condense his earth element power back when they were in the grand ancient ruins boundary. What about the items that I asked for? Yang Kai looked at Yuhi. It's all in here. She immediately held out a space ring. He nodded and accepted the space ring from her. Then, he swept his divine sense to check the contents. At the same time, the proprietress placed a hand on his forehead. The power in her body surged silently as she checked the situation with his Dao seal. After a while, she retracted her hand when she confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him. Her gaze was solemn as she stared at him. Brat, the path you are treading is extremely dangerous. There's a very high possibility that it will lead to your death. Even if your life is not in danger, you will still face countless obstacles in your way. You must consider this matter thoroughly. He just grinned meaningfully though. Proprietress, you've warned me about this many times. Since I have these unique advantages, I might as well give it a try, otherwise, would definitely regret it for the rest of my life. As for the dangers and obstacles that I will face, I'll deal with them as they come. In the beginning, he had refined the essence of the immortal tree without knowing it. That had given him an extremely high starting point. He later obtained the golden crow's true fire, followed by the earth attribute great dragon's dragon bead. With such powerful heritage and advantages, how could he not strive to advance into the high-rank open heaven realm? It was only natural for people to aim high, just as it was the everlasting logic that water would always flow downward. She nodded lightly and said nothing more. He asked, when will the blood monster cave heaven open? She tidied her sleeves and said, I've already sent people to monitor the changes in the blood monster cave heaven carefully. There has been no news yet. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a few more months. In that case, I'll have to trouble you to continue keeping an eye on this matter, proprietress. I will continue to cultivate in retreat. Let me know as soon as possible if you receive news regarding the blood monster cave heaven. Don't worry. I will not let you miss this opportunity. She gave him a displeased look. Knowing that he had other things to do, she said a few more things before leaving with Yuhi in tow. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai reactivated the barriers and took a short rest for 2 days to recover from his fatigue. 2 days later, he summoned an alchemy furnace. He took out the space ring that Yuhi had given him earlier and the pill recipe of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill that he obtained from Red Cloud's auction house. He was going to refine the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. This item was extremely invaluable. Yi Jian and Teng Wang had been willing to place a bid of more than 20 million open heaven pills just to obtain this spirit pill. Once he managed to refine this item, Void Land would never need to worry about cultivation or development resources again. 2 months ago, Yang Kai instructed Yuhi to purchase all the necessary alchemy ingredients according to the pill recipe. The Star City in Thousand Birds territory was a large-scale one where almost anything could be found for purchase with some effort. Not to mention, they were backed by an intelligence network of first in. Acquiring the ingredients listed in the pill recipe had not been hard. At present, the space ring contained enough ingredients for him to refine 200 heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. The heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was meant for cultivators in the Emperor realm to consume when advancing into the open heaven realm. Therefore, it was not a high-grade spirit pill. It was just that the main ingredient had gone extinct, causing the spirit pill to be lost with the passing of time. With his alchemy skills, Yang Kai was confident he could refine the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, however, it was uncertain as to what quality he could produce. He was neither expecting to succeed on his first try nor to refine a spirit pill with pill veins or pill clouds. It would already be a huge harvest as long as he managed to successfully refine 10% of the 200 portions of ingredients. A short while later, he took out some of the pill powder that he previously scraped off from the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, extracted a small pinch, and placed it in his mouth to savor the taste. In doing so, he slowly deduced the process of refinement from the medicinal efficacies. All sorts of thoughts flowed through his mind like a shower of sparks. Half a month later, he finally formed a plan in his heart and began warming the alchemy furnace. The heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill could increase the success rate of a cultivator when advancing into the open heaven realm, while world source liquid had the same effects. Back then, Old Bai had suffered from interference during his advancement and nearly died as a result. At the time, Yang Kai had used the world source liquid to pull him back from the brink of death. In comparison, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, which was refined with world source liquid as its main ingredient, had even stronger effects. Not only did it have the effect of allowing a cultivator to experience the atmosphere of when a world was first born, but it also had the effect of stabilizing their Dao seal. In addition, each heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill only needed 1 drop of the world source liquid. Yang Kai had used 2 bottles of world source liquid to save Old Bai's life back then, enough to produce several dozen heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. Therefore, world source liquid could not compare to the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill in terms of the consumption rate either. Half a day later, Yang Kai frowned when he was concentrating on his alchemy. He could smell something burnt coming from the furnace and sighed before stopping what he was doing. When the furnace fire went out, he opened the pill furnace. The burnt smell became even more intense, to the point that it was almost pungent. His first attempt at refining turned out to be a failure. He had failed to grasp the heat at a critical moment, so all the materials in the furnace were ruined. This was perfectly normal, however. Although Yang Kai was quite accomplished in the alchemic Dao, it was still his first time refining the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, so he was unfamiliar with the various steps in the process. Still, he did not expect to succeed on his first try and was not discouraged as a result. After a brief rest, he reviewed what he had done wrong and started on his second attempt. Another half a day later, the materials in the second furnace were also scraped as a similar scorched smell wafted from the pill furnace. He did not make the same mistake as he did previously though. This time he had failed to grasp the right timing for a certain critical step. Alchemy has always been a rigorous process. The slightest error could lead to complete failure. That was also the reason why alchemists were so widely sought after everywhere they went. Likewise, the worth of various rare spirit pills remained highly valued at all times. In the following month, Yang Kai kept attempting to refine the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. He built up his experience from his repeated failures, improved his techniques, and mastered the amount of heat required at every step of the process. Every failure would leave him reflecting over his mistakes for a long time, and every mistake he made allowed him to grow further. According to the proprietress' previous estimation, each portion of ingredients would cost almost 100,000 open heaven pills without taking the cost of the world source liquid into account. If the value of the world source liquid was added, then the worth of the spirit pill could no longer be estimated. It would cost at least 1 million open heaven pills. Over this period, Yang Kai had failed more than 100 times. In other words, he had suffered a loss of more than 1 billion open heaven pills. Nevertheless, this kind of investment was worth it. As long as he could successfully refine the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, it would turn into a steady stream of money in the future. He couldn't help but think about his Xia Ning Chang. Although he was certainly talented to a certain extent in the alchemic Dao, his little senior sister possessed the sacred spirit medicine body that was born for the sake of performing alchemy. If she were here, she would definitely fare better than him. It wasn't until a certain day 1 month later that Yang Kai took out a spirit pill from the pill furnace. This spirit pill was no different from the spirit pill that he had bought from the auction house previously. He gently scraped off a layer of pill powder and tasted it. There was not much difference, be it in terms of taste or medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai finally let out a soft sigh, knowing that he had succeeded in refining the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill at last. It had taken him more than 100 failures and a whole month to successfully refine the first heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. It had not been an easy feat. Martial Peak, Chapter 4230, Setting Out. This was only under the premise that Yang Kai had the pill recipe. Without the pill recipe, he was certain that he could never have refined a similar spirit pill in his life. He had to admit that refining the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was extremely complicated compared to other spirit pills of the same grade. Everything was bound to be difficult in the beginning, but now that he had a successful experience in refining the spirit pill, the process would only become smoother and smoother. Likewise, his success rate would surely increase steadily. Heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills came out of the furnace one after another in a steady stream. By the time he finished the ingredients he had on hand, Yang Kai had more than 20 heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills in his possession. Out of a total of 200 portions of ingredients, he managed to produce 20 spirit pills. That meant that he had a 10% success rate. Compared with his initial expectations, the results were barely up to the standard. Be that as it may, it was only just the beginning. Yang Kai had completely scrapped more than 100 batches of ingredients at the beginning without producing even a single spirit pill. It could be said that these 20 or so spirit pills were completely refined out of the few dozen portions of materials left towards the end. Yang Kai firmly believed that his success rate in refining the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill would only increase with the accumulation of experience. During the previous auction, Yi Jian and Teng Wang had raised their bids to more than 20 million open heaven pills in order to compete for this spirit pill. That was only possible since it was during an auction. Not to mention, it was under the premise that this spirit pill was the only one in the world. If Yang Kai were to actually sell this spirit pill, the price of 20 million open heaven pills was slightly on the higher side. Still, according to his estimation, there would be many people scrambling to buy these spirit pills if they were priced at 10 million open heaven pills. Even if a single spirit pill was only sold at 10 million open heaven pills, selling more than 20 of them would mean a profit of more than 200 million open heaven pills. However, Yang Kai had no plans to sell this spirit pill for the time being. The first reason was that everybody knew that world source liquid was the main ingredient to refine this spirit pill. More importantly, world source liquid was extinct in the current world. If he brought these spirit pills out to sell, anybody would be able to guess that he had world source liquid in his possession. Even with First In as a shield, it might attract unwanted attention and greed. Hence, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill would not be released for sale until Voidland had enough strength to protect itself from external threats. The second reason was that Lang Qingshan and the others had been following him since they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Most of them had condensed quite a few elements, so they were not far from their respective advancements into the open heaven realm. They could use these heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. It should also be mentioned that Voidland would have a high demand for these spirit pills in the future. In the end, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills had to first meet their own needs. Only the surplus would be sold to the public. That was also the reason why Yang Kai could not convert these pills into actual financial resources within a short period of time despite having access to such a huge fortune-making operation. In the meantime, Yuhi delivered more ingredients. Yang Kai worked without food or rest to refine heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. When he saw batch after batch of pills leaving his furnace, he did not feel the slightest sense of fatigue. On the contrary, he became more and more energetic. It wasn't until he had almost accumulated 100 heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills that the tightly shut door to the secret room was opened from the outside without warning. The furnace fire in the pill furnace was affected by this unexpected disturbance and flared up all of a sudden. It was fortunate that Yang Kai quickly suppressed the flames in time, otherwise, the herbs in the furnace would have been scrapped again. He turned to look in the direction of the door, only to see Yuhi walking in and nodding lightly at him. He immediately understood. The blood monster cave heaven was about to open. She would not have entered the room and disturbed him otherwise. Focusing his mind, Yang Kai finished refining the spirit pill inside the furnace before slowly getting to his feet. He stepped forward. Young master, big sister says that the blood monster cave heaven is showing signs of opening. She asks that you prepare to set off immediately. He nodded and strode out of the room. While walking, he asked, where are Guozi Yan and Lang Qingshan? They have all returned. After exiting the secret room, Yang Kai came to the backyard where he immediately saw Guozi Yan and the others standing in 2 rows. Every one of them was motionless and relaxed, but their entire bodies exuded the chilling sense of killing intent. When they noticed Yang Kai, they cupped their fists in unison. Sir. Their combined voices were thunderous and the aura they gave off was extremely impressive. Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and noticed that their exposed skin was covered in countless injuries. Lang Qingshan even had a hideous scar that ran across his face, looking like a centipede baring its fangs fiercely. The wound stretched from his forehead and slanted downward to disappear around his lower jaw. Although Yang Kai did not know what caused Lang Qingshan's injury, he could tell that it had almost cost him his life. Ever since arriving at Thousand Birds Territory Star City, Guozi Yan, Lang Qingshan, and the others had been participating in the Azura Arena's battles. Hence, they had experienced countless life-and-death fights over the past few months. The battles in the Azura Arena did not prevent casualties from happening, so every battle was fought with their lives on the line. Lang Qingshan was originally born with handsome looks. With the addition of this scar, his appearance suddenly became less handsome and more intimidating instead. The same was true for the others. Compared to how they were just a few months ago, they had all grown quite a bit. They resembled wild beasts that sprang out of the barren mountains and forests, ready to attack at any time. Yang Kai grinned. It looks like everybody had an exciting time over the past few months. Life-or-death battles were always the best catalyst for growth. He himself had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so he had a deep understanding of this. Lang Qingshan and the others had pretty good aptitude, and under his vigorous training, they were bound to have a bright and promising future ahead. It was just that they lacked the experience of surviving against all odds in desperate situations, as well as the courage to fight without regard for anything else in order to survive. The few months of fighting in the Azura Arena had been enough to fully bring out their hidden potential. Compared to before, the strength of these people had definitely improved greatly. They had been little-known figures before they arrived at Thousand Birds Territory Star City, but now, they were all listed in the heaven, earth, and mortal rankings of the Azura Arena. Guozi Yan cupped his fists. Sir, you urgently called for us to come back. Do you have orders for us? Yang Kai replied, the blood monster cave heaven is about to open. I'm planning to go on a rampage there. You can join me if you wish. If not, you can remain behind and continue your training in the Azura Arena. The blood monster cave heaven. Guozi Yan raised his brow in surprise. Similarly, everybody else's eyes lit up at those words. The fact that the blood monster cave heaven was about to open was not a secret. Rumors regarding this matter had been flying around the Star City for the past few months. They might have been fighting day and night in the Azura Arena, but it was not surprising they had also heard about it. It was just that they had no idea when the blood monster cave heaven would open or what kind of qualifications were required for them to enter. They never imagined that Yang Kai called them for the blood monster cave heaven. Thus, they immediately became excited at the prospect. Fighting in the Azura Arena was certainly a worthwhile experience, but that was also the case for the blood monster cave heaven. Lang Qingshan said, I've heard that elite cultivators from great territories all over the 3,000 worlds will swarm into the blood monster cave heaven every time it opens. This is a grand event that involves the entire outer universe. The shaved-headed man chuckled. It might have been dangerous if open heaven realm masters were to participate. But, only Emperor realm cultivators are able to enter, so what is there to fear? Sir, I'm going with you. The others quickly responded, I'm going too. Only Emperor realm cultivators are able to enter? Yang Kai was stunned. He turned to look at Yu He and asked, "Is there such a thing?" The only thing Yang Kai knew about the blood monster cave heaven was its existence. If the shaved-headed man had not mentioned this prerequisite, he would not have known either. Yu He gently nodded. The blood monster cave heaven is the small universe of blood monster divine monarch. It is said that he preserved his small universe in order to choose his own legacy disciple. Before his death, he placed a restriction on his small universe so that no open heaven realm masters could set foot inside. There have been people who tried to force their way in, but nothing good came of their attempts. Yang Kai frowned. Blood monster divine monarch is an 8th order open heaven realm master. He may have been amazing in his time, but it's not as if there are no other 8th order open heaven realm masters among the cave heavens and paradises. Are you saying that the restriction placed by a dead man is too difficult for the living to handle? A dead master is naturally inferior to a living one. The proprietress' voice came from the outside. He turned to look and saw her slowly making her way over from the hall. However, Blood Monster Divine Monarch is an extremely decisive and ruthless man. Nothing will happen if his restriction remains intact. On the other hand, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven will immediately collapse the moment his restrictions are broken. In other words, even if somebody were to take great pains to break his restriction, they would never be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. So that's how it is. Yang Kai was stunned. It was true that nobody would waste their energy with a restriction like that in place. After all, cracking the restriction left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master after his death was no easy feat. She continued her explanation. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven only allows those under the open heaven realm to enter for two main reasons. The first being that Blood Monster Divine Monarch is looking for his successor. The other being that he wants to prolong the existence of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven as much as possible. Prolong its existence? What does that mean? Yang Kai did not understand. If an open heaven realm is allowed to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, won't they be able to refine and absorb the world force contained within at will? How will the Blood Monster Cave Heaven exist without world force to support it? He was surprised. Does that mean that the world force of Blood Monster Cave Heaven can also be refined and absorbed? She glanced sideways at him. The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master is no different from a real universe world. Since the world force of a real universe world can be refined, then why not the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? After giving it some thought, Yang Kai felt that her words made sense. The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master was no different from a real universe world. Just like how old ancestor Mou once targeted the demon realm, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would have been long gone if open heaven realm masters were allowed to enter. It would not have existed until today. Are you all ready? If you're ready, we can set off now. We will still need some time on the road and it will be too late if we set off any later, the proprietress called out. Yang Kai turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others, who cupped their fists at him. We will follow you to the end of the world, sir. He said, let's go then. Today, Firston was closed for business. It even hung up a closed sign on its doors. The chef and accountant were standing together in the hall. Luo Hai was also standing next to them. The chef had packed many things. Heavens knew what was inside those bags, but he was holding his kitchen knife in his hand and grinned meaningfully when he saw Yang Kai approaching. Meanwhile, the accountant turned his dead fish gaze towards Yang Kai. You're the slowest, kid. Yang Kai smiled. Are you entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven too? The accountant said, what's wrong? If you can go, then why can't we? We're also in the Emperor realm. It's a great opportunity for us to earn some riches. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fist. Please take good care of me, senior brothers. The accountant snorted, brat, don't worry. I will keep you safe inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. His reckless attitude seemed to say, below the heavens and above the earth, only I am supreme. The proprietress kicked him in the shin, blabbermouth. He immediately clutched at his leg and hopped on the spot in pain. Marshal Peak, Chapter 42-31, Information on the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Under the leadership of the proprietress, everybody hurried to the void dock. Yang Kai summoned the falling lotus when they arrived, which transformed into a gigantic lotus. Several dozen people entered the ship before it rotated slightly and sped off into the distance. They were not the only ones leaving from this void dock, there were many others besides them. There was an endless stream of flight-type artifacts in all shapes, sizes, and colors setting off at the same time. They departed one after another in a magnificent procession. Yang Kai was dumbfounded by the sight. Are all these people heading to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Bai Qi stood next to Yang Kai with a smile, of course. What else do you think they were doing? Every time the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens, it becomes a grand event that involves the entire 3,000 worlds. Who would not wish to claim a share of the pie? That is the small universe left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. If they could inherit Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance. TSK. They would gain glory overnight. Yang Kai looked around in a daze. There were nearly 100 flight-type artifacts just from what he could see, and there were many others that he did not see. There were nearly 1,000 people just from the Star City and Thousand Birds territory alone heading out, so what about Thousand Birds territory as a whole? What about the rest of the 3,000 worlds? If so many people flooded the place all at once, would he be able to find anything good? What if the place was filled to the brim when he entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Old Bai patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a laugh. Don't worry. Don't be fooled by the number of people here. Not many people will actually be able to enter. At most only 10,000 will succeed. Why is that? Yang Kai glanced at Old Bai puzzledly. Could it be that there are other requirements to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? There aren't any requirements in particular. How do I put it? Let proprietress explain. At this moment, the proprietress waved her hand and flung out a dozen or so streams of light that shot towards everybody. They immediately reached out and caught the light, which turned out to be a jade slip. She then spoke. The jade slip contains information on the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Read it carefully. The map I acquired from Red Cloud's auction house has also been recorded into the jade slip. Although the map is incomplete, it should prove to be useful still. Who knows? It might save your life at a critical moment. After listening to her explanation, everyone quickly immersed their minds into the jade slip to investigate its contents. Likewise, Yang Kai began reading. This jade slip was probably something the proprietress prepared specially for them. She knew that they were utterly clueless about the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If they entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in their current state, it would be no different from going in blind. But, that would change completely now that they had this information. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven would open every 200 years and several thousand people would enter every time it did. Although many people would die inside, there were also many who survived and came out wealthier than before. It was not surprising for them to bring back some information regarding the situation inside. Something like that was not a secret. The cave heavens and paradises would generally retain the information. It was just that the information was not publicized anywhere. Fortunately, First specialized in collecting information, so gathering this intel was child's play for them. According to the information inside the jade slip, Blood Monster Divine Monarch was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming when he was still alive. Therefore, there were many blood beasts inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. These blood beasts were nurtured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch during his long life. For that reason, they were generally no different from ordinary monster beasts except for a few key points. In general, these blood beasts had strange abilities and ferocious strength, and over the years, most of the cultivators who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would lose their lives to their claws. The strongest blood beasts could compare to low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in terms of strength. They were existences to be avoided at all costs. After all, the blood monster cave heaven was limited by a restriction that only allowed cultivators below the open heaven realm to enter. A blood beast with the strength of a low-rank open heaven realm master was basically an invincible existence inside the blood monster cave heaven. The blood beasts were vicious, but there were great benefits to killing them. That was because these blood beasts were nurtured by blood monster divine monarch personally and were a little different from ordinary monster beasts in the sense that their monster core's attributes were often extremely singular and pure. They were known as blood beast cores and could be used as cultivation resources. According to the classification of order, there were blood beasts ranging from the first order to seventh order, and killing blood beasts of different orders would result in obtaining open heaven materials of matching orders. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at those words. If I can find and slay a seventh order monster beast in the blood monster cave heaven, won't I have the chance to obtain metal and Yin element treasures? No wonder proprietress said that the blood monster cave heaven would be an opportunity for me. The only problem was that the strength of a seventh order monster beast would be extraordinary, no matter how singular the attributes of its monster core. It was still in the seventh order after all. Just like the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd in his possession, the sixth order Yuan magnetic divine light might have a singular attribute, but it was perfectly capable of dealing with low-rank open heaven realm masters. If that was the case for a sixth order power, then what more need be said about a seventh order power? A seventh order blood beast was definitely in existence on par with or stronger than a low-rank open heaven realm master. I wonder if there are any eighth order blood beasts inside? Blood monster divine monarch was an eighth order open heaven realm master after all, so it would not be strange if he managed to nurture some eighth order blood beasts. Besides, blood monster divine monarch has been dead for so many years now. The surviving blood beasts might have grown stronger since his passing. Regardless of the circumstances, it will be best to proceed carefully inside the blood monster cave heaven. In addition to the threat of blood beasts, the blood monster cave heaven was also filled with ancient traps and restrictions. Some of them had lost their powers over the years due to lack of maintenance, but some of them were still lethal. If these restrictions were activated, one would be heavily injured even if they were lucky enough to survive. Aside from the blood beasts, the restrictions inside were the second largest cause of death among cultivators. Be that as it may, it didn't matter how powerful the blood beasts were or how amazing the restrictions inside were, Yang Kai knew that what he had to guard against the most were the other cultivators who entered the blood monster cave heaven. As long as there were people, there would be conflict. Compared to the restrictions and blood beasts with low to no sentience, scheming and treacherous people would always be more dangerous. The blood monster cave heaven might be extremely dangerous, but there were also many benefits to be gained. Leaving aside the fact that one could obtain cultivation resources of various orders by killing those blood beasts, the entire blood monster cave heaven itself was filled with numerous cultivation paradises. The blood monster cave heaven was the small universe of blood monster divine monarch, so it stood to reason that blood monster divine monarch's small universe was extremely stable when he was still alive. Unfortunately, it had been many years since his death. Despite the measures he took when he was still alive to preserve his small universe, the effects of time and nature had taken its toll over the years. The small universe was showing signs of instability. The yin, yang, and five elements had begun to split apart and accumulate in certain regions inside the universe cave heaven. That was why it was very likely to come across an area where a certain element was extremely dense inside the blood monster cave heaven. Cultivating in these areas was not inferior to refining resources of various orders in terms of efficiency. In Seven Wonders Land, now known as Void Land, the 7 orchards were located at the places where the 7 powers of yin, yang, and the 5 elements accumulated. It was perfectly suitable for cultivators to cultivate in those areas and condense the powers into their Dao seals. It was just that the power in the orchards was of very low order. Cultivating there would only allow one to condense a first-order power. If they did that, in the future, that person could only advance into the first-order open heaven realm. That was why it was rare for anybody to cultivate in the orchards, even among the workers and disciples of Seven Wonders Land. On the other hand, the cultivation paradises in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were incomparable to the orchards of Void Land. These cultivation paradises could be regarded as the improved and upgraded version of the orchards. Needless to say, what order cultivation paradise one could find was completely based on one's own luck. Yang Kai secretly prayed that even if he couldn't kill a 7th order blood beast, he could find a place where 7th order metal element power and Yin element power converged. That way, he could cultivate in those places for a while and condense the powers that he needed. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he continued reading. A short while later, Yang Kai suddenly looked at the proprietress with a peculiar expression. There are people living in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? The information recorded in the Jade slip indicated that there were people living inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He couldn't help being surprised by the discovery. The proprietress said, the small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master is essentially no different from a real universe world. If monster beasts can live inside, then why can't people? Then, these people are. They are the people whom Blood Monster Divine Monarch kidnapped when he was still alive. The prosperity of a universe world depends on the vitality of the creatures that are living in that particular universe world. The more living creatures there are, the more prosperous a universe world becomes. The same principle holds true for small universes. Compared to monster beasts, humans have much stronger spirituality. If they settle down and continuously multiply across the generations, it will deepen the heritage of a small universe. In that way, the strength that a cultivator can exert will also be stronger. It isn't just Blood Monster Divine Monarch. As far as I know, most high-rank open heaven realm masters, if given a chance, will try to raise some humans in their respective small universes. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of the star boundary. After the battle between the Great Emperors and Great Demon God, the star boundary had been on the verge of collapse. It had lost most of its auspicious spirit essence. At the time, it was only through the continuous reproduction and development of the remaining survivors that the decline of the star boundary was delayed. It would now seem that the existence of living creatures was extremely important to any universe world. Yang Kai soon thought of another possibility and hesitantly asked, are there any open heaven realm masters among the people living in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? You don't need to worry about that. Proprietress laughed. Blood Monster Divine Monarch placed a restriction on his small universe to prevent any open heaven realm master from entering. In that case, it stood to reason that he would not allow the people living inside to advance into the open heaven realm either. They are only in the half-step open heaven realm at best. It is impossible for them to advance into the open heaven realm. He nodded lightly. But, try not to provoke these people if you can. They are very xenophobic. They call cultivators like you who enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven aliens. It will be troublesome if you are discovered by them. I got it. Yang Kai responded before he continued to read the contents of the Jade slip. There was a lot of information recorded and he couldn't help feeling thankful that the proprietress had gathered all of it for him. Otherwise, he would have suffered badly if he had plunged into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven without knowing anything. The Jade slip also indicated that the deeper one ventured into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the more dangerous it became. It was rumored that there was a Blood Monster Divine Palace in the deepest part of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That was where Blood Monster Divine Monarch left his inheritance. If he could find that place, he would be able to obtain the entire legacy of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The Blood Monster Divine Palace not only contained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance but also the entire fortune that he amassed throughout his lifetime. How amazing would the inheritance of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master be? That was the reason why countless cultivators flocked to this place. Not to mention the unimaginable wealth. If nothing else, just finding some 7th Order materials was enough to make a person rich overnight. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4232, Blood Monster Territory. It was just that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven only opened once every 200 years. Nobody had ever managed to enter the deepest part of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven throughout all these years, so nobody had ever found the Blood Monster Divine Palace either. It could even be said that nobody was certain whether the blood monster divine palace actually existed. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling the jade that he acquired for 10 million open heaven pills. That jade was one half of a two-piece jade apparently. It could be a key or it could be used to control a particular grand array. It could even turn out to be useless. If the blood monster divine palace really does exist, then will the jade be of any use? He couldn't help but daydream about all sorts of fanciful ideas. An hour later, he finally finished reading and understanding everything that was recorded inside the jade slip. Carefully putting the jade slip away, he asked a question that had been puzzling him. Proprietress, there are so many people heading towards the blood monster cave heaven. So, why are only several thousand people allowed to enter in the end? He had not found the answer to his question inside the jade slip. The proprietress glanced out at the starry void with a melancholic expression on her face, as though she had recalled something from the past. She answered the question softly, "It's hard to explain right now. You'll understand once we arrive." Then, she ran her hand through her hair and languidly called out, "I'm tired. Old Bai, lead the way. Wake me up when we arrive." After saying that, she slipped into one of the rooms and vanished out of sight. Yang Kai looked at her back thoughtfully. Just now, she seemed to have recalled something from her memories, moreover, it was probably something sad. Otherwise, her mood would not have turned gloomy so quickly. The proprietress, he glanced at Old Bai with a questioning look. Old Bai sighed, she probably recalled something unpleasant. The proprietress has also been to the blood monster cave heaven in the past. Huh? Yang Kai was taken aback. Old Bai laughed, the blood monster cave heaven opens once every 200 years. It's not strange for the proprietress to have entered that place before, right? I heard that she gained a lot from the blood monster cave heaven. That's how she managed to advance directly into the sixth order open heaven realm. Yang Kai immediately turned to look at Yu He. Yu He had known the proprietress for a long time. To his knowledge, the relationship between those two went way back, therefore, she would know the proprietress' circumstances the best. Yu He gently nodded and looked nostalgic. It's true that Big Sister and I entered the blood monster cave heaven before, otherwise, we would never have come this far with our humble backgrounds. The realization struck Yang Kai suddenly. The proprietress came from 9 nether continent. He himself had been there before, and although it was not a bad universe world, it was also nothing special either. It was also not a subordinate world under the control of a powerful great force. Both the proprietress and Yu He had come from a place like that. Without a chance encounter or a special opportunity, it was impossible for them to advance into the 5th order open heaven realm or the 6th order open heaven realm. Looking at the situation, it was highly likely that the blood monster cave heaven was where they turned their lives around. Following the flow of his thoughts, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about Lan Tingyu. Lan Tingyu was the proprietress' younger brother. His knowledge of this person was very limited. All he knew was that his appearance was very similar to this person. Furthermore, Lan Tingyu had also tried to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. It was likely that something awful happened to him later. He ultimately failed in his attempt and lost his life for some reason. Yang Kai once wondered where Lan Tingyu managed to secure so many high-rank materials. It would now seem that he had obtained many things from the blood monster cave heaven. Unfortunately, his actions went against the interests of many people. That was why he failed miserably in the end. Lan Tingyu was an example to learn from. It was also what Yang Kai needed to guard against the most. If there came a day when he had to experience what Lan Tingyu once faced in the past, what should he do? The blood monster cave heaven might be extremely dangerous, but it should not pose a problem with your strength, young master. You just need to be careful. There's another thing you need to be wary about. That is, the elite disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. Their individual strength might not compare to yours, but every one of them holds a hidden trump card, Yu He warned. Yang Kai nodded, I'm well aware of that. It was not as if he had never interacted with the elite disciples of the cave heavens and paradises before. He had met some of them back in the grand ancient ruins boundary, so he knew that each of them had their own identity tokens. These identity tokens contained a divine ability that their masters or elders had sealed inside for them so that they could use them as life-saving trump cards. The lotus flew quickly, passing through many territory gates and traveling across many great territories. None of them talked again for the rest of their journey. They were all conserving their strength. Yang Kai was meditating one day when the proprietress sent a transmission to him. He immediately got to his feet and headed towards the room she was in. Pushing the door open, he was just about to greet her when he saw that her complexion was extremely pale. Moreover, she was drenched in sweat as though she had suffered a serious injury. Shocked, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked worriedly, "What happened?" The proprietress slowly shook her head, "It's nothing." Then, she handed a round bead to him, "Take this." "This is..." He lowered his head to look at the bead. Although he did not know what it was, he could keenly sense that this bead contained an extremely terrifying power in it. "I sealed one of my divine abilities inside this bead. You can summon it when you are in danger. It might be able to save your life." Yang Kai stared at the round bead in his hand quietly for a moment before glancing back up at her. The realization struck him immediately. Did you push yourself into such a state in order to create this bead? Sealing her own divine ability into this bead was no easy feat. Even the materials required to produce this bead were not something that could be found anywhere. Otherwise, the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises would not be limited to only one identity token as their trump card. Just by looking at the proprietress' current condition, Yang Kai could tell that sealing her divine ability into this bead had consumed a lot of her energy. "You fool!" He glared at her. "I might only be in the half-step open heaven realm right now, but it's not as if you don't know about my strength. More than one low-rank open heaven realm master has died at my hands. No matter how dangerous the blood monster cave heaven is, who can do anything to me? Don't be careless. The blood monster cave heaven is not as simple as you imagine. There is no saying whether you might run into some sort of trouble. It'll be safer with one of my divine abilities protecting you. Although the power that can be summoned through this method is only half of my full strength, it should be more than enough to deal with the power of an open heaven master below the fifth order." Yang Kai did not know what to say to her. A moment later, she handed another item to him and said tiredly, "Take this with you too." "What is this?" He reached out a hand and took the item from her. He discovered that it was an extremely peculiar wooden token around the size of a palm. It looked rather old. Furthermore, there were strange patterns carved into it like a totem. "A favor," she murmured softly. "A favor? A favor from whom?" He was bewildered. However, the proprietress did not say anything else. She simply said, "In any case, just take it with you. Maybe it'll come in handy, maybe not. It's just in case." After saying that, she did not give him a chance to speak again and waved him off instead. "Go out. I need to rest." A wave of gentle force wrapped around him and pushed him out of the door. Afterwards, the door of the room closed behind him with a bang. The wooden token and the round bead in his hands felt extremely heavy. Half a month after leaving the Star City in Thousand Birds territory, the falling lotus finally came to a gradual stop. Old Bai, who was in charge of navigating, let out a long breath. "We've finally arrived." "We've arrived?" Yang Kai raised his brow and hurriedly took out his universe chart to check their location. A short while later, he was surprised. That was because this great territory was known as Blood Monster Territory. Unlike most other great territories, there were no other great forces in this Blood Monster Territory. There wasn't even a single universe world with any living creatures in it. It could be said that the entire Blood Monster Territory was completely devoid of life. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. It had to be said that it didn't matter which great territory it was, as long as a great territory was labeled on the universe chart, then there was bound to be many great forces and universe worlds in it. All the known great forces and universe worlds were recorded in the universe chart. Even a great territory as isolated as the one where the star boundary was located was no exception. However, there was nothing recorded in the blood monster territory. How could such a peculiar great territory exist in the world? Seeming to notice Yang Kai's confusion, Old Bai explained with a smile, the blood monster territory used to be no different from other great territories. It also used to have some great forces. Moreover, the number was not small. Yang Kai asked, then, why did it become like this? Old Bai replied, of course, it's because of the blood monster cave heaven. Take a look outside. Yang Kai turned to look outside and quickly discovered a strange scene. There were countless flight-type artifacts weaving through the void as far as the eye could see. There were also some that were motionless in the void like the falling lotus. These flight-type artifacts clearly belonged to the great forces that had rushed to the blood monster territory not too long ago. Aside from these artifacts, there were also many cultivators flying about. They were constantly looking around as though searching for something. What are they looking for? Yang Kai frowned. Yuhi walked over and explained gently, they are looking for the entrance to the blood monster cave heaven. Guo Miao looked curious, isn't the entrance to the blood monster cave heaven fixed in a certain spot? Why do they need to search everywhere for the entrance? This was the same question that was puzzling Yang Kai. Yuhi chuckled softly, it's true that the entrance of the blood monster cave heaven used to be located at a fixed spot in the beginning. But, that was a very long time ago. Everybody would only need to gather in front of the entrance and wait for it to open in order to enter the blood monster cave heaven. It's just that some changes gradually took place over time. What changes? Old Bai answered from the side, the entrance became 2, then 3, then 4. Every time it opened, the number of entrances would increase. At this point, entrances to the blood monster cave heaven can appear anywhere in the blood monster territory. Guo Miao covered her red lips, why does that happen? Old Bai sighed, it is said that there are signs of the blood monster cave heaven becoming more and more unstable. After all, so many years have passed since the death of blood monster divine monarch. It's amazing how his small universe managed to endure for so long without a master. Even so, it is impossible for it to last forever. The small universe is merging with the void of the blood monster territory. An entrance will appear at the place where the two overlap with each other. Yang Kai revealed a look of realization, so, the blood monster cave heaven will completely merge with the blood monster territory one day? That's what they say. Who knows how much longer that will take though? Old Bai shrugged, but, these changes have made it easier for more people to enter and explore the blood monster cave heaven. If not for that, did you think the cave heavens and paradises would allow anybody else to meddle with such a wonderful place? At the beginning, the right to explore the blood monster cave heaven was exclusive only to the cave heavens and paradises. The other great forces were not allowed to participate at all. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-33, Securing a Spot. What Old Bai mentioned immediately resolved all the questions that had been puzzling Yang Kai. He had felt that something was a little strange when he first heard about the sealed world known as the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and contained the inheritance and wealth of that master. How could anybody ignore such shocking benefits? Even the cave heavens and paradises would covet such riches. If they coveted these riches, then why didn't the cave heavens and paradises keep firm control over the blood monster cave heaven? Why did they allow other cultivators to enter? Why did they allow this to become a grand event that involved the entire 3,000 worlds? He had been unable to figure out the answer to these questions, so he eventually stopped wondering about it. It was not until this moment that he learned the truth. It was not that the cave heavens and paradises did not want to, but rather that they could not. In the beginning, the entrances to the blood monster cave heaven were few and far between, thus, a few powerful forces could control the entrances and prevent the others from entering. Only disciples from their respective great forces would be selected to enter and explore the blood monster cave heaven. On the contrary, how could the cave heavens and paradises guard the entrances when one could appear anywhere in the blood monster territory? It was precisely because of this reason that the second-class great forces, the third-class great forces, the lesser-known organizations, and even the rogue cultivators acting alone had the opportunity to enter the blood monster cave heaven to take a share of the benefits. Old Bai continued, the entrances to the blood monster cave heaven are also becoming increasingly unstable. Sometimes, it is nothing more than a flash of light even when it appears in front of your eyes. It might vanish into thin air before you even get the chance to enter the blood monster cave heaven. Even if it did not vanish, each entrance can only allow one person to enter before it would collapse completely. Each entrance can only allow one person to enter. Yang Kai was stunned. Old Bai gently nodded, that's right. You should now understand why I previously mentioned that although many cultivators flock to the blood monster territory, not many can actually enter the blood monster cave heaven in the end. Yang Kai was enlightened. According to Old Bai, one had to fight to enter the blood monster cave heaven. An entrance might appear in front of several cultivators, but that entrance could only support one person passing through before it vanished. The rest could only watch helplessly. In this way, only a few people could seize the opportunity to enter the blood monster cave heaven. Old Bai snorted softly. Every time the blood monster cave heaven opens, more than 1 million cultivators gather in the blood monster territory. No, there might even be tens of millions of them. It's just that most of them come here for nothing. Yang Kai agreed with those words. They, too, had arrived at the blood monster territory. However, flight-type artifacts and cultivators were weaving about in the void everywhere as far as the eye could see. The numbers were indeed nothing to scoff at. Not to mention, these were only the ones that he could see. There were more out there that he could not see. After all, this situation was prevalent across the entire blood monster territory at the moment. After pondering in silence for a moment, he turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others. When it's almost time, you should enter the small sealed world. Many people had come with him on this trip. Leaving aside the fact that there were more than 30 people in the group who followed him from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he also had Guo Miao, as well as the chef and the accountant from First Inn, coming on this trip with him. If so many people were to fight for an entrance each, not all of them would be successful. It was a different matter altogether if Yang Kai took them into the small sealed world and brought them into the blood monster cave heaven with him. At that time, he only needed to secure one entrance for everybody to be happy. Afterwards, he just needed to let everybody out of the small sealed world once he arrived. With his attainments in the Tao of space, it would not be difficult for Yang Kai to secure an entrance somewhere in this vast blood monster territory. In particular, since there were several tens of thousands of entrances scattered around. That was his original plan, but to his surprise, Lang Qingshan and the others looked at each other for a while when they heard those words and did not answer immediately. As such, he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you have something to say?" The shaved-headed man laughed awkwardly and rubbed his hands together. "Sir, we would like to attempt this on our own. The last time we followed you into the primordial land, you protected us the entire time. In the end, we could only wait in the small sealed world without being able to help Sir in any way. Since we decided to follow you, we should also do our part. We cannot stay protected under your wings all the time." Lang Qingshan cupped his fist. "Sir, this subordinate understood something during the days he spent in the Azura arena. One can only grow rapidly by experiencing various hardships. A sheltered flower in the greenhouse will not live long when faced with a true storm. In the future, we would like to continue serving under you through all the ups and downs, sir. We refuse to remain helpless and incompetent. Please allow us to act independently in the blood monster cave heaven, sir." Yang Kai looked at Lang Qingshan calmly before turning to look at the others. "Are you all of the same opinion?" They cupped their fists and responded in unison, "Please allow it, sir." He stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. I'm very pleased with your ambitious spirit to keep improving yourselves. It's a simple matter if you want to train yourself. Once we enter the blood monster cave heaven, you can act independently. But, before that, I think it's better if I bring you in with me. More than 30 people would also mean having to search for more than 30 entrances. It was impossible for all of them to succeed. If they were to fight for the entrances on their own, some of them would surely fail. Moreover, it was likely that quite many of them would fail. It was such a rare opportunity, it would be a waste if they missed it before it even began. The others had no objections to this suggestion, thus, they quickly agreed. When their discussion was settled, the proprietress said, "Let's go. We need to secure a spot." Secure a spot? Yang Kai was taken aback by those words. Old Bai explained, there are a few more days until the blood monster cave heaven opens. Since we arrived early, it stands to reason that we should occupy a favorable spot for ourselves. Take a look outside. Those with some measure of strength have claimed a large patch of the void and are preventing others from approaching them. That area is the territory that they have secured for themselves. If an entrance appears within their territory, they would have the advantage of being slightly closer to the target. Yang Kai immediately understood. The falling lotus moved forward once more to head towards the depths of the void to find a suitable area to occupy. The people from First In could not be considered late, but even more people had arrived before them. They searched for a long time but could not find a suitable position. Everywhere they went, numerous great forces had already occupied territories of various shapes and sizes. In addition, Open Heaven Realm Masters constantly patrolled the edges of the territory to chase away other cultivators who accidentally stumbled too close. Yang Kai even saw a gigantic and domineering palace towering in the void from a distance. A radius of 10,000 kilometers around that palace was completely empty. The artifacts and cultivators that came and went in a steady stream had to fly around the gigantic palace that was in the middle of their path. Needless to say, that gigantic palace belonged to either a cave heaven or a paradise. Only a first-class great force could afford to create an artifact like that. That was a symbol of their identity and status. By placing this impressive and majestic artifact in the void, everybody had no choice but to show respect to them. There was more than one palace similar to this gigantic palace scattered around. There were 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises in the 3,000 worlds, which came to a total of 108 first-class great forces. Each of these great forces would send representatives forward whenever the blood monster cave heaven opened. Furthermore, each of these great forces would dispatch many of their disciples and bring out their large-scale flight-type artifacts. The falling lotus was quite extraordinary in and of itself, but it was nothing compared to those artifacts belonging to the first-class great forces. There were many artifacts and cultivators coming and going. Like First In, all of them were searching for a strategic but unclaimed position. Under most circumstances, everybody was rather restrained. There was an unspoken rule of first come, first served. If a certain spot was taken by somebody, then the others would bypass that area. Unfortunately, there were always people who liked to break the rules. They generally also believed that they were extremely powerful, therefore, fights constantly broke out all over the blood monster territory. It was truly chaotic. As the falling lotus traveled along, Yang Kai saw many battles occurring. Some were small quarrels with several disciples in the Emperor realm attacking each other. There were also some battles that were fought with their respective lives on the line. Even the Open Heaven Realm Masters leading the groups were caught up in such fights. Divine abilities and secret techniques bloomed everywhere. At the same time, blood and severed limbs flew in all directions. Yang Kai also saw the broken remains of many artifacts that appeared to have been of no worse quality than the falling lotus. That just went to show the intensity of these battles. The fights were already so intense before the blood monster cave heaven even opened, so what kind of situation would occur when entrances began to appear? Just thinking about it caused him to shiver. First In could be considered famous and influential. On this trip alone, they had the proprietress and Yu He, two 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Old Bai, a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and Guozi Yen, a 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There were a total of 4 Open Heaven Realm Masters with them. Even so, their lineup was still greatly inferior to the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Hence, they gave the palace artifacts belonging to the first-class forces a wide berth. Despite searching for half a day, they had yet to find a suitable spot. Just as Yang Kai was secretly beginning to worry that they might not find a suitable spot, the proprietress suddenly stretched out a hand and pointed to the side, "Head there." Yang Kai glanced in that direction and saw a large-scale multi-story ship floating in the void. Many people were standing on the deck of the ship. They were too far apart for him to see who those people were, however, judging from the size of the ship and the manpower that was dispatched, it probably belonged to a second-class great force. The proprietress was planning to snatch somebody else's spot. The Falling Lotus turned around and charged in that direction. The cultivators on the ship seemed to have noticed this too. A commotion broke out among the people standing on the deck. Then, quite a few people leaped into the air. The illusory phantoms of their respective small universes flashed and disappeared behind their backs, indicating their powerful heritage. Their actions carried a hint of warning in them, as though trying to make the Falling Lotus back down in the face of difficulties. The proprietress naturally ignored those warnings. "It's that old bastard." Old Bai suddenly cursed with a furious glare, seeming to recognize the identity of the people on the ship. Simultaneously, an elderly man on the ship took the lead and displayed his full strength as he shouted loudly, "Who goes there? Ling Chun Chiu of Boundless Altar is here. Please leave and head elsewhere. This old master will be very grateful." "Grateful, your ass!" Old Bai roared furiously. Then, he turned to Lang Qingshan and the others who were steering the Falling Lotus, "Ram them. Crush that old dog to death." Lang Qingshan turned to look at Yang Kai with a questioning expression. Yang Kai gently nodded in response. He had been wondering about the situation just now. The proprietress was not somebody who used her strength to bully the weak. So, why did she suddenly decide to snatch somebody else's territory? Now, it turned out that she had encountered an enemy. The proprietress and Boundless Altar had always held a grudge against each other. During Old Bai's advancement into the Open Heaven realm, Ling Chun Chiu of Boundless Altar had worked with Qin Ji and the others to interfere with the process. It had nearly cost Old Bai his life. Now that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open, a second-class great force like Boundless Altar would definitely participate for a share of the pie. They probably never imagined that their presence would be detected by the proprietress. If Ling Chun Chiu had remained hidden in the headquarters of Boundless Altar, the proprietress might have been helpless to lift a finger against him. However, they encountered each other in the Blood Monster territory, so it stood to reason that she wanted to exact her revenge. At the same time, they would also be able to snatch Boundless Altar's spot for themselves. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-34, Snatching. Halt, or we will show you no mercy. The Falling Lotus was giving off an aggressive air, and it was obvious to Ling Chun Chiu that these visitors did not hold good intentions, thus, he immediately shouted a warning. Who would heed his words though? The speed of the Falling Lotus did not decrease in the slightest. On the contrary, it accelerated even more after approaching a certain distance. The group of disciples standing on the deck of Boundless Altar's ship suddenly turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. Some even went so far as to hide in the cabins. Ling Chun Chiu was so livid that his expression turned blue then red with anger. He exchanged a glance with the other two Open Heaven Realm Masters beside him, then, they swiftly formed a set of hand seals. Several cannons suddenly protruded from the sides of the ship, brewing with a terrifying energy that caused the surrounding space to shudder. Dazzling rays of light shone out, aiming in the direction of the Falling Lotus. This is your final warning. If you stubbornly refuse to listen to reason, then don't blame this old master for being ruthless. Seeing that the Falling Lotus showed no signs of slowing down, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You've gone too far." The entire ship shook with a loud boom and a blinding light burst forth brilliantly. At the same time, a mysterious beam that was as thick as a man's torso shot out from the ship and quickly approached the falling lotus. The power of the beam was extremely terrifying. It seemed as though even the void could not withstand the force, as pitch-black scorch marks were seared everywhere it passed. Boundless Altar was a second-class great force. Needless to say, this ship artifact was also very expensive. It was originally produced as a weapon for besieging and taking down enemy fortifications, so the power of each cannon was comparable to a full-powered attack from a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Everybody inside the falling lotus felt their vision going white, filled with the glare of the light beam. Just as it was about to strike the falling lotus though, a pale yellow light barrier suddenly appeared. The beam slammed into the light barrier a moment later. The light barrier dented inward so severely that the distortion was visible to the naked eye. The huge impact also forced the falling lotus speed to drop sharply. At the same time, the figures of Yang Kai and the others inside the falling lotus were thrown forward violently. However, this only lasted for a moment. Everything returned to normal again in the next instant. The power cannon beam might be horrifying, but the falling lotus was also an extraordinary artifact. This artifact was something Flying Flower Boat had spent countless resources to create after all. Even Flying Flower Boat only had one such artifact. The enormous lotus spun as it forcefully pushed forward against the weight of the cannon beam. On the ship, Ling Chunqiu and the others swiftly turned pale at the sight. They were clueless about the identities of the people aboard the Lotus who were behaving in such a ferocious manner. It almost seemed as though the other party had a huge undying grudge against Boundless Altar. Ling Chunqiu gritted his teeth and formed a new set of hand seals, resulting in several more shots being fired from the ship's cannons aimed straight at the falling lotus. A blinding light completely drowned the lotus as its flower petals flew apart and seemingly disintegrated. Many of Boundless Altar's disciples stood on the deck of the ship, frozen in shock for a moment. After that, they began cheering excitedly while secretly thinking to themselves, "The fools in that lotus are absolutely reckless. Why didn't they dodge in the face of such a powerful attack? Are they brain dead?" Similarly, Ling Chunqiu secretly let out a breath of relief, but a moment later, one of the open heaven realm master's expressions changed as he roared, "Raise the shields. Hurry up and activate the defensive grand array." Ling Chunqiu looked up and saw that the lotus that should have been broken to pieces was still charging straight at them. The flying flower petals were spinning like indestructible blades and slicing through the void. The cheers coming from the ship stopped abruptly and Ling Chunqiu's expression also changed drastically at that moment. Without hesitation, he desperately channeled his strength to activate the ship's defensive grand array. A light barrier had only just materialized when the flower petals arrived. Sparks flew in all directions and the light of the defensive grand array quickly dimmed under the fierce barrage. Due to a hasty response, the defensive grand array shattered before it could reach the peak of its defensive abilities. The flower petals quickly closed in from all directions, turning the entire space within into a boundless killing domain that covered the entire ship, Kacha. The deck of the ship was broken in half as huge gaps appeared all over the sides of the ship, sliced open by the flower petals. Shrill screams rang out incessantly as many Boundless Altar's disciples were killed in an instant. They died with their bodies cut to pieces. The three open heaven realm masters of Boundless Altar felt their hearts bleeding at the sight. Which great force had not dispatched the elites among their disciples for the sake of entering the blood monster cave heaven? It could be said that all the cultivators who came to the blood monster territory had been chosen through countless layers of rigorous selection. Having prevailed against all their peers, these disciples had obtained the qualifications to participate in this expedition. They represented the future hope of the entire sect. Given enough time to grow and develop, they would have become part of the pillars supporting the great forces in the future. However, Boundless Altar had suffered heavy casualties before the blood monster cave heaven even opened. Not only had their ship been broken to pieces, but many of their elite disciples that came along on this trip had also been killed or severely injured. It was no wonder Ling Chunqiu and the others were heartbroken. What depressed Ling Chunqiu the most was that he still had no idea who was attacking them, but it didn't take long before he discovered the identities of the perpetrators. 3 figures flashed out of the lotus. 2 of them were women and the remaining one was a man. Moreover, each one of them was enveloped in an imposing aura. They consisted of 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 1 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. The rage of Boundless Altar's 3 Open Heaven Realm Masters turned into ice-cold fear in an instant as a chill ran through their entire bodies. They also had 3 Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side, so both sides had the same numbers. However, their orders could not compare with the enemy at all. Aside from Ling Chunqiu, who was in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, the other 2 were only in the 4th Order. What frightened Ling Chunqiu even more was that he knew all the people who had just shown up. Lan Yu Ruo. His voice was dry and his gaze was terrified. The person next to him exclaimed, "What?" "The one from first in." He shouted, "Run." While speaking, he quickly steered the damaged ship around and fled. On the other hand, the proprietress and the others chased after him without the slightest hesitation. Old Bai roared furiously, "Old dog! I'll hunt you down and rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces even if you flee to the ends of the universe." The feud formed from the time Ling Chunqiu tried to end his Grand Dao could be said to be absolutely irreconcilable. How could he spare Ling Chunqiu's life so easily now that he encountered the latter here? 3 streams of light chased after the ship into the distance. During the pursuit, the proprietress and the others attacked viciously. Their attacks were so fierce that the lights of Boundless Altar's ship flickered incessantly. Everywhere they went, the passers-by around them hurriedly moved to the side to avoid them. Inside the falling lotus, Yang Kai and the others looked at each other and sighed. They were of no help whatsoever in a battle of such magnitude. Even if they caught up to the proprietress and the others, they would only get in the way. Thus, they simply stayed where they were. It so happened that the people from Boundless Altar had run away, so this huge empty spot had become a no-man's land. Judging from the current situation, this place would soon be occupied by other people if they chased after the proprietress and the others. There would be no place for them to go again by the time they returned. An hour later, 3 streams of light came from afar and landed on the lotus. It was the proprietress and the others. Yang Kai went out to take a look at the situation. The 3 of them showed no signs of injury, which was not surprising considering how strong they were. No matter how hard Ling Chunqiu and the others resisted, there was nothing they could do against the proprietress and the others. Contrary to expectations though, Old Bai was gnashing his teeth and looking depressed. "What happened? Did you fail to catch up to them?" Yang Kai walked over and asked in a low voice. "That can't be." Boundless Altar's ship had nearly been torn to pieces. With the strength of the proprietress and the others, how could they possibly fail to catch up to the enemy? "We had no problems catching up to them, but we couldn't kill that old dog." Old Bai clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked loudly. "Why?" Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows. Old Bai snarled through gritted teeth, "Somebody protected them." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Boundless Altar was a second-class great force. The only ones who could protect them were the cave heavens and paradises. If the cave heavens and paradises decided to intervene in this matter, then it was no wonder that the proprietress and the others had no choice but to retreat. "Brat, if you meet any of Boundless Altar's disciples when you enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, help me kill them." Old Bai turned to look at Yang Kai with a fierce look on his face. Yang Kai patted Old Bai on the shoulder, "Rest assured. It's one thing if I don't meet any of them, but if I run into any of them, I will definitely help you vent some of your anger." Only then did Old Bai's expression lighten slightly. The enormous lotus stood quietly in the void. The proprietress and the others stood on top of the flower petals, silently showing off their strength. 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 1 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could be considered an extremely luxurious lineup. Nobody even dared to approach and stroke the tiger's whiskers without the backing of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. For that reason, even cultivators of the other great forces would leave after glancing over from a distance when passing by. For a time, all was at peace. The entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had yet to appear so far. Fortunately, the proprietress had a wide range of connections, so after asking around, they determined that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would open within 3 days. At that time, the entire Blood Monster territory could turn into a battlefield where a fierce struggle between 2 evenly matched opponents would take place. Yang Kai had nothing to do, hence, he closed his eyes and preserved his strength. He strove to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in his best condition. Another day passed by and there was still no sign of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opening, so the entire Blood Monster territory continued to remain calm. All of a sudden, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly heard Old Bai muttering softly, "What are they planning? Why are they coming towards us?" He opened his eyes upon hearing those words and turned to look in the direction of Old Bai's gaze. What he saw made him frown involuntarily. That was because a huge palace was rushing through the void in this direction. Moreover, it was showing no sign of deterring or slowing down. Are they here to snatch our territory? He quickly came to understand the situation. Their current location was obtained by snatching the territory from Boundless Altar. Who could have known that karma would hit them so quickly? Only 1 day had passed and somebody else was already eyeing this spot. Not to mention, the attack was coming from a first-class great force. Such a humongous palace was not something a second-class great force could refine. Only the cave heavens and paradises had enough capital to produce an artifact of such scale. Old Bai nodded solemnly, "That's probably it." Yang Kai frowned deeper, "Which great force is that? Why are they targeting us?" It did not make any sense. The Blood Monster territory was so big, so even if there were people everywhere, each party had drawn clear boundaries around their territories. In addition, it was very easy for a first-class great force to occupy a territory with their strength. However, the route of the palace seemed to indicate that it was coming straight in this direction. In other words, it was coming because it could recognize first in. Atop the lotus flower petals, the proprietress got up and said slowly, "It's the 5 Elements Palace of Xianyuan Cave Heaven." It was obvious that she had recognized the origins of that palace. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction, feeling extremely surprised. "It belongs to Xianyuan Cave Heaven?" The owner behind First In was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. In this way, it could also be said that the great force behind First In was Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Since First In belonged to Xianyuan Cave Heaven, then they could be considered members of the same family. Why were they coming here? While Yang Kai was floundering in his confusion, the proprietress took out a communication bead and poured her divine sense into it as though she was contacting somebody. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about Senior Brother Guo. Senior Brother Guo was somebody Yang Kai once met in Thousand Birds Territory Star City. Based on the flow of logic, it made sense that he would also appear in the Blood Monster territory, seeing as he had appeared in the Star City back then. The proprietress was probably trying to contact him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4235, People from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. A short while later, the proprietress' expression darkened. It was obvious that her attempt at communication had not gone smoothly. At this moment, the enormous palace arrived in front of them and came to a steady halt. Yang Kai looked up, feeling shocked. Just by looking from a distance, he could tell that the palace was huge. Even so, it wasn't until it was right in front of him that he realized it truly was a giant existence. The Falling Lotus was certainly not small and could accommodate several dozen to several hundred people without feeling the slightest bit crowded. Nevertheless, the Falling Lotus looked like a small blade of grass standing beside a huge tree when compared to the palace artifact of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. The palace was at least 10 times the size of the falling lotus. Its huge shadow loomed over the falling lotus, producing a kind of gloomy air. A plaque on the front of the main gate of the palace was emblazoned with the words, "Five Elements Palace." The characters shone brilliantly in radiant golden light. 3 people stood side by side on the front steps of the Five Elements Palace. They consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. Moreover, one of them was senior brother Guo, whom Yang Kai once met at the auction house. At this moment, senior brother Guo squeezed out an embarrassed smile at the proprietress. His smile was mixed with a slight sense of helplessness. In addition to senior brother Guo, there was a dry elderly old man. He could only be described as thin and withered-looking, almost like a bamboo stick. His robes were flapping around him noisily. His expression was not angry, but he had an imposing temperament. On the other hand, the woman was extremely glamorous. She was petite and had exquisite features. She also had a pair of peach blossom eyes that overflowed with seductive charm. Yang Kai could not determine the cultivation of these 3 people at all. He only knew that senior brother Guo was on par with the proprietress in terms of strength. In other words, senior brother Guo was in the 6th order open heaven realm. Even so, it did not seem as though he was in charge of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven's current contingent. That was because both he and the glamorous woman were standing half a step behind the elderly man. With such obvious positioning, it could be seen that this elderly man's status in Xian Yuan Cave Heaven was higher than that of senior brother Guo and the glamorous woman. Yang Kai was startled. Senior brother Guo is already in the 6th order open heaven realm. Could it be that the elderly man is in the 7th order? However, that didn't make sense. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was indeed of great importance and a grand event that involved the entire 3,000 worlds. Almost all the great forces would participate in this event. Even the cave heavens and paradises were no exception. Even so, the high-rank open heaven realm masters held such noble statuses, so how could they possibly bother themselves over something like this? It had to be said that the incident involving the Golden Crow Divine Palace had only brought out several high-rank open heaven realm masters because an 8-order material was involved. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the proprietress bowed. "First ins Lan Yu Ruo greets Elder Chu." Then, she nodded to the glamorous woman lightly, "Junior Sister Han." As for senior brother Guo, she outright ignored him. Junior Sister Han returned the greeting with a soft voice, "Senior Sister Lan." She then eyed Old Bai and Yu He with interest. In particular, she took a closer look at Yu He. The proprietress nodded and glanced at Elder Chu. "The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is about to open. Why did you come here, Elder Chu?" Elder Chu had a dried-out appearance, and his voice was just as dry as his appearance. It was almost as if he had never drunk a drop of water in his life. "Are you sure you don't know why this old master is here? Why ask when you already have the answer?" She faintly said, "Please enlighten me, Elder." Senior brother Guo lightly coughed into his fist and said, "It's like this, Junior Sister Lan. I'm sure you know how far the main sect is from here." Although Elder Chu and the others had calculated the time of departure and should have arrived at the Blood Monster territory half a month ago, there was some trouble on the road. Because of that, they only arrived today, which is a bit late. "So?" She cast a glance at him. He scratched his head. "We arrived too late, so we couldn't find a suitable location anymore. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven has attracted too many people. At present, the entire Blood Monster territory is crowded with people." She flicked her sleeve and snorted, "And? What has that got to do with me?" Senior brother Guo chuckled in embarrassment. Just as senior brother Guo was about to say something, Elder Chu suddenly raised his hand from where he stood to stop him from speaking. He looked at the proprietress as he spoke. "This old master will not waste time with you. Let us have a frank discussion. The main sect is unable to find a suitable location, so this old master wishes for you to hand this spot over to become the main sect's base." Yang Kai immediately lost his temper when he heard those words. "Why? Although this territory was something the proprietress and the others had stolen as well, there had been a valid reason for their actions. Be it the proprietress or Old Bai, both of them held deep grudges against Boundless Altar, the previous owners of this spot. If not for that, the proprietress and the others would not have abused their strength to rob the other party of their territory. They passed through many places that they could have snatched along the way, but the proprietress and the others had not arbitrarily attacked anyone up until that point. Be that as it may, this elderly man with the surname Chu was asking First In to give up its place so lightly. Was that not a clear sign that his intention was to harass them? What's more, the elderly man with the surname Chu had maintained an arrogant attitude and an unquestionable tone throughout the conversation. It was almost as if the others owed him 1,000,000 open heaven pills. It was extremely annoying. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling what senior brother Guo mentioned at the exchange meeting. There also existed people who were unfavorable towards the proprietress in Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. It would seem that Elder Chu was one of these people. Old Bai's expression also fell upon hearing those words. Meanwhile, Elder Chu glanced at Yang Kai calmly but did not bother to respond to him. In his opinion, he probably felt that there was no need for him to explain anything to a mere Emperor Realm Jr. with his status. He simply glanced at the proprietress and exerted an invisible pressure on her. The proprietress was obviously a little annoyed, but she managed to suppress her anger. Although there are many people in the blood monster territory at the moment, it should not be a problem for you to obtain a territory with your strength and prestige. Isn't that right, Elder Chu? Why do you specifically target me? Elder Chu replied indifferently, that's true. It is very easy for this old master to occupy a territory if he wanted to. I believe no one would dare not give the main sect face. However, won't the main sect be slandered as an entity that abuses its strength to bully the weak if this old master were to do that? That would definitely result in damage to the main sect's reputation. That is not desirable. Not desirable at all. Yang Kai was furious. Snatching somebody else's territory is an abuse of your strength and bullying the weak, so you targeted one of your own instead. For the sake of something like reputation, you can damage the interests of one of your own. What kind of logic is that? Both Elder Chu and senior brother Guo frowned and gave Yang Kai a displeased look. On the other hand, a young man who had been standing behind Elder Chu immediately leapt forward and scolded Yang Kai without a trace of politeness. The elders are speaking. How dare a mere Emperor Realm Jr. interrupt them with your nonsense? This young man had been standing behind Elder Chu without saying a word this entire time, but he had an extraordinary bearing. It was easy to tell that he was probably one of the elite disciples of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Yang Kai had interrupted twice. Due to Elder Chu's status, it was inconvenient for him to say anything. In comparison, this young man was not bound by such scruples. Yang Kai glanced sideways at the young man and curled his lips. With such bold talk, I was wondering which high-rank open heaven realm master it was. It turns out to be nothing more than an Emperor Realm Jr. The young man coldly snorted with a look of disdain. There are vast differences between Emperor Realm cultivators. Although both you and I are Emperor Realm masters at the moment, I am destined to stand above the clouds in the future while you are destined to wallow in the mud. I will be looking down on you from above. Let's see if you still dare to speak to me in that manner then. Yang Kai sneered, then, you better start praying so that you never meet me in the blood monster cave heaven, otherwise, I will beat you so badly that you'll resemble a pig's head. The young man burst into laughter. This is the first time I've ever met such a crazed junior before. Let's see whether you can even enter the blood monster cave heaven in the first place. Who knows? You might not even get the chance. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, don't worry. Even if you can't enter the blood monster cave heaven, I can. The two Emperor Realm cultivators were arguing in front of a group of mid-rank open heaven realm masters. Furthermore, neither of them was willing to back down. It was quite a strange sight. Senior brother Guo couldn't bear to listen any longer, so he looked at the proprietress with a grimace. Junior sister, please reprimand your people. The proprietress replied calmly, Senior brother, why don't you reprimand your people first? Elder Chu spoke up, why are you all making so much noise? Cease this nonsense. His expression that had always remained as tranquil as an ancient well was tainted with a hint of rage. He glared at the proprietress, First doesn't have that many people in the first place. Why do you need to occupy such a large territory? Many people from the main sect came on this trip. Unfortunately, we arrived slightly later than expected. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven may open at any time, so there is no time to find another place. If you are still grateful for the kindness that the main sect has shown you, then you should be willing to sacrifice for the main sect. The proprietress' voice was cold as she retorted, it was the old man who was kind to me. What does that have to do with Xianyuan Cave Heaven? Elder Chu snapped irritably, the old man you are referring to is one of Xianyuan Cave Heaven's elders. Whether you admit it or not, you have received the kindness of the main sect. That's just your wishful thinking. She sneered, besides, who said that First doesn't have many people? We naturally have our own reasons for occupying such a large territory. What will happen to the people under me if I hand this territory over to you? I suggest you should hurry and find another place while you still have time. Who knows? You might be able to find an unclaimed area. But, it will really be too late if you wait around any longer. His expression was as ugly as could be, do you insist on doing this? Senior Brother Gua stepped forward, please stop arguing. Look, I have a suggestion. First won't need to give up this territory either. Why don't we both share this spot? This territory is quite large, so when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens, many entrances will probably appear here. At that time, we can let the little ones compete for the entrances with their own strength. That way, they won't have any complaints even if they failed to seize the opportunity. Impossible. The proprietress refused flatly. This was the territory that First had acquired. Yang Kai had mentioned earlier that he could bring everybody into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven with him by using the sealed world bead, so they only needed to fight for a single entrance. Nevertheless, she could not swallow this indignity. Why should she share with Xianyuan Cave Heaven? She would have nothing to say if the old man himself came forward, however, Elder Chu had always looked down on her. She had no reason to make things easy for this old man. Fine. Contrary to expectations, Yang Kai nodded in agreement at the same moment that she refused. She turned to look in that direction only to see Yang Kai winking at her furtively. Senior Brother Gua hesitated, Junior Sister, do the words of this boy count? Do you need to discuss this first? Her expression was cold as she pondered in silence for a moment. Then, she nodded, since he has agreed to it. I'll let him make the decision. But, we will agree on this in advance. If anybody dares to intervene when they are competing for the entrances, then don't blame this great ant for hitting back. Martial Peak, Chapter 4236, Yin Xin Zhao. Senior Brother Guo laughed, affairs between the children should be left to them. As seniors, it's enough if we just watch over them. What do you think, Senior Brother Chu? Elder Chu coldly snorted, but his expression did not change in the slightest. Although he did not agree with this method, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven could open at any time now. If he rejected this suggestion at this time, he might really fail to find even the last spot available. Thus, he immediately replied unhappily, if you go back on your word, this old master will definitely report this matter to Elder C. Tuesday. I'll see how you still dare to hold your head high to face him then. The proprietress didn't even bother to look at him, treating him as though he were a fart in the wind. Hence, a strange sight appeared in the void. The gigantic Five Elements Palace and the much smaller Falling Lotus coexisted peacefully in that piece of territory that could not be considered large. It had to be said that countless great forces from all over the 3,000 worlds were gathered in the Blood Monster territory at the moment. Both large and small great forces would occupy a territory that belonged solely to them. In that way, they would have the advantage of being closer if the entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were to appear in front of them. There were no other great forces in the blood monster territory in the same situation as First In and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Smelly brat, what crazy idea are you cooking up now? The proprietress couldn't help asking when she saw Yang Kai sneakily studying his surroundings. The one who agreed to Senior Brother Guo's suggestion earlier had also been him. Although she could guess that he was up to no good, she had no idea what he planned to do. Yang Kai did not answer. Instead, he asked a completely different question. Proprietress, is First In directly under Xian Yuan Cave Heaven? She replied, nonsense. The old man is the owner of First In. Even though the old man is one of the elders of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, First In is considered the old man's private asset. Private asset? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He might not know how much income First In brought in, but he was certain that they were raking in profit every single day. Not to mention that there were so many branches across numerous great territories. I can't believe such a great force is nothing more than the private assets of that old man surnamed C. Tuesday. I have to say, the heritage of a high-rank open heaven realm master is just so different from our own. Then, will it trouble First In if I were to make the people from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven suffer a little? She sneered, in that case, I'll be looking forward to it. What do you plan to do? You just need to watch the good show later. While speaking, Yang Kai's gaze shifted towards the Five Elements Palace. He just so happened to meet the gaze of the young man who had been quarreling with him before. For eyes suddenly met, but the young man's expression was filled with contempt. He reached up and slowly slid his hand across his neck like a blade. The threat behind his actions were obvious. Yang Kai sneered in his heart and directed a question at the proprietress, who is that guy? He looks like a complete wastrel. She raised her head and glanced in that direction. I forgot his name, but he is probably that old dog's legacy disciple. Is that so? Yang Kai grinned, I got it. Staring at the young man deeply, Yang Kai suddenly announced, it's still early. I'm going to take a walk. After saying that, he slipped out with his hands behind his back. He looked absolutely carefree, almost as if he was going sightseeing. The proprietress failed to stop him in time, so she could only remind him, don't go off for too long and come back soon. The entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven may appear at any time. I know. He didn't even bother to turn back as he waved his hand at her dismissively. Inside the Five Elements Palace, the young man watched Yang Kai and did not take his eyes off the latter at all. Yang Kai was acting like he was patrolling his own territory, looking around left and right in the vast void. There was no saying what he was doing. Hence, the young man couldn't help snorting coldly, pitiful weakling. Senior Brother Guo was standing right next to the young man. Upon hearing those words, he laughed, nephew, don't judge a person by their appearance. Jumping in surprise, the young man hurriedly turned around and bowed, Martial Uncle Guo. He frowned, Martial Uncle, what do you mean? Is there anything worthy of respect in that brat? Senior Brother Guo said, do you know the name, Yu Luo Sha? The young man did not understand why Senior Brother Guo suddenly brought up an irrelevant person. Even so, he nodded seriously, of course. I went to Thousand Birds Territory Star City 2 years ago and participated in the Azura Arena on a whim. I fought Yu Luo Sha once. Oh? Senior Brother Guo raised an eyebrow at those words. What was the result of your fight? It was a draw. I fought her for 6 hours until I was completely exhausted in the end. But, don't worry, Martial Uncle. This disciple has been working hard over the past 2 years. My strength has improved greatly compared to back then. If my estimation is correct, Yu Luo Sha will definitely enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. This disciple will not embarrass the main sect if I encounter her inside. Senior Brother Guo nodded, I'm not worried about you meeting Yu Luo Sha. If you fought her on equal terms 2 years ago, then I'm sure you won't be weaker than her 2 years later. Rather, I'm worried about you meeting that boy inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The young man was astonished for a moment, then he immediately became annoyed. Martial Uncle, why do you speak so highly of him and belittle me? Although my aptitude is poor, I have never failed the teachings of honored master in all these years. Senior brother Guo sighed, I'm not trying to belittle you, but you wouldn't be so carefree if you saw how the fight went between that boy and Yu Luo Sha went. The young man was dumbfounded. He fought Yu Luo Sha before? What was the result of his fight? One move. Senior brother Guo turned to look at the young man sternly. Yu Luo Sha was completely defeated in a single move. Impossible. The young man reacted as if he was struck by lightning. His entire body stiffened in shock and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. There's nothing impossible about it. I witnessed it personally. Senior brother Guo reached out a finger and pointed at the tall girl standing beside him all this while. If you don't believe me, you can ask junior sister Zhu yourself. The young man turned to look at the tall girl and she gently nodded in affirmation. One move, the color drained out of his face. He was as pale as a dead man. How can Yu Luo Sha be defeated in a single move? Like me, she condensed sixth-order elements. We are only one step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. How can anybody below the open heaven realm overwhelm her so completely? It's simple. Senior brother Guo glanced at Yang Kai's back in the distance. What you are condensing is the sixth-order elements, but that boy is condensing seventh-order elements. Seventh-order elements. The young man's eyes narrowed as though he had received a great shock. Senior brother Guo said, this martial uncle will give you a piece of advice. If you encounter him in the blood monster cave heaven, run as far as you can. I'm certain that Brad is not a soft-hearted and forgiving young man. You were having a dispute with him just now, so be careful, just in case he does something to you inside the blood monster cave heaven. He dares. The young man was livid. Senior brother Guo patted the young man on the shoulder. It's better to endure for a moment and keep the peace. He has condensed seventh-order elements, so while his future might seem bright and promising, it is actually filled with misfortune and danger. The higher one stands, the harder one falls after all. After listening to what senior brother Guo said, the young man seemed to recall something. His complexion slowly returned to normal and he nodded. This disciple will remember your advice, martial uncle. Gazing in the direction that Yang Kai had left, the young man gripped his fists lightly and sneered in his heart. Condensing seventh-order elements. He doesn't know his place. Exactly half a day later, Yang Kai finally returned to the Falling Lotus. He looked up and saw that the Five Elements Palace was crowded with people. Many cultivators were standing on the deck and listening to Elder Chu's teachings. He was amazed by the sight. Just how many people did they bring? The proprietress replied, the blood monster cave heaven only opens once every 200 years. They might not have another chance in the future. It's only natural for them to want a share of the pie while they still have the chance. The numbers from Xianyuan cave heaven are considered on the low side even. They only have 200 or so. Some great forces might even dispatch 400 or 500 people. Old Bai chimed in, it's just that the entrances are limited. There's no point even if many of them come. They have to successfully secure an entrance if they want to enter. He turned to look at Yang Kai, you should act now. It'll be too late if you wait any longer. Yang Kai nodded and slipped into the Falling Lotus. He placed Lang Qingshan and the others in the small sealed world, then he put the Falling Lotus away. By the time he finished doing everything, the 200 disciples from Xianyuan cave heaven had moved out and spread out into the surroundings. They were evenly distributed across the rather spacious void that was their territory. In this way, the person closest to the entrance would have the greatest advantage if an entrance appeared near them. Glancing around carefully, Yang Kai discovered that the 200 disciples had practically occupied the entire area within the void. The distance between each person was rather evenly spaced. It was clear that they had no intention of leaving any space for First In at all. If there were more than 30 people from First In who were trying to enter the blood monster cave heaven, this would have turned into an awkward situation. Xianyuan cave heaven had the advantage in numbers after all. If it came down to a fight, Firstin had no advantages to speak of. It was truly fortunate that he had the sealed world bead. Proprietress, I'm going. Yang Kai had his sights set on a certain location, so after a cursory goodbye, he immediately headed towards that spot. Young master, please be careful. He called out from behind. Guo Ziyan cupped his fists and quickly said, this subordinate wishes you all the best. May you return with success. Yang Kai waved goodbye. A short while later, he came to a spot near one of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven's disciples and came to a halt. Although it was said to be near, he was still a few hundred meters away from the other party. It was just that the others had a distance of several kilometers between them, so this distance was relatively close. The Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciple shouted at Yang Kai furiously when he noticed him, brat. Are you looking for trouble? Not only had Yang Kai come alone, but out of all the places he could stop, he also just had to stop so close to this man. Therefore, it upset him greatly. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai turned to look at the disciple and grinned. He pointed in another direction and asked, Junior brother, can I ask you a question? What is that guy's name? The Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciple glanced in the direction that Yang Kai was pointing and blurted out, that's Yin Xin Zhao. Senior brother Yin is Elder Chu's legacy disciple. He is expected to advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm in the future. Hey, what the hell do you count for? How dare you so shamelessly address me as junior brother? So his name is Yin Xin Zhao. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Even though there were several kilometers between them, that smile gave Yin Xin Zhao an inexplicable sense of horror. He had looked down on Yang Kai before learning what the latter was capable of. However, he knew that he was not Yang Kai's opponent once he learned that even Yu Luo Sha had been defeated by Yang Kai in one move. It was only natural for him to feel uncomfortable when he was being watched by Yang Kai so wolfishly. This guy can't be trying to compete against me for an entrance, right? There is a distance of several kilometers between us after all. If the entrance appears near me, I'm bound to have the advantage. How can he win? Martial Peak, Chapter 4237, Keep a distance from me. Junior brother. Yang Kai turned to smile at the disciple nearby, seeing as you answered my questions, I'll give you a piece of advice. That person roared furiously, speak if you have something to say. You should keep a distance from me, otherwise you won't be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That person was taken aback by those words for a moment. Then, he lost his temper completely, brat, don't you dare snatch my entrance from me. I will cut off your head and use it as a urinal. I'm just giving you a friendly warning. After saying that, Yang Kai closed his eyes and spread his divine sense out to cover the surroundings. That person glared at Yang Kai furiously, intending to spit out some insults. However, he saw that Yang Kai was no longer paying any attention to him. Although he was burning with rage, he simply opened his eyes wide and kept a close watch on his surroundings, lest an entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven appeared all of a sudden. Time passed slowly and a feeling of anxiety gradually filled the quiet void. Even cultivators from the same great force would feel tension when their gazes occasionally met. All of them had gone through rigorous selection of their respective sects in order to obtain the qualifications to come here. Be that as it may, there was no guarantee that they could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. This issue involved a matter of fighting over the entrances. Only those who could secure an entrance could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That was why everybody else was a rival in their eyes. How could they not be wary of the others? Yang Kai kept his eyes tightly closed. He was completely motionless, almost as if he had fallen asleep. In contrast, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciple standing a few hundred meters away from Yang Kai was feeling incredibly anxious. Even though he kept his eyes wide open and vigorously searched his surroundings for so long, there were no signs of an entrance appearing nearby. His eyes were already starting to feel tired. Turning to glance at Yang Kai, he coldly snorted, "Humph. Playing cheap tricks. He reached up to rub his tired eyes. Not a moment later, he suddenly noticed something out of the corner of his vision. He turned to look in that direction and saw a glimmer of red light appearing at a certain spot in the void. The light was not very conspicuous when it first appeared, but it quickly spread like a drop of ink in clear water. It took only 3 breaths for that glimmer of light to transform into a swirling blood-red portal. The portal was not large, only able to accommodate a single person passing through it, while the aura of a universe world leaked out from beyond it. The entrances to the blood monster cave heaven had finally begun to appear. At that moment, all the mid-rank open heaven realm master of Xianyuan cave heaven and first in turned to look at the blood portal at the same time. How could that person continue to rub his eyes? He couldn't help bursting into laughter as he cheered, "The heavens are on my side." With a slight shift of his body, he immediately rushed in the direction of the blood portal. He never imagined that the first entrance would appear near him. It was a huge stroke of fortune. He had been extremely nervous while waiting earlier, afraid that no entrances would appear within his couple-kilometer range. If that was the case, then he would not be able to enter the blood monster cave heaven no matter how capable he was. Who could have known that he would be so lucky? All his worries from before dissipated into nothing, causing him to throw his head back and laugh heartily. "I'm going to be the first person to enter the blood monster cave heaven." Although the blood monster cave heaven was filled with all sorts of dangers, he was already here, so who was not mentally prepared for all the possibilities? Just as there were dangers lurking everywhere inside the blood monster cave heaven, there was also an abundance of opportunities to be had. He might be able to achieve success overnight if he could obtain some benefit inside the blood monster cave heaven. It would be even more wonderful if he could advance into the open heaven realm once it was all over. He was feeling extremely excited and his expression reflected his emotional state. He hurriedly rushed towards the entrance as though he could see a bright future beckoning to him from within the blood monster cave heaven. In the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Widening his eyes, he stared in the direction of the blood portal and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is that possible?" That was because a person had appeared right in front of the blood portal during that brief flight of fantasy he had. Moreover, it was a person who should have been several hundred meters behind him. Thinking that he had seen wrong, he even turned back to look behind him. There was no sign of a person's figure at the spot where Yang Kai had been standing earlier. Somehow, the hateful young man had vanished at some point in time and bypassed him directly to arrive in front of the blood portal. Inside the Five Elements Palace, the 3 mid-rank open heaven realm masters of Xianyuan cave heaven all had different expressions on their faces. Senior Brother Guo was absolutely dumbfounded. "This." Elder Chu shouted through gritted teeth, "Space secret technique." The glamorous woman revealed a look of realization and murmured to herself, "So that's how it is." She had been puzzled when Yang Kai agreed so readily to Senior Brother Guo's suggestion earlier. After all, the situation was very disadvantageous to first in. Judging by the current situation, this junior by the name of Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space and could perform instantaneous movement. He could shuttle back and forth across the void in an instant without regard for the barriers of space. With such a divine ability, why would he worry about failing to secure an entrance? She laughed and shook her head. Taking petty revenge just because he suffered a bit of loss. That's so childish. It's just a single entrance. So what if that Xianyuan cave heaven disciple fails to secure it? We don't expect all of them to enter the blood monster cave heaven. It's a good result even if only 50 out of these 200 disciples manage to go in. Losing one entrance won't cause a problem for the overall situation. It doesn't matter how amazing this boy's space secret techniques are. In the end, he's just one purse. As soon as that thought came to mind, everybody saw Yang Kai abruptly reaching his hand into the void. Immediately after that, he fished a chubby fatty out of nowhere. Senior Brother Guo was shocked, as were Elder Chu and the glamorous woman. Then, all 3 of them suddenly had a bad feeling. The entrance to the blood monster cave heaven. The chef immediately yelled in excitement when he appeared. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and get inside." Yang Kai kicked the chef in his butt and sent the chef falling into the blood portal. The swirling portal immediately collapsed upon itself and swiftly turned into a small red dot that vanished into thin air. Just as the proprietress and the others had mentioned before, the entrance to the blood monster cave heaven was extremely unstable. Each entrance could only accommodate a single person passing through before it collapsed, so after Yang Kai released the chef from the sealed world bead and tossed him straight into the blood monster cave heaven, the entrance immediately disappeared. It wasn't until this moment that the previous Xianyuan cave heaven disciple arrived, but he was too late. Staring blankly at the spot where the entrance used to be, he was completely dumbfounded at first. Then, his blank stare was followed by a furious roar, "You bastard!" Yang Kai brushed past that disciple and patted him on the shoulder. "Good luck, junior brother. I hope another entrance will appear nearby." Manipulating space principles, his figure vanished out of sight again. Only that disciple was left behind in the same spot, fuming with rage that had nowhere to go. By the time Yang Kai appeared again, he was already several kilometers away. There was a small glimmer of red light in front of him, expanding quickly to become an entrance. 300 meters away, another Xianyuan cave heaven disciple had just spotted the entrance, but before that disciple could make a move, Yang Kai grabbed the accountant out of the small sealed world and tossed him into the entrance. The accountant's figure flashed and vanished. He probably did not even realize what was happening before everything was over. Following that, Yang Kai's figure flickered again. This time around, he appeared 2 kilometers away. It was almost like he had predicted the future, as a small red dot was just appearing when his figure reappeared from the void. 3 breaths later, the entrance took form. Yang Kai grabbed another person from the small sealed world and tossed them into the portal. In just a matter of several dozen breaths, Yang Kai had consecutively stolen 3 entrances. This large void was like his backyard where he could come and go as he pleased. Nobody could compete with him at all. It could even be said that Xianyuan cave heaven disciples who were checking their surroundings had failed to even discover the appearance of those entrances before Yang Kai acted. Inside the 5 Elements Palace, Elder Chu's expression was so ugly that one would cry at the sight of him. His gaze was fixed gloomily upon Yang Kai, who was several kilometers away. It was almost as though he wanted to rip Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. 3 entrances represented 3 chances that should have belonged to Xianyuan cave heaven. Now that they were stolen away, the main sect had suffered a huge loss. This is difficult. The brat is very proficient in the Tao of space. Senior brother Guo fiercely scowled. An entrance into the blood monster cave heaven appears when the cave heaven and the blood monster territory merge together for a moment, so there are bound to be subtle spatial fluctuations right before it becomes visible. The others might not notice anything, but these spatial fluctuations are as obvious as beacons in a sea of darkness to him. He can accurately locate each entrance before they even appear. The glamorous woman continued, "Furthermore, based on that boy's actions, he probably has an artifact that can hold the living creatures, otherwise, how could he have conjured 3 people out of thin air? An artifact that can hold living beings is extremely rare. Where did he obtain something like that?" He was puzzled. She glanced at the proprietress. "I'm afraid she must have given it to him." Elder Chu was furious. That junior thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he is proficient in the Tao of space. He is not respecting the main sect in the slightest. That bastard. "Elder, please calm down." The glamorous woman quickly tried to comfort him. The Tao of space might be amazing, but there is still just one of him. He can't create clones out of himself. It is only just the beginning. I'm sure many entrances will appear in this large void. It's impossible for him to steal all of them. Besides, he is only in the Emperor realm. Even if he is proficient in the Tao of space, there must be limits to the distance he can teleport. As long as an entrance appears outside of his range, he will not be able to do anything either. As though to verify her words, 5 red points of light flickered throughout the void following the consecutive appearances of the 3 entrances earlier. The 5 red dots swiftly enlarged and turned into entrances. Yang Kai's figure flickered rapidly. Even so, he only managed to steal 3 entrances, the other 2 were taken by Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciples. Elder Chu's expression finally eased slightly at the sight. The main sect only managed to obtain 2 entrances, so only 2 disciples could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, it could be considered a good start. More than a dozen kilometers away from the 5 Elements Palace, the proprietress shook her head slowly. "Smelly brat, you are the embodiment of the saying revenge is a dish best served warm." It was not until this moment that she understood the reason for the question he asked previously. It would seem that he had already planned to make things difficult for Xianyuan Cave Heaven beforehand. It was just that he was worried about causing trouble for First In. That was why he asked if First In would be placed in a difficult position if Xianyuan Cave Heaven was humiliated slightly. At this rate, Xianyuan Cave Heaven would not just suffer a small loss, they would suffer a terrible one. Be that as it may, it was Elder Chu who came looking for trouble first. If he had chosen to station himself elsewhere, this would not have happened. Unfortunately, they assumed that First In was easily bullied and forced their way into this area. With Yang Kai's temperament, how could he let others be happy when he was unhappy? This was a typical act of hindering the success of others even though these actions served no benefit to him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4238, Unstoppable. Entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven appeared one after another throughout the endless void of the Blood Monster territory, allowing the cultivators waiting nearby to succeed in entering. There were people everywhere in the Blood Monster territory. As such, less than 10 breaths would pass from the time an entrance appeared to the time somebody entered. Some entrances were taken not even a breath after they appeared. Each entrance represented an opportunity. Whether a person could successfully seize that opportunity or not depended on one's abilities and one's luck. For the sake of securing an entrance for themselves, many fellow cultivators from the same great forces would even attack each other. This was also allowed. As long as one was careful when attacking and the attack was not lethal, the elders leading the team would turn a blind eye to those actions. The cultivators who managed to secure an entrance would vanish out of sight. On the other hand, those who failed would be extremely annoyed. They had no choice but to search for another entrance. Inside the territory where First In and Xianyuan Cave Heaven were located, Yang Kai's figure was flickering about without pause, pushing his space principles to their limits. As senior brother Gua had mentioned before, the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were formed when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven merged with the Blood Monster territory, hence, there was a subtle fluctuation right before an entrance formed. Other people might not be able to perceive anything, but the space fluctuations were extremely conspicuous to Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space. For that reason, he was perfectly capable of taking the lead in seizing the opportunities. Even if he was all alone, he was practically unstoppable. Most of the time, the entrances had only just appeared and he was already standing in front of them. He would casually grab somebody from the small sealed world and throw them into the entrance, then turn around to leave. As a result, he left many Xianyuan Cave Heaven's elite disciples stunned and annoyed in his wake. However, the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven appeared at irregular intervals. Sometimes, it would take a long time before one appeared. Sometimes, several entrances would appear at the same time, so no matter how capable Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to dominate all the entrances. Be that as it may, he had stolen almost 70% of the entrances that had appeared so far. Although Xianyuan Cave Heaven had the advantage in numbers, they were only able to secure 30% of those entrances in this territory. Inside the 5 Elements Palace, Elder Chu's eyes were practically spitting fire at the sight. His murderous intent was also extremely dense and he was tempted to smack Yang Kai to death in a single move. If not for Yang Kai's constant interference, Xianyuan Cave Heaven could have secured nearly 20 of the entrances. On the contrary, only 6 disciples had entered the blood monster cave heaven so far. Every entrance represented an opportunity, therefore, this heavy loss left him feeling heartbroken. Suppressing his rage, he shifted his gaze to look in another direction instead. His legacy disciple, Xianxia, was standing in the void and looking around his surroundings with an anxious expression. He was not very lucky. Almost an incense stick had passed by since the entrances to the blood monster cave heaven started appearing, but there were no signs of one appearing around him whatsoever. This had resulted in him being unable to obtain a chance to enter the blood monster cave heaven even though his strength was extraordinary. Seeming to notice Elder Chu's gaze, Xianxia turned to look at his honored master. Then, he took a deep breath and suppressed the anxiety in his heart to wait patiently. And his patience paid off. Less than a cup of tea later, a small red dot suddenly appeared approximately 400 meters away from him. He immediately noticed the changes and swiftly moved in that direction with an expression of excitement. As somebody standing at the peak of the Emperor realm, a distance of 400 meters was nothing to him. He could cover it in the blink of an eye. Inside the 5 Elements Palace, Elder Chu let out a breath of relief at the sight. It didn't matter if the other disciples failed to enter the blood monster cave heaven, but it would be an extremely devastating loss if his legacy disciple failed to enter the blood monster cave heaven. After all, he had very high expectations for this boy. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly came to mind. Elder Chu glanced vigilantly at a certain spot in the distance and discovered that Yang Kai was a few thousand kilometers away due to the constant struggle just now, thus, he immediately felt relieved. With such a huge distance between them, it was impossible for Yang Kai to return in an instant. It was not possible even if he was a master of the Tao of space. As soon as that thought crossed Elder Chu's mind though, his face twitched. That was because Yang Kai, who was several thousand kilometers away, had abruptly vanished from his field of vision. Immediately following that, Yang Kai appeared not far from Xianxia. Elder Chu was absolutely startled and could barely believe his eyes. How can this be? He is only in the Emperor realm. Even if he is proficient in the Tao of space, how can he cover a distance of several thousand kilometers in an instant? What enraged Elder Chu even more was the fact that another entrance had appeared near the place where Yang Kai was originally located. However, the brat had ignored that entrance and chose to appear in the vicinity of Xianxia instead. His actions clearly indicated that he was deliberately aiming at Xianxia. Elder Chu couldn't help feeling anxious, thus, he paid close attention to the situation at hand without looking away in the slightest. On the other side, the proprietress and the others had been keeping a close watch on Yang Kai, therefore, they immediately noticed his strange actions. Old Bai let out a frivolous whistle and snickered, his expression seemed to say that he was ready to watch a good show. Meanwhile, the proprietress looked pensive. Like Elder Chu, she was puzzled. How did he achieve instantaneous movement over such a large distance? It should have exceeded his limits. She had once chased Yang Kai through the void, so she had an idea where his limits were. He replied gently, "It's thanks to the space beacons, a special artifact that the young master refined himself. One is used for positioning while the other is carried around on hand. As long as the distance between these 2 space beacons is not too outrageous, they can be used as anchor points to connect 2 places across the void." The proprietress was enlightened. "So, you're saying that brat left a space beacon in the vicinity beforehand?" Then, she suddenly recalled how Yang Kai had wandered aimlessly throughout the territory with his hands behind his back before the entrances to the blood monster cave heaven began opening. Judging by the current situation, he was actually making preparations in advance even though he looked like he had only been taking a leisurely stroll. Furthermore, he must have scattered more than 1 space beacon. Crafty little bastard, she spat softly. It would seem that he had already been conspiring to do this when he agreed to Xianyuan Cave Heaven's unreasonable request back then. Xianxia was Elder Chu's legacy disciple. Moreover, he quarreled with Yang Kai earlier. It would have been strange if Yang Kai did not harass him. Predictably, Yang Kai had immediately rushed back as soon as he detected an entrance appearing in this area. He even went so far as to ignore other entrances that appeared closer to him. At this moment, Xianxia looked like he had seen a ghost. He turned his head to the side to look at Yang Kai, who was racing forward side by side with him, with a horrified expression on his face. On the other hand, Yang Kai winked at Xianxia, then, his figure flashed and he vanished out of sight. Xianxia raised his head to look forward. Sure enough, Yang Kai's figure reappeared in front of the nearby entrance. However, he did not send anybody through the entrance immediately. He simply stood there with a teasing expression and gazed at Xianxia. The blood portal swirled endlessly a dozen meters behind him, connecting to the universe world like a huge mouth that was gaping open in silent mockery. Xianxia was furious. His emperor chi surged and he bellowed, "Scram!" His speed abruptly increased, almost as if he intended to rush into the entrance while Yang Kai was unprepared. Yang Kai did not bother to dodge aside. He simply stretched out his arm in front of him in slow motion. Space principles surged and with a strike of his palm, he shouted, "Near. Distant horizon." This palm strike held no destructive force. Xianxia was initially on guard against the attack, but contrary to his expectations, no attack came. He was feeling bewildered when he suddenly discovered that he could not approach Yang Kai at all no matter how fast he flew forward. That hateful face continued to smile at him from a few hundred meters away. Meanwhile, the void beneath his feet seemed to extend infinitely despite his constant forward movement. It filled him with an inexplicable sense of terror. Although he had heard from senior brother Guo about how Yu Luo Sha had been defeated by this man in a single move, he had subconsciously refused to believe it. After all, he was familiar with Yu Luo Sha's abilities. More importantly, he had his pride as an elite disciple of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and the legacy disciple of Elder Chu. He did not consider himself inferior to anybody. He even had the impulsive thought of fighting Yang Kai in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to determine who was better between them. Unfortunately, it would now seem that this person's methods were both profound and mysterious. It was certainly extremely unusual. Just the divine ability, near distant horizon, alone was something he had never heard of before. Be that as it may, he was still a core disciple of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven with amazing talent and disposition. As soon as he noticed that something was wrong, he immediately reacted with a loud roar. A violent force erupted from his body and his fists transformed into a rain of shadows that struck out in all directions. Yang Kai simply watched him quietly, showing no intention of stopping him whatsoever. 3 breaths later, cracks began to appear around him, as if space itself was collapsing. Overjoyed, Xianxia increased the intensity of his attacks. Kacha. The sounds of something shattering rang out and Xianxia could clearly feel as though he had escaped from an invisible cage. His entire body felt lighter all of a sudden. The other party's divine ability had been broken. The moment the understanding struck him, Xianxia moved to rush forward without hesitation. However, what entered his field of vision nearly made his eyes pop out of their sockets from rage. He watched as Yang Kai leisurely summoned a person out of thin air before pushing them into the entrance. The blood portal immediately shrank and turned into a red dot that dissipated into nothing. His complexion was ashen due to his rage and the veins in his temples were throbbing madly. Glaring furiously at Yang Kai, he shouted through gritted teeth, "You bastard! How dare you humiliate me?" Yang Kai had come running here from several thousand kilometers away. It was bad enough that he was deliberately targeting him to steal this entrance, but he even went so far as to taunt and trap him until Xianxia had broken free of the shackles to use the entrance. It was obviously a deliberate act to humiliate Xianxia. Inside the 5 Elements Palace, Elder Chu was so angry that he almost spat blood. His clothes flapped around him wildly as he roared solemnly, "This junior does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. What impudence!" Following that, he took a step forward and an endless wave of pressure came crashing down in that direction. A figure flashed at that moment and the proprietress stepped in between Yang Kai and him. With a flick of her hand, she lightly stopped the pressure that Elder Chu was exerting and raised her head to look at him, questioning in a cold voice, "What is the meaning of this, Elder Chu? You are a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and the elder of a famous sect. Are you planning to attack a child? Who was it who said that adults should only watch over the affairs between children?" When she spoke the last sentence, she glared at Senior Brother Guo with a vicious look. Senior Brother Guo was a little embarrassed. Those were certainly his words, nevertheless, he never imagined that Yang Kai would behave so excessively immediately after. Yang Kai had continuously stolen entrances from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, practically pushing them to the verge of despair. The rage brewing in Elder Chu's chest was about to erupt like a volcano. His world force fluctuated erratically, seemingly as though he might attack at any time. Both Senior Brother Guo and Junior Sister Han were taken aback, with the latter hurriedly speaking, "Elder Chu, please calm down. Senior Sister Lan is a subordinate under Elder C. Tuesday. She is also considered part of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. We will only make a laughing stock of ourselves if a fight breaks out between us." Martial Peak, Chapter 4239, Blood Monster Cave Heaven. There was something else that Junior Sister Han did not dare to say. The three Open Heaven Realm Master of First In were no inferior to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven in terms of both cultivation and order. If it really came down to a fight, nobody would hold an advantage over the other. It would only result in a situation where both parties suffered losses. It was obvious that Elder Chu also knew this. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he shouted through gritted teeth, "Lan Yurua, you better watch over your people carefully. If he dares to do something like that again, don't blame this old master for being merciless." The proprietress did not show any weaknesses though, "Go ahead and try. You'll see whether or not this queen breaks those old bones of yours. Old people should find a place to live out their old age. Why did you come running here?" Elder Chu nearly exploded with rage. Stretching out a hand to point at her, he spoke in a voice trembling with anger, "This old master will definitely report this matter to the sect. Just you wait. You'll be punished for this." She snorted and threw Elder Chu to the back of her mind. When she saw that Yang Kai and Yin Xian Zhao were still glaring at each other in a stalemate, she couldn't help sending a transmission, "It's almost time. You should also head inside. All the entrances have almost finished opening. Unexpected changes might occur if you wait any longer." "Got it," Yang Kai replied. Then, he smiled at Yin Xian Zhao and cupped his fist, "Good luck, Brother Yin." After saying that, he left with a flash. "Fuck your good luck." Yin Xian Zhao was about to explode with anger. He had waited for so long just for this wonderful opportunity. In the beginning, he believed that entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a certainty. Who could have known that Yang Kai would interfere in his affairs so rudely? After such a long time, Yin Xian Zhao had discovered a pattern. The entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven might appear without a fixed frequency, but they typically did not appear in the same location twice. In other words, there was not much hope for another entrance to appear in this location that he guarded so zealously. He had to search in another location. However, there were Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciples everywhere around him. Where could he go? For a time, his expression was extremely ugly. On the other side, Yang Kai arrived at another newly appeared entrance and slipped inside. After stepping into the entrance, he felt a blood light wrapping around him. Then, he was pulled, pushed, and squashed by an invisible force that pressed down on him. The scenery in front of him turned bizarre. A faint sense of dizziness came from the depths of his mind and golden stars filled his vision. These were typical symptoms of teleportation, so he was all too familiar with this feeling. Moreover, he could tell from the severity of these symptoms that he was not being teleported too far. That was rather understandable. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was hidden within Blood Monster territory, not to mention that the entrances were formed when both sides merged together. Sooner or later, there would even come a day when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and the Blood Monster territory would completely merge together. That was why the distance between them was not that large. It only took several breaths before the bizarre scenery suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai's vision blurred for a moment and he discovered that he was in another world. He was in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Before he could take a closer look at the surrounding scenery of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven though, he suddenly felt his body sinking downward. It felt like there was a huge mountain pressing down on his shoulders, causing his body to fall into a sharp descent. Only then did he realize that he was standing in mid-air. He hastily tried to correct his posture to stabilize his body, but to his horror and surprise, he found that there was an invisible restriction of some sort in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, preventing him from flying. This was the small universe left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. The restrictions placed within the world were not something an Emperor Realm cultivator like him could ignore. This place had gone through the baptism of endless years and many of the restrictions had fallen into disrepair. Even so, restraining the abilities of Emperor Realm cultivators was not an issue. Yang Kai was flustered for a short moment. Lowering his head, he saw that he was no more than a few dozen kilometers above ground. It was just that he was falling out of the sky at a high speed. Be that as it may, he did not panic. He had a half-dragon body, so although it might hurt to fall from such a height, it would not endanger his life. The key point was that he had not appeared at a very favorable location. There was a group of hyena-like monster beasts in the plain directly below him. These monster beasts numbered over 100 and they had a ferocious aura about them. Seeming to detect the scent of a human, one of the hyenas looked up and let out several short but fierce yelps. Consequently, more than 100 hyenas soon raised their heads and swarmed around the area where Yang Kai was going to land. They bared their fangs and howled endlessly, seeming extremely hostile. It was Yang Kai's first time in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so he was clueless about the strength of these monster beasts. The idea of using them to practice his skills immediately popped into his head. His figure fell rapidly, like a meteorite falling out of the sky. When he was about 3 kilometers away from the ground, he stretched out a finger and flicked repeatedly. Pitch-black moon blades slashed out, tearing space apart. Slashing sounds echoed, accompanied by blood splattering everywhere. The bodies of the monster beasts that were gathered around in one spot were torn apart by the moon blades. They collapsed in a pool of blood. With one attack, more than half out of the 100 or so hyena-like monster beasts were either killed or severely injured. Yang Kai crashed down a moment later, blasting a crater in the ground with a loud boom. The ground cracked and split apart around him. In addition, dust flew up in a cloud in all directions. The short but fierce barks of those hyenas sounded mournfully all around him. By the time he stood up and cast a secret technique to get rid of all the smoke and dust, there was only a pile of monster beast carcasses left lying on the ground. The rest of the monster beasts had turned tail and fled. Trash. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He had thought that these monster beasts were powerful when he saw how fierce and hostile they were. Who could have known that they would be so weak? Even an ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator could have dealt with them easily. He casually gave a wave of his hand to retrieve one of the hyena's carcasses and took out its monster core. A brief investigation revealed that this monster core was equivalent to a first-order material. In other words, this was nothing more than a first-order monster core. Yang Kai checked a few more carcasses, but none of them was an exception. It would seem that these hyenas were the weakest first-order monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. There was no value in hunting them. Nonetheless, the situation here was consistent with the information from the proprietress. The monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were cultivated and modified by Blood Monster Divine Monarch when he was still alive. The attributes of every single monster core were singular and very pure. This was a very rare phenomenon. The monster core of a monster beast was similar to a cultivator's Dao seal. It was a collection of a monster beast's spiritual essence, so the energy within was generally more convoluted. Although there were monster cores with only a single, pure element in the outside world as well, they were extremely rare. Not only was that the case for monster beasts, but the same also held true for divine spirits. It was just that more divine spirits had sources with a singular attribute compared to these monster beasts. For example, Jianghu's source was of the metal element. Yang Kai used to covet it greatly. Other examples included Bai Feng, who had a source of the fire element, and Kuan Sha, who had a source of the water element. There were all sorts of varieties out there. On the other hand, Yang Kai had just randomly killed a bunch of monster beasts in the blood monster cave heaven. Even so, the element of each monster core he obtained was singular and extremely pure. Although the monster cores in his hand were only in the first order and were very low in value, they included the metal, water, earth, and fire elements. There were more that he did not gather, but he should be able to obtain all 7 types of the yin, yang, and the 5 elements from them. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was definitely an expert in the Tao of cultivating and modifying monster beasts. Thus, Yang Kai could not help wondering what he had been aiming for. Cultivating such monster beasts would have required an enormous amount of effort and cost and incredible fortune. There must have been a reason for his actions. A sudden idea occurred to Yang Kai and he couldn't help thinking of a possibility. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. The next step would be to advance into the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. If he wanted to advance further, resources like the Open Heaven pills might not be useful to him. In that case, he would need to refine all sorts of cultivation resources. It was just that his order was so high that refining ordinary resources was just a waste of time. The only method that could work was if he refined 8th Order materials. However, 7th Order materials were already extremely scarce. 8th Order materials, which were 1 order higher, were probably even harder to find. Even if he himself was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, Blood Monster Divine Monarch would not be able to find such treasures just anywhere. Since he could not find them, then he had no choice but to think of a way to create them himself. If he could produce an 8th Order monster beast, he could then slay that monster beast for its monster core. In that way, it might be possible to further improve his cultivation. The jade slip from the proprietress had recorded the existence of 7th Order monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was not a mere rumor but rather that cultivators had actually encountered 7th Order monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven over the years. Be that as it may, the jade slip did not contain any information on 8th Order monster beasts. Judging from the situation, it was either that Blood Monster Divine Monarch's breeding efforts had failed and no 8th Order monster beast had ever been born, or all the 8th Order monster beasts had already been slaughtered by Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Yang Kai shook his head. He did not know if his guesses were correct. It was just an idea that came to mind all of a sudden. Unfortunately, only Blood Monster Divine Monarch himself would know the actual reason why he began to cultivate and modify these monster beasts. This 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had passed away so many millennia ago that the truth of ancient times had long been buried, becoming an unsolvable mystery. In any case, countless cultivators had benefited from Blood Monster Divine Monarch's legacy. As long as one was strong enough, one could easily obtain suitable cultivation resources in this place. Leaving aside the monster cores of different orders and varying elements hidden within the bodies of the monster beasts, just the cultivation paradises scattered all over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was enough to make people go crazy. Every 200 years, countless cultivators would flock here just to obtain the cultivation resources that they wanted in order to receive the qualifications to advance into the Open Heaven realm. Naturally, great benefits would also come with great dangers. Only the elite disciples of each sect would be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, how many of them actually left this place alive? Just as how great waves washed away the sand, only the best among the best would survive such trials. Yang Kai casually put away the first-order monster cores in his hand and ignored the rest. First-order materials were only worth some 150 open heaven pills. With his wealth, he had no interest in such baubles. He then waved his hand and 8 figures came out of the small sealed world to appear in front of him. With Lang Qingshan in the lead, these people cupped their fists in greeting, "Sir." Yang Kai nodded gently, his gaze sweeping over each one of them. More than 30 people had been hidden in the small sealed world earlier, however, he had thrown most of those people into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven when he was stealing entrances from the Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciples. He did not know where they had been scattered at this point. Since they had the resolution to train by themselves though, then their survival was up to their own respective fates. There was no point worrying about them. It was just as Lang Qingshan and the others had mentioned previously, they could not keep relying on him and hiding under the shelter of his wings. When walking the path of a cultivator, one would only grow and become stronger by experiencing real hardships. Martial Peak, Chapter 4240, A Highly Dangerous Place. This is the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Yang Kai got straight to the point, "Are you coming with me or going your own way?" Lang Qingshan and the others exchanged glances with each other before they responded in unison, "We would like to try exploring this sealed world on our own. Please forgive our selfishness, sir." This was the same resolve they had expressed previously. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have thrown them, one after another, into the entrances of Blood Monster Cave Heaven earlier. Since they had made up their minds, then they would not change them easily. He nodded, "In that case, please be careful." Everybody responded enthusiastically and rolled up their sleeves as though planning to demonstrate their skills in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After that, he turned to look at Guo Miao, "What about you?" Guo Miao glanced at Lang Qingshan and quietly blushed before she said softly, "This disciple would like to follow Big Brother Qingshan." Yang Kai was taken aback by her words. He looked at Guo Miao, then looked at Lang Qingshan. Quickly grasping the situation, he nodded, "Qingshan." "Sir." Lang Qingshan stepped forward. Yang Kai looked at Lang Qingshan with a smile, "Guo Miao wishes to join you. What do you think?" Lang Qingshan was embarrassed. Sneaking a glance at Guo Miao, he cupped his fist and quickly said, "This subordinate will definitely keep junior sister Guo safe. Please rest assured, sir." Yang Kai patted Lang Qingshan on the shoulder, "I'm not worried, but you better not let anything happen to her, otherwise, you will have a hard time providing Commander Guo with an explanation when you exit the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Lang Qingshan nodded solemnly. Yang Kai looked around again before saying loudly, "You are all ambitious men. This king is very pleased, so I will not stop you. This king wishes you all the best. I hope that any misfortune you encounter will turn into opportunity and good luck." Afterwards, he took out the jade slip that the proprietress handed to him previously. Using his divine sense to make copies of this jade slip, he handed each person one. Only then did he wave his hands to tell them to leave. A short while later, Yang Kai was the only person remaining in this place. He was holding the jade slip in his hand and trying to compare his location with the incomplete map recorded inside to determine his position. Unfortunately, he had only just entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The information that he received was too little, so he could not determine where he was even after checking the map for some time. With no other choice, he could only put the jade slip away and prepare to explore a little more. He could make a decision again once he had more information to compare. Randomly choosing a direction, Yang Kai traveled onward. Along the way, he did some experiments and discovered that he could only float at a height of several dozen meters in this damned place. If he tried to go any higher, he would lose his ability to fly. There was probably a flight inhibiting array covering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. His discovery was in line with the feeling he got when he first arrived in this place. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was certainly worthy of being the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was truly not much different from a real universe world. In this place, the world principles were essentially perfect, the world force was lively and vigorous, and world energy was abundant everywhere. It was a huge cultivation paradise. According to Old Bai, at least some tens of thousands of people could enter the blood monster cave heaven every time it opened. This was not a small number. During his travels, he would occasionally encounter some people, most of them alone, like him. Thus, they tended to be wary of their surroundings and chose to give a wide berth to strangers whenever they sensed an unfamiliar aura so that they could avoid conflict. The entrances of the blood monster cave heaven were widely scattered all over the blood monster territory. As a result, the people who entered this place were not gathered in any one place either. Rather, they were scattered across every corner of the blood monster cave heaven. It had to be said that the blood monster cave heaven was a paradise for monster beasts. There were countless monster beasts of various shapes and sizes roaming this place. Yang Kai traveled forward for half a day but did not encounter many cultivators. He did, however, run into many monster beasts. Along the way, he came across many traces of fighting, as well as the corpses of various monster beasts. All their monster cores had been retrieved, there were no exceptions. Although he did not see any corpses belonging to cultivators, that was not to say that no cultivators had died. On the contrary, even if any cultivators were killed in battle, their corpses would have been devoured by the monster beasts. Yang Kai's true strength had already surpassed the limits of an Emperor Realm cultivator. After all, he had even killed several low-rank Open Heaven Realm masters in the past. Most ordinary monster beasts were not his opponents at all, and he could instantly kill any monster beasts in the 4th order and below. He had yet to meet any 5th order monster beasts, so he did not know the strength of one yet. Aside from that, this place was also abundant with various spirit flowers and exotic plants. There was no saying whether they formed in the blood monster cave heaven by natural means or whether they were cultivated by the late blood monster divine monarch. Be that as it may, Yang Kai only selectively harvested some and did not waste his time with those of little value and rarity. After surveying his surroundings for half a day, Yang Kai had gotten some understanding of his current location. Comparing his location with the map recorded inside the jade slip, he adjusted his direction slightly and headed towards the depths of the blood monster cave heaven. If he was heading in the right direction, then there should be a swamp up ahead. An hour later, a huge swamp appeared in front of him. There was no end in sight to the swamp, which only made him more confident that he was heading in the right direction. Floating 10 meters above the ground, Yang Kai's figure flew across the swamp. All of a sudden, he halted in mid-air and looked forward with a frown. There was an unusual fluctuation in the void coming from a spot less than 3 meters from where he stood. He would not have noticed anything if he were not proficient in the Tao of space. A void crack. His brow rose, surprised to find a void crack in this swamp. Under careful probing, he discovered that the void crack was quite long, at least several dozen meters in length, stretching out invisibly and horizontally. Void cracks were extremely dangerous, to the point that even though he was proficient in the Tao of space, Yang Kai was reluctant to touch something like that. Once touched, he would either be slashed in half by this invisible void crack, or dragged into the void crack with no means of determining his direction. He was secretly shocked. This void crack was so well hidden that he had nearly run straight into it without realizing it. It would seem that the blood monster cave heaven was indeed becoming rather unstable, otherwise, it was impossible for something like a void crack to appear in the middle of nowhere. The appearance of the void crack undoubtedly meant that the blood monster cave heaven would not last for much longer. After perceiving his surroundings, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling speechless. There was more than one void crack above the swamp. In fact, there were numerous void cracks messily scattered across the sky. This place was highly dangerous. If somebody were to accidentally pass through this place, they would lose their lives 9 times out of 10. Yang Kai's gaze suddenly landed on a certain spot in the swamp. That spot had faint traces of bloodstains and he couldn't help sighing. It looked like somebody had already met their demise here. Not everybody was able to sense the dangers lurking in this place after all. The only reason Yang Kai managed to detect these dangers was by relying on his mastery of space principles. Just as he was preparing to bypass this area, Yang Kai abruptly turned his head to the right and shouted, "Who is it sneaking around over there? Show yourself." While speaking, he reached out a hand towards the depths of the swamp to grab at something. At the same time that he made his move, a beam of light shot out from under the water. That beam of light was aimed directly at his face and was extremely hostile. Yang Kai leaned to the side and dodged the attack, but immediately following that beam of light, a figure charged out of the swamp. Water splashed and rippled everywhere. A sword stabbed forward, shooting out thousands of sword waves that swarmed over him. Despicable! Yang Kai roared furiously. His figure dropped sharply, instantly figuring out the intentions of the sneak attacker. The other party was probably aware of the existence of the void cracks, therefore, they laid an ambush in this place to see if they could gain riches from the dead. After all, the wonderful chance to pick up the assets left behind by the dead without lifting a finger was not something one could easily encounter. It just so happened that the invisible and intangible void cracks that practically covered the entire sky above the swamp had created a chance like that for this person. Who could have predicted that Yang Kai would be so alert though? He not only discovered the existence of the void cracks in advance but also noticed that person's ambush. Thus, that person had no choice but to strike out openly. While falling downward, Yang Kai flicked his fingers repeatedly. Numerous moon blades slashed towards the sneak attacker. That person reacted quickly. Sensing that the moon blades were shockingly destructive, he hastily released numerous sword waves. The moon blades and the sword waves collided with each other and vanished without a trace in mid-air. The attacker frowned at the sight, then, he turned his body and fluttered to the ground several tens of meters away. Tilting his head to look at Yang Kai, he grinned, "Wait, senior brother. Don't attack. This is a misunderstanding." It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai finally caught a clear glimpse of the sneak attacker's appearance. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s and looked quite capable. Although there was a smile on his face, his eyes were filled with deep wariness. He probably never expected Yang Kai to be such a difficult opponent. Besides, he was not weak in his own right. He also had the advantage of launching a sneak attack. His attempt would have succeeded if Yang Kai's cultivation had been slightly weaker. If his attempt had succeeded, it would not have been a misunderstanding anymore. It was precisely because he noticed Yang Kai's strength that he said those words. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Seeing as it's a misunderstanding, why don't you invite your companion out to join us?" While saying so, he suddenly punched at something behind him. That punch ignored the very barriers of space. When the force of the punch burst forth, a muffled grunt rang out. Another figure appeared out of nowhere, no more than several tens of meters behind Yang Kai. At this moment, that person was pale-faced and retreating backwards. Blood was trickling out of his mouth and he was horrified to see that he had coughed up blood after just one of Yang Kai's punches. Startled, the young man smiled bitterly, "I admit defeat. You are amazing indeed, senior brother. My brother and I have made a mistake. Please forgive us, senior brother." He immediately backed down upon realizing Yang Kai's strength. It could be said that he was rather flexible and adaptable. Yang Kai looked at the young man calmly, "What is there to hide at this point? Ask your third companion to come out." The young man frowned, "There's only my brother and me here. We just wanted to take advantage of the situation to get some free benefits." "What do you mean by a third person?" All of a sudden, a stream of bubbles emerged behind the young man. Immediately after that, a whip-like object shot out from the swamp. Before the young man could react, it pierced right through his body. He stiffened as if struck by lightning, his eyes widened in shock. Only now did he understand what Yang Kai meant by a third person. He and his fellow brother had been lying in ambush in this place, but something had been watching them all this while as well. The absurd part was that both of them had been completely unaware of this fact. If Yang Kai had not pointed out the truth, they would have remained in the dark even now. Unfortunately, it was too late by the time he realized. The length of the whip was astonishing. Moreover, it did not lose its momentum even after piercing through the young man's body and came straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai slammed his palm out and caught the end of the whip. However, what he caught in his hand was so slippery that he could not get a good grip on it. The whip rolled up and wrapped around his body several times. Then, a powerful pulling force was transmitted through the whip. Yang Kai abruptly lost his balance and as a result, the owner of the whip dragged him into the swamp, along with the young man who was pierced through the chest. Both of them instantly vanished from sight. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-41, Fifth Order Monster Beast and Cultivation Paradise. Only the cultivator who spat out blood after being punched by Yang Kai remained in the skies above the swamp, staring ahead blankly. The changes that took place in front of him were so sudden that he could not understand what was going on. He didn't even manage to see what it was that had attacked from under the water. By the time he realized what was going on, his companion and the other man were gone. Only bubbles remained, emerging from underwater to burst at the surface of the swamp. It was absolutely terrifying. Without even bothering to think twice, he immediately turned around and fled. How could he even think about rescuing the others? He had just seen a whip-like object piercing through his junior brother's chest. Furthermore, his companion had been dragged into the swamp. It was almost certain that his junior brother was dead by now. They might be fellow brothers, but even a husband and wife would escape separately in the face of great danger. What was abandoning a junior brother under such dangerous circumstances? It was only natural that protecting his own life took precedence. He had only just turned around when he heard a loud explosion coming from behind him. Turning around in shock, he saw a humanoid figure flashing out from under the swamp water at the speed of lightning. That person was dripping wet and his hair was a clumped mess. Even so, he immediately recognized that person as the man he and his junior brother had tried to ambush just now, Hong. A huge spout of water erupted from the place where that man came out of the water. Droplets filled the sky, falling down like torrential rain. Following closely behind that person, a huge figure leaped out of the depths of the swamp and landed heavily on the surface. It cast a dense shadow over the water, obscuring the two humanoid figures. A toad. The cultivator raised his head to look, the word toad flashing through his mind. It was not until this moment that he finally got a good look at the perpetrator's true appearance. It turned out to be a large toad with bumpy warts all over its body and a pair of eyes that nearly bulged out of their sockets. Awe-inspiring monster chi exuded from its body and it was easy to see that this toad was not a creature to be trifled with. When he realized he had been watched by this large toad during the time he and his junior brother had been secretly lying in ambush, he couldn't help feeling a tingle of fear crawling across his scalp. At least he knew what that whip-like object was now. It was obviously the tongue that came flicking out of the toad's mouth. 10 meters above the ground, Yang Kai wiped the mud away from his face and secretly cursed his bad luck. He never imagined that such a monster beast would be hidden beneath the swamp. When he detected the hidden trace of vitality beneath the swamp earlier, he had simply assumed that it was a third person in this group of ambushers. It wasn't until this incident occurred that he realized he was mistaken. The first young man who launched a sneak attack on him earlier was gone. It was most likely that the young man had been eaten by this toad. At this moment, the monster beast was staring at him with bulging eyes. Its gaze never left him as its lower jaw expanded and contracted, making a rumbling sound. Yang Kai was just about to check which order this monster beast was when the evil beast suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a large water ball. The water ball burst with a loud bang. Following that, a thick and dense fog covered the entire surroundings in a flash. Yang Kai's entire vision was filled with white in an instant and he could not see anything. Even his divine sense was obstructed and could only stretch out approximately 15 meters around him. Pain spread out across the surface of his body as if burned by fire. It was also accompanied by a strange hissing sound. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. This fog was truly impressive. Not only did it have the effects of obstructing both his sight and divine sense, but it was also highly caustic. The poison was so strong that Yang Kai had never seen a match for it before. If ordinary cultivators fell into such an environment, only death would await them. It was fortunate that he had a powerful dragon clan bloodline and half-dragon body, so Yang Kai had a natural resistance to poison. The poison in this fog might be powerful, but it was not enough to kill him. It would only cause him some external injuries at most. With his restorative abilities, he would recover quickly once he was outside the range of this fog. Not far away came the screams of the other cultivator from earlier. The screams were filled with great agony, as though suffering from horrible injuries. Judging by how the screams kept shifting around, he was probably searching for a way out. "Don't move!" Yang Kai shouted quickly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sound of a mighty wind slicing through the air rang out, and that cultivator's screams turned into a muffled groan. "Help!" A cry for help resounded through the air, fluctuating erratically due to the rapid movement of his body. He only managed to shout for help once before he went completely silent. Yang Kai could not see anything, but he could imagine what had happened to that person. That person must have been caught and delivered into that toad's mouth, suffering the same fate that befell his companion. This is a fifth-order monster beast at the very least. Yang Kai quickly made a judgment in his heart. The cultivators that could enter the blood monster cave heaven were not generally weak, and if they were weak, then it would only mean that they had very good luck. Otherwise, they could not have managed to secure an entrance for themselves. Even so, the two cultivators from earlier were killed by the toad in an instant. Launching a sneak attack might have helped somewhat, but a fourth-order monster beast could not have killed a peak Emperor Realm cultivator in one move. Yang Kai stood motionlessly in place and waited for a while, but the toad made no movements either. Mulling over the situation, he had the feeling that this toad retained its wild instincts even though it was a high-order beast. Hence, it turned a blind eye to any stationary targets because it could only hunt with great accuracy when its target moved. This logic was in line with the previous 2 times it attacked. After considering all this, Yang Kai could not be bothered to waste more time in this place. He immediately began to sway his body. He had only just begun moving when the soft sound of something slicing through the air came from the depths of the fog. Immediately after that, he felt something tightening around his body as though he had been caught by a whip. It was followed by a powerful pull that tried to drag him in that direction. Yang Kai was waiting for this very moment, thus, he immediately broke out into a grin and reached out both hands to grab the thing that was binding him. The slippery feeling was extremely disgusting as there was no need to think to know that it was the toad's tongue. His hands transformed into dragon claw. Gripping the tongue firmly, his body abruptly sank downward as he shouted, "Come up." An overwhelming force poured out of his hands as he grabbed the toad by the tongue and forcibly threw it up into the air. At the same time, he silently surged the fire element power in his Dao seal. A layer of black flames covered his entire body. Burned by the golden crow's true fire, the toad's tongue involuntarily loosened its grip. The moment the restraints binding him disappeared, Yang Kai released his grip and threw the toad away. Standing still, he cocked his ear to the side and listened attentively. He soon heard the sound of something being sliced into pieces. These sounds were immediately followed by the sounds of large objects falling into the swamp with loud splashes. Done. He dusted off his hands and quietly stood there waiting. A short while later, the fog in the swamp slowly dissipated and his vision returned to normal. He looked in the direction of the sounds he heard towards the end and saw pieces of a corpse scattered all across the swamp. The incisions on the corpse were precise and crimson-red blood dyed the ground red. The direction in which he threw the toad was where the void cracks were distributed. Those void cracks were something even he was reluctant to touch, let alone the toad. Its huge body had passed through several of those void cracks. The only ending for the toad was to be sliced into pieces, thereby losing its life in an instant. Yang Kai waved his hands in front of him to disperse the fog that still lingered before walking in that direction and lowering his head to examine the pieces of the corpse. He soon found 2 human corpses that were so badly corroded that they were no longer human-shaped. He was secretly rendered speechless. It had not been long since these 2 people were devoured by the toad, and yet they were already in such a state. It could be seen just how corrosive the acid in the stomach of this toad was. These 2 men had been lying in ambush in this place, hoping to earn some money from the dead. Who could have known that they would end up in the stomach of this monster beast? It could be said that they got what they deserved. After retrieving the space rings belonging to these 2 people, Yang Kai got to work and finally found the toad's monster core. As expected, it was in the 5th order. Moreover, it was a water element monster core. The energy contained within the monster core was extremely pure and singular, which was perfectly suitable for a cultivator to refine and use. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was certainly impressive. The method to cultivate and modify these monster beasts was absolutely invaluable. It could guarantee every single monster beast would have a monster core that could be transformed into an open heaven material. If one could obtain this method, it would not be long before their great force rose to power and prosperity. It was uncertain whether this method was included in Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, but if it was, the value of the inheritance would greatly increase. This was the first 5th order monster core that Yang Kai received so far, so he carefully put it away. However, he was in no hurry to leave. On the contrary, he carefully searched his surroundings until he found a certain spot. After that, his figure sank and disappeared into the swamp. He had discovered something interesting when the toad dragged him into the water just now. It was just that he was attacked without warning and did not dare to take his enemy lightly until he could figure out his strength. Therefore, it stood to reason that he would investigate the area carefully now that the fight was over. There was poison in the water. Moreover, it was even stronger than the poison in the fog. It was obvious that the toad monster beast had been living in this place for countless years. During that time, the toxins in its body must have merged with the nearby water source and caused this phenomenon. Yang Kai activated his dragon source and a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body, instantly making him feel much more comfortable. After sinking to a depth of several dozen meters, Yang Kai came to a halt. Although the muddy water was turbid and his visibility was poor, he could clearly perceive his surroundings with his divine sense. There was an area in front of him that was several tens of meters wide. More importantly, the area was filled with a dense and pure water element power. The water element power was so dense that it condensed into a fog, occupying a small space underwater that was incompatible with the turbid and dark muddy waters in the surroundings. Yang Kai slipped into the fog and took a sniff. What entered his nose was a faint but clean scent. This was most likely the hiding place of the toad monster beast. It had probably relied on this dense water element power to become a 5th order monster beast. If a cultivator were to refine and absorb the dense water element power in this place, they would definitely be able to condense a 5th order power. It was no different from refining 5th order materials. This place was one of the cultivation paradises scattered across the Blood Monster Cave Heaven that he had heard so many stories about. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th order open heaven realm master. After the death of Blood Monster Divine Monarch, this place experienced the baptism of countless years. The yin, yang, and 5 element powers in this cave heaven were divided and transformed as a result. Eventually, they gathered and accumulated in numerous areas within the cave heaven to form cultivation paradises. That was why it was not a must for cultivators to slay monster beasts for benefits when they entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. They could achieve the same results if they could find a cultivation paradise that was suitable for their cultivation use. If any other cultivator came to this place, they could only choose to cultivate and refine the water element power. However, Yang Kai had the sealed world bead. He could transfer this cultivation paradise into the small sealed world and transfer it out again when he returned to Void Land. By doing so, Void Land's disciples could use this cultivation paradise for their cultivation. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-42, Your luck is quite good. To make a comparison, it was like going to an inn for dinner. The others could only dine in, so they were limited as to how much food they could eat. Yang Kai, on the other hand, could choose to either dine in and take away. This ability naturally had its own advantages. When Yang Kai emerged from the swamp again, he had already transferred the cultivation paradise that contained the water element power into the small sealed world. He turned around to look at the corpse of the fifth-order monster beast and secretly thanked the heavens for his luck. That monster beast was not weak in any way, otherwise, it could not have killed 2 peak Emperor Realm cultivators in the blink of an eye. He might have been able to defeat the monster beast if it really came down to a frontal fight, but it would have taken him quite a lot of effort. By taking advantage of the void cracks in this place, Yang Kai swiftly slaughtered the monster beast and saved himself a lot of time and trouble. According to his estimation, the strength displayed by a fifth-order monster beast was almost equivalent to the strength of a half-step open heaven realm master. Fortunately, the singular attribute of the monster cores of the monster beasts in the blood monster cave heaven made them easier targets. Take the toad monster beast for example. It had a water element core, so it was naturally weaker to fire element power. The reason Yang Kai used the Golden Crow's true fire in his Dao seal was out of this consideration. Although such a monster beast had a weakness that was easy to target, a fifth-order monster beast was still equivalent to a half-step open heaven realm master in terms of raw strength. Most Emperor realm masters would be in danger if they encountered a fifth-order monster beast. If that was the case for a fifth-order monster beast, then what about a sixth-order monster beast? Wouldn't a sixth-order monster beast be equivalent to a low-rank open heaven realm master in strength? This information was in line with his understanding and knowledge. After all, he had used the sixth-order Yuan magnetic divine light to fight low-rank open heaven realm master. The power of the sixth-order Yuan magnetic divine light was great, so many low-rank open heaven realm masters would have a hard time blocking its attack. What about a seventh-order monster beast, which should be much stronger? Wouldn't a seventh-order monster beast be equivalent to a mid-rank open heaven realm master in strength? Yang Kai was secretly alarmed by the prospect. Not too long ago, he had wanted to find a seventh-order monster beast in order to slay it for its monster core. Looking at the current situation though, he might have no choice but to turn tail and flee if he encountered a seventh-order monster beast. There was no point thinking about such possibilities at the moment. It was true that seventh-order monster beasts existed in this place, but they were not something that could be found so easily. If he really were to run into a seventh-order monster beast, then he could only react as the situation called for. He took out the space rings from those 2 people earlier and checked the contents. Both of them were extremely poor, with only a couple hundred open heaven pills between them as well as some random trinkets that Yang Kai turned his nose up at. Looking at the situation, it had not been long since they arrived in this place. It was a pity that they died before they could even make a fortune from the assets of the dead. What a tragedy. Yang Kai did not mourn their deaths. They should have been mentally prepared to be killed when they entered the blood monster cave heaven. Just as he was about to put their space rings away though, his expression changed drastically as he took out a piece of animal skin from one of the space rings. It was easy to tell that the animal skin was very old at a glance. In addition, there were jumbled patterns drawn closely together on the animal skin. It was just that many spots on the animal skin were blurry and hard to read after countless years of wear and tear. At first, he could not understand what was drawn on the animal skin, however, he seemed to remember something a short while later. Hurriedly taking out the jade slip the proprietress had given to him, he split his divine sense into 2 parts. He immersed one part of his divine sense into the jade slip to study its contents and used the other part of his divine sense to pay close attention to the patterns on the animal skin. Sometime later, he revealed a look of astonishment. A map? What was recorded on this animal skin turned out to be a worn-out and incomplete map. Moreover, it was a map of a certain area inside the blood monster cave heaven. It was only because part of this animal skin map was relatively consistent with the map recorded in the jade slip that he could identify it. That was not to say that the animal skin map was more comprehensive. On the contrary, the map in the jade slip given by the proprietress was much more complete. It was a map purchased through auction from Red Cloud's auction house after all. This map was compiled from all the experiences of countless cultivators exploring the blood monster cave heaven over the years. Be that as it may, the animal skin map contained additional locations that were not recorded in the jade slip map, although there were parts in both maps that overlapped with each other. Holding the animal skin map in hand, Yang Kai fell into deep contemplation. The 100 copies of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven map that Red Cloud's auction house sold off might not have been complete, but it was enough to provide the cultivators with an idea of their position and bearings. Yang Kai was also not so naive that he would believe Red Cloud's auction house publicized this secret information out of kindness. After all, a relatively complete map could bring about huge and unimaginable benefits in a place like this. Red Cloud's Cave Heaven, who was the actual figure behind the Red Cloud's auction house, would definitely have a more complete map in their possession. That was their biggest trump card after all. The only information they could disclose to the public would be information on places that they had thoroughly explored and deemed to be of little value. It was not just Red Cloud's auction house, of course. All the other cave heavens, paradises, and even the second-class great forces would have their own respective maps compiled from information and experiences over the years. It was hard to say who had a more comprehensive map or who had a more valuable map. That logic applied even to the map in Yang Kai's hands. He was certain that this was not an exact copy of the map obtained from Red Cloud's auction house. The proprietress would have definitely added some information of her own into this map. After all, she herself had been to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in the past. Yang Kai did not know to which great force those two who died just now belonged. This animal skin map could also have been an accidental acquisition by one of the two, which would explain why it had accumulated such an ancient aura. There was a certain location on the animal skin map that had been circled and was very eye-catching. Generally speaking, places that were marked with such great emphasis would surely contain some sort of treasure. Just looking at that spot on the map made Yang Kai's heart itch with anticipation. When he compared the two maps, he discovered that the circled location on the map would take several days of travel to reach. He would first need to pass through the areas where the two maps overlapped. Still, Yang Kai put away the animal skin map for now. He was in no hurry to make a decision. It would not be too late to decide once he arrived at the location. Raising his head, he looked at the swamp in front of him and did not choose to take a detour. The first reason was that it would consume more time if he wanted to bypass this region, and the second reason was that this place was the best battlefield for him even though there were void cracks all over the place. If he were ambushed by another monster beast like the toad monster beast earlier, he could make use of the void cracks to slaughter it for its monster core. Not to mention, it would not take much effort on his part. Thus, Yang Kai spread his divine sense into the surroundings, then headed towards the depths of the swamp at a high speed. There certainly were quite a few void cracks in this damned place, but fortunately, he was proficient in the Tao of space. He was also staying vigilant at all times, so he generally detected the void cracks in advance and smoothly avoided them. Contrary to his expectations, he did not encounter any other monster beasts. It would seem that this place was also an extremely dangerous place to the monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Thus, they were reluctant to step foot here lightly. Even the toad had only been living at the edge of the swamp. Since there were no monster beasts, Yang Kai focused only on traveling and quickly crossed most of the swamp. All of a sudden, Yang Kai heard a person's voice coming towards him. "Friend, please wait. The road ahead is dangerous." Yang Kai immediately stopped and turned to look in the direction where the voice came from. A group of 5 was standing above the swamp more than a dozen kilometers away. All of them were dressed in full armor and carried weapons in hand. Although there were only 5 of them, their aura was so overwhelming that they gave off the impression of a mighty army. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that this method of dressing was very familiar. Raising his brow, he recalled the name of a certain great force. His figure flashed and he arrived in front of those 5 people in a matter of moments as he tentatively asked, "Great Battle Heaven?" Only the disciples of Great Battle Heaven would dress in this manner. It was only his guess, but he became more confident of his guess when he got closer. That was because all 5 of them gave off a chilling iron-blooded air. That was an aura that could only be acquired over the years if one lived under permanent military discipline. Furthermore, Great Battle Heaven was the only great force in the entire 3,000 worlds that was governed and managed by the iron law of an army. Any military order that was issued could not be disobeyed. Thousand Birds Territory Star City was governed by Great Battle Heaven, so Yang Kai had seen a few Great Battle Heaven disciples at the Void Dock before. These people were not so much cultivators as they were soldiers. These 5 people consisted of 4 men and 1 woman. They were staring at Yang Kai as though they were looking at a ghost. Shock and disbelief were written all over their eyes. Upon hearing Yang Kai's questions, the young man in the lead nodded, "That's right." Then, he examined Yang Kai once more and exclaimed, "Your luck is quite good." As soon as Yang Kai heard this young man's voice, he immediately identified this person as the one who called out to him earlier. This person had thick brows and large eyes, making him look lively and spirited. The lines of his face were rigid though, giving him the feeling of an insightful but battle-tested young man. It could be seen that this person was the leader among these 5. Yang Kai smiled, "And your luck is not very good. How did you get trapped here?" He could tell at a glance that these 5 were standing motionless in this place not because they did not wish to move, but because they were stuck here. There were void cracks surrounding them in all directions. Moreover, some of the void cracks were moving about slowly and silently. These void cracks were imperceptible even with the help of divine sense. Among these 5, 3 of them were covered in blood, making it obvious that they were injured by these void cracks. The young leader shook his head in response, "It's difficult to explain. Let's not talk about this for now. How should I address you?" "Yang Kai." The young man was visibly taken aback by Yang Kai's answer, "You are Yang Kai?" The 4 people behind him also looked surprised and glanced at Yang Kai curiously. Similarly, Yang Kai was stunned, "Do you know me?" Then, he immediately understood the reason, "Of course. You've probably heard of me." He most likely caught the attention of many cave heavens and paradises after the battle in Thousand Birds Territory Star City's Azura Arena. First, there was the warning given by the man in charge of the Azura Arena, then, there was the recruitment offer from Senior Brother Gua from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Seeing as both Azura Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven had noticed his existence, it was not surprising that the great force in charge of Thousand Birds Territory Star City, Great Battle Heaven, had also heard about him. The young leader did not deny the statement. He simply cupped his fists and said, "So it is Brother Yang. I apologize for my disrespect. This one is Bu Lian Zhong. You're too polite, Brother Bu." Yang Kai nodded. Bu Lian Zhong pointed at the 4 people behind him and introduced them to Yang Kai. After that, he solemnly said, "Brother Yang, this one has a request." Yang Kai gestured, "Please speak freely, Brother Bu." Earlier, Bu Lian Zhong had shouted a warning to him after seeing him traveling at high speed, so it was obvious that this person was good-natured. Yang Kai had always believed in the philosophy of mutual respect, so he would not show enmity to a person who showed him kindness. Nevertheless, he would not agree to a request easily until he knew what kind of help the other party wanted from him. Bu Lian Zhong explained, "We are trapped in this place and I'm afraid things will not end well for us. Brother Yang, when you leave here, please head to the governor's mansion in Thousand Bird Star City and report our deaths to Governor Yi." The governor in charge of Thousand Bird Star City, Yi Tianxiong, was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even Yang Kai knew of him. There was no denying that Thousand Birds Territory Star City was a large one, therefore, only a master as capable as Yi Tianxiong could manage it. After all, he would not have been able to control the situation in the Star City if he was not strong enough. Marshal Peak, Chapter 42-43, The Inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Yang Kai was wondering what kind of help Bu Lianzhong would request of him, but he hadn't anticipated such a request. He couldn't help bursting into laughter. "Brother Bu, you can tell that to Governor Yi yourself, but I don't think he will believe you." Bu Lianzhong frowned. "Brother Yang, it's just a small effort on your part. It won't take up much of your time. Since it won't harm your interests, why refuse my request?" The other four people were also looking at Yang Kai, frowning. Yang Kai knew that they had misunderstood him, but he could not be bothered to explain himself. Instead, his figure flashed as he passed through the area surrounded by the void cracks and came to stand before Bu Lianzhong. Bu Lianzhong was startled, involuntarily taking a few steps back as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. "Why? Why did you come in?" The few of them had been trapped inside this space for a long time now. It was not as if they had not tried to escape from this place, it was just that they could not determine which path was safe. 3 of them had been injured after several attempts to escape and they ended up unable to move from their current spot. On the contrary, Yang Kai entered this place with so little effort. It was almost as though the void cracks trapping them here did not exist. Isn't his luck a little too good? To their knowledge, this person had traveled across the swamp without encountering any danger, and just now, he even slipped into this highly dangerous place so easily. It was a miracle how he managed to survive until now. Yang Kai smiled and said nothing. He simply pushed his strength to wrap up the 5 of them. Before Bu Lianzhong and the others could react, Yang Kai's figure flickered again and he escaped from the area surrounded by the void cracks together with the others. "Brother Bu, it's best if you report to the governor yourselves," he nodded at Bu Lianzhong. Bu Lianzhong and the others were stunned. They quickly looked around their surroundings and confirmed that they were no longer standing in the same spot as before. Rather, they had left that place by several kilometers. Only now did they reveal expressions of surprise and joy. A realization struck Bu Lianzhong as he turned to Yang Kai in astonishment. "Brother Yang, can you see those void cracks? Could it be that you cultivate the Tao of space?" Yang Kai replied reservedly, "I know a little something." Bu Lianzhong was extremely impressed. Yang Kai had brought him and his fellow brothers and sister out of that place so easily, that was far beyond the level of knowing a little something. It definitely required a high level of attainment in the Tao of space, so he quickly understood. It's not luck that allowed him to safely travel through the swamp. There was simply no danger to him in the first place. "Many thanks, Brother Yang." He cupped his fist solemnly, with the 4 people behind him following suit. "It was nothing." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. "This swamp is extremely dangerous and there are hidden dangers everywhere." Strangely enough, the map did not mark this place as hazardous. He had the map bought from Red Cloud's auction house in his possession. Likewise, Great Battle Heaven's disciples would definitely have a superior version of it. That map not only indicated various routes but also various dangers and opportunities. These were the results of countless cultivators exploring this place throughout the ages. It was just that the map in Yang Kai's hand had only indicated the location of the swamp. There were no warnings about the dangers hidden in this area. Thus, he guessed that the map owned by Great Battle Heaven disciples was similar, otherwise, they would not have ended up in this situation. Bu Lianzhong explained, "The blood monster cave heaven is unstable, so the situation inside sometimes changes. This place was probably safe 200 years ago. These changes must have occurred recently, which is why the dangers were not marked on the map. Brother Yang, although maps are useful, you should not trust them completely. We have already learned our lesson. Please be careful in the future." Yang Kai understood. "You're right, Brother Bu." Turning to look at Bu Lianzhong, he asked, "Where were you trying to go?" Bu Lianzhong pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai smiled. "It looks like we are heading in the same direction. Let's go together then." After saying that, he took the lead. Lian Zhong and the others exchanged glances with each other before hurriedly following after him. Since Yang Kai could bring them out of that place surrounded by void cracks so easily, it should not be difficult for him to bring them out of the swamp. It was only natural that they did not wish to pass up on this opportunity. It was hard to tell whether Great Battle Heaven's disciples were generally on the reticent side, but along the way, Lian Zhong and the 4 others barely spoke. Even if they occasionally made conversation, it was because Yang Kai was the first to bring up a topic. After a casual conversation, Yang Kai learned that these 5 had entered the swamp from another direction. They had not encountered any dangers at the beginning, and by the time they realized that something was wrong, it was already too late for them to turn back. If not for their luck in meeting Yang Kai, they would most likely have lost their lives in the swamp. Even though they did not say much, the gratitude in their hearts was overflowing beyond words. After all, Yang Kai had saved their lives. Great Battle Heaven's disciples were generally taught to be straightforward and upright. They would always repay the kindness they received and return the grudges they were given. Despite having 5 people in tow, Yang Kai's speed did not decrease in the slightest and they managed to leave the swamp after traveling for half a day. Lian Zhong and the others exhaled fiercely, finally feeling relieved. The feeling of not being in control of their own lives was simply awful. They never wanted to experience something like this again. We're now out of danger, so we'll be parting ways here. Yang Kai cupped his fist to Lian Zhong and the others. He had only brought them out of the swamp since they were going the same way. Hunting for treasure was better done alone after all. In that way, he could monopolize anything he found. Lian Zhong returned the gesture. We 5 will never forget the kindness you showed us today, Brother Yang. We will definitely repay this favor in the future. Pausing for a moment, his expression suddenly became extremely solemn as he continued, Brother Yang, please be careful. Don't trust others easily. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to those words. Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly heard a cry for help coming from afar. Moreover, it was getting closer. Everybody hurriedly turned to look in the direction of the sound only to see 2 figures speeding in this direction like bolts of lightning. One was chasing while the other was fleeing. The person in the back continuously blasted out fierce attacks, causing the person in front to jump left and right to avoid those attacks. The person who was being chased had probably noticed the presence of Yang Kai and the others, so he rushed in their direction while shouting for help. It only took a few breaths for him to arrive in their vicinity while his complexion was extremely pale. Staggering to the ground, he hurriedly begged, Senior brothers, please save me. Yang Kai, Lian Zhong, and the others simply looked at him calmly. They neither promised to help nor refused to. The main reason was that they did not know anything about this person nor what kind of grievances this person had with the other party. Therefore, it was not their place to interfere. Be that as it may, the cultivator chasing after this person faltered and came to a stop when he saw this person landing in front of Yang Kai and the others. He glanced in this direction from afar and seemed to recognize the origins of the Great Battle Heaven disciples. Coldly snorting, he turned and left. The Great Battle Heaven disciples were dressed so distinctively that it was difficult not to recognize them. With the reputation of one of the 36 cave heavens behind them, nobody would willingly come into conflict with them. When the cultivator who asked for help earlier saw his pursuer leaving quickly, he finally let out a breath of relief. He slumped to the ground tiredly as though all the energy in his body had been drained. His face was filled with lingering fears. After a while, he finally struggled to his feet and cupped his fist at Yang Kai and the others. Many thanks, senior brothers. Lian Zhong replied, no need. We didn't do anything. That person shook his head and said, although senior brothers did not act, this junior brother still knows that he only survived because of you. If I had not happened to meet you here, that person would not have given up so easily. Lian Zhong waved his hand dismissively, since you survived, you should get a good rest. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is a dangerous place. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to do anything in your current state. That person's expression darkened at those words as he smiled bitterly. You're right, senior brother. I will go and search for a place to treat my wounds. Before I leave, I want to tell you something. Somebody located about an hour's travel in that direction found Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance. Many people have gathered there to compete for it. If you are interested, you should go and check it out. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance? The expressions of Yang Kai, Bu Lianzhong, and the others stiffened at those words. That person explained, that's what they said. I don't know if it's true. I was just watching from the side when that guy suddenly tried to kill me. It's probably because he was afraid that the news might leak out and attract more people to investigate. Yang Kai and Bu Lianzhong exchanged a glance with each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. If this person's words were true, then a huge treasure had appeared, one that would definitely cause a reign of terror in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That person continued, I don't know much about the situation there. You can check it out if you are interested, senior brothers. This junior brother will take his leave first. He bowed after saying that and swiftly left upon deciding a direction. Yang Kai and Bu Lianzhong watched as that person gradually vanished out of sight. Then, Bu Lianzhong asked, what do you think, Brother Yang? Yang Kai licked his lips. If there's a possibility of it being Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, then we should go and check it out. If he could obtain the 7th Order materials that he needed there, then his trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would be complete. It didn't matter even if that person had been lying. It was only an hour away after all. Bu Lianzhong nodded, I think so too. It was impossible to resist the temptation with such a huge prize dangling in front of them. Having come to a decision, they did not hesitate and immediately headed in the direction that man pointed earlier. After going forward for a little less than an hour, Yang Kai suddenly frowned. He turned to Bu Lianzhong and asked, Brother Bu, do you notice anything? Similarly, Bu Lianzhong had a serious expression on his face as he responded, the smell of blood. Yang Kai nodded. He could also smell the scent of blood, however, this bloody scent gave him a strange feeling. It did not smell like when somebody was killed. Moreover, the smell of blood became stronger and stronger the further forward they went. It almost felt as though the world energy itself was infused with blood. A short time later, the group of 6 came to an abrupt halt and stared ahead blankly. In front of them was a huge blood-colored lake that spanned a diameter of a dozen or so kilometers. The lake water was crimson, as though it was made from fresh blood. The surface of the lake was strangely calm, there was not the slightest ripple in sight. Everybody couldn't help feeling a little disturbed by the sight. It felt like countless ghosts and corpses would emerge from within the lake at any moment. Currently, at least a few hundred people had gathered by the shore of the Blood Lake. They were either standing in groups of 3 to 5, or standing alone. Many people were scattered around the edges of the lake, staring at its center. Even more people were gathered in front of a large stone monument and looking up at something. Yang Kai looked up and saw a palace standing in the center of the lake, thus, he couldn't help but wonder, could that be the Blood Monster Divine Palace? Is that where Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance is hidden? But, that can't be right. According to the rumors, Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance was indeed hidden in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Be that as it may, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was said to be located in the deepest depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was impossible for it to appear in this place. Regardless of whether Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance was hidden in this palace, there must be something precious inside a place like this. Therefore, countless cultivators were eagerly looking forward to the opportunity to explore. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-44, Meeting Chu Hua Shang again. Many cultivators were gathered around the stele by the side of the blood-colored lake. Even more cultivators were rushing over from all directions, probably having heard about the news here. Otherwise, they noticed the strange movements here by chance. Aside from that, Yang Kai also noticed that there were 3 small islands in the lake. Each island was separated by a distance of a couple thousand meters. They were located between the palace in the middle of the lake and the shore of the lake. In other words, one could use these 3 small islands as a foothold in order to reach the palace in the middle of the lake. It was just that nobody was trying to head towards the palace in the middle of the lake, even though many people were gathered around the shore. Most of them were gathered around the stele. Some stood with their hands behind their backs while others sat cross-legged on the ground. There were also some who were randomly shaking and swaying their heads. It was unknown what they were trying to do. Ha ha ha. The Blood Monster Divine Palace. A loud burst of laughter rang out. A burly figure rushed over from afar and charged towards the palace in the middle of the lake without hesitation. While doing so, he arrogantly yelled, "Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance is mine. Get out of my way." Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and saw the cultivator charging across the blood-colored lake. The cultivator was heading for the first island that was nearest to the shore. Before he could fly very far though, a huge wave suddenly rose up from the blood-colored lake, which had seemed like a pool of undisturbed and stagnant water all this time, before coming crashing down on him. He let out a furious roar and immediately surged his strength in defense. Splendid colors lit up around his body and a violent power fluctuation spread out. It was clear that he was a half-step open heaven realm master who had condensed the 5th order elements. He was only 1 step away from advancing into the open heaven realm, thus, his heritage was quite impressive. Given enough time, he would surely become a powerful individual as long as he did not die along the way. However, the burly cultivator was completely powerless to resist the blood-colored wave. The wave crashed down on him, swiftly dissolving the layer of defense around his body like snow under the scorching sun. His defenses didn't even last for a breath. Turning pale with fright, he didn't have the time to do anything else before he was showered from head to toe in blood water. After encountering such a sudden change, how could he not know that he had activated some sort of restriction with his rash actions? For a moment, cold sweat drenched his entire body. He stood in place and did not dare to move. The wave subsided and the blood-colored lake returned to its peaceful state. It was almost as if the scene just now had been nothing more than an illusion. Ha ha ha. I'm fine. That person laughed heartily once more. That was because he turned out to be completely unscathed even after waiting for some time. He initially thought that he had activated some sort of restriction previously and assumed that he was going to die. It turned out that he had simply been overthinking things. Fool. Somebody by the shore looked at the burly cultivator coldly with an expression of scorn and ridicule. Yang Kai also found the situation strange. That burly cultivator had been doused in the blood water, so how could he come out unscathed? Just as he was mulling over this question, he heard that burly cultivator's voice again. The restriction in this place has fallen into disrepair. It lost its effects a long time ago. And yet, you guys are being so cautious. How laughable. Just you wait. I'm going to get the Divine Monarch's inheritance. After saying that, he rushed towards the small island in the middle of the island again. He had just made his move when a burst of exclamations rang out among the people along the shore of the lake. Some women even looked horrified. They covered their red lips with their hands, staring ahead with widened eyes as though they were watching something extremely horrifying. Likewise, Yang Kai also narrowed his eyes and stared in shock at the burly cultivator who was charging across the surface of the lake. As that burly cultivator continued to charge forward, pieces of his flesh began to peel off and fall into the lake. In the blink of an eye, his head had turned into a fleshless skull. All the flesh on his body was gone too. His wide robes covered his body, making flapping sounds with every step he took. Even so, he seemed completely oblivious to the fact and continued to charge forward. It was a chilling sight to behold. A short while later, the burly cultivator who was turned into a skeleton finally fell apart. He collapsed straight into the blood lake and was swallowed up silently. The surface of the lake was so calm that it was almost as if nothing had happened just now. Blood Monster Divine Monarch is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if the restrictions he placed when he was alive had fallen into disrepair, how can just any stray cat or dog ignore them? The cultivator, who called the burly cultivator a fool just now, sneered coldly. It was obvious that it was not his first time seeing this situation. Somebody else must have died in this blood lake earlier, otherwise, it was impossible for so many people to be so indifferent towards the palace in the middle of the lake despite gathering in this place. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and his eyes involuntarily narrowed all of a sudden. That was because he discovered that the speaker was brimming with demon chi. He couldn't help thinking that it felt very familiar. After giving it some serious thought, he realized that he had felt this feeling from Great Demon God before. Is this person from Myriad Demons Heaven? Yang Kai mulled over the possibility. Based on what he knew, there was a high probability that Great Demon God, Mo Sheng, had originated from Myriad Demons Heaven. Seeming to notice Yang Kai's gaze, the Myriad Demons Heaven disciple turned around and grinned fiercely. What are you looking at, boy? Are you courting death? Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked away calmly. It was not that he was afraid of the other party, but that he was too lazy to be caught up in a conflict now. Contrary to expectations, the other party was unrelenting. He studied Yang Kai with a measuring gaze and revealed a look of interest. With a shift of his body, he appeared within 10 meters of Yang Kai as he rubbed his chin and said, "Brat, I realized that you resemble somebody a lot." Yang Kai turned to look at the other party and asked faintly, "Senior brother, how may I help you?" The Myriad Demons Heaven disciple observed Yang Kai carefully and nodded repeatedly. "I knew it. It's you." When he said the last word, the demon chi in his body churned violently. He raised a hand and slammed his palm down on Yang Kai. 6th Order element surged in the palm of his hand, turning into a swirling vortex that tried to drag Yang Kai into the depths and strangle him to death. Yang Kai was just about to counter the attack when Bu Lianzhong and the 4 others activated their powers at the same time and charged out from behind him. The auras of these 5 people connected tightly to form a peculiar formation in an instant. Then, the power of these 5 gathered around Bu Lianzhong's body. Bu Lianzhong raised a hand to counter the attack. With a boom, the Myriad Demons Heaven disciple's demon chi was shaken and he was pushed back several steps. On the other hand, Bu Lianzhong and the others gave a muffled grunt and retreated. This fight was evenly matched. It was just that Bu Lianzhong had borrowed the might of that formation to gather the power of all 5 of them. Meanwhile, the Myriad Demons Heaven disciple was all alone. It could be seen that the strength of Bu Lianzhong and the others was far inferior to this Myriad Demons Heaven disciple. Great Battle Heaven? The Myriad Demons Heaven disciple glanced at Bu Lianzhong and the others coldly. "Are you courting death? How dare you intervene in my affairs? If you dare make another move, I will kill you along with him." Bu Lianzhong quickly said, "I have long heard that the disciples of Myriad Demons Heaven are extremely arrogant and tend to look down on everybody else. I originally thought that those claims were an exaggeration, but it turns out to be true. You might be powerful, Senior Brother Pei, but my fellow brothers and I are not weak either if we fight with our lives on the line." The Myriad Demons Heaven disciple tilted his head to the side. "Do you know me?" Bu Lianzhong said seriously, "Pei Wenxian of Myriad Demons Heaven." "Senior Brother Pei, you are so famous, how can I not recognize you?" His words might seem like he was answering the question, but he was actually explaining this person's origins to Yang Kai. Pei Wenxian grinned, showing off his fangs. He looked at Bu Lianzhong with approval. "You can recognize me, yet you still dare to say such words to me. The people of Great Battle Heaven are courageous indeed. But, you're dreaming if you think you can stop me with your abilities. It might work if it were your eldest senior brother instead. Get out of my way if you don't want to die." Bu Lianzhong and the others were Great Battle Heaven disciples. It would not have mattered if he had killed them in secret, as long as the secret was not leaked. However, there were so many eyes watching in this place. It would be troublesome if he killed them here. After all, Great Battle Heaven was not to be trifled with. What if you include me? A soft and gentle voice rang out. It was accompanied by a delightful fragrance that tickled the nose. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. The person who arrived had an extremely graceful image. Her appearance was exquisite and captivating. Her twin peaks were also so generous that it drew many people's attention. Her dark hair was tied behind her head with a red ribbon and her beautiful eyes were mesmerizing. Her every frown and smile gave off an amorous attraction. It was as though this woman was a flower in full bloom. Extremely eye-catching. Many of the cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed in their hearts. What a seductive woman! Their eyes were fixed relentlessly on this woman like leeches biting into flesh. They secretly swallowed nervously. As a result, many male cultivators were pinched hard by their junior sisters. They involuntarily grunted in pain and shifted their eyes away in embarrassment. Clutching the small hands of their junior sisters, they apologized profusely. Senior sister Chu? Yang Kai exclaimed in astonishment. He had not expected to meet an acquaintance in this place. Many people had certainly entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time. The entire 3,000 worlds had been involved in this event, so it was only natural for the people he was acquainted with to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven as well. It was just that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was simply too large, so the possibility of running into them was simply too minuscule. Who would have known that he would meet one of them so quickly? Chu Huashang of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai's memory of this woman was still quite fresh in his mind. She was the one and only woman who could clearly and eloquently discuss the matters of Yinyang Union cultivation with him. Moreover, she did so with a straight and serious expression. She truly was a woman with a firm Dao heart. Although Su Yan had performed Yinyang Union cultivation with him countless times, she had never discussed this aspect with him before. She was a woman who would blush if he so much as spoke affectionately to her, so how could she possibly discuss Yinyang Union cultivation with him? Chu Huashang. Pei Wenxian's gaze turned cold. He did not recognize Bu Yanzhong and the others because they were not at his level even though their strength was not bad. However, that was not the case with Chu Huashang. Ever since she came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and became a Yinyang Cave Heaven core disciple, she had become quite famous in her own right. It could be said that her future achievements would not be inferior to his. Senior brother Pei. Chu Huashang bowed elegantly. It has been years since we last met. I see you are still as arrogant as ever. He coldly snorted as his gaze shifted between Yang Kai and her before he asked, do you know who he is? Why are you so anxious to stand up for him? She smiled. I've known junior brother Yang for more than 10 years now. Of course, I know who he is. He couldn't help scoffing at those words. Then, he seemed to recall something and grinned. Interesting. How interesting. I see that Yinyang Cave Heaven is playing these tricks again. But, you better watch him carefully if you want to protect him. I'm not the only one who wants to kill him. She smiled in response and thought to herself, this fool has never seen how powerful Yang Kai is. That's the only reason why he dares to boast so shamelessly. Unlike the others, she had accompanied Yang Kai for some time inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, therefore, she had a deep understanding of how strong he was. Despite originating from one of the 36 cave heavens, even she was confident there was no one in the 3,000 worlds beneath the open heaven realm who could be his opponent. Even Pei Wenxian would not survive for long against him. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-45, The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Forget it. This is boring. Pei Wenxian glared for a while. Then, he flicked his sleeves in annoyance and strode towards the steel. You can play by yourselves. I won't accompany you. When Chu Huashang saw him leaving, she couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. If that guy did not give up, he would have suffered great humiliation today. At the same time, it would be very troublesome if Yang Kai killed him. She turned around and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. The look in her eyes seemed to speak volumes, revealing a trace of pleasant surprise, as her voice was as soft and gentle as ever. Junior brother Yang, it truly is a small world. I never expected to meet you here. Yang Kai bowed. It has been many years since we last met, but your noble bearing remains the same, senior sister. Many thanks for resolving that conflict just now. Chu Huashang giggled happily with her hand over her mouth. If anyone should thank me, it isn't you. That bastard should be the one showing his gratitude. She then waved her hand dismissively and continued, let's not talk about that. Why are you with the people from Great Battle Heaven? She glanced curiously at Bu Lianzhong and the others, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Bu Lianzhong stepped forward to reply, we owe senior brother Yang our lives. We were stuck in a desperate situation and senior brother Yang came to our rescue. After listening to his explanation, she was struck by understanding. I see. But, you don't need to worry about it too much. Junior brother Yang has always been a righteous man. He has saved the lives of many in the past. I've also received his life-saving grace. Since I have nothing to repay him for his favor though, I was just thinking about promising myself to him. Back then, Yang Kai used the small sealed world to bring all the surviving bearers out of the grand ancient ruins boundary at the last moment. If not for that, they would each have had to suffer the wrath of their divine spirits when they eventually lost the spirit-seizing war. At least half of them would have died in the process. Bu Lianzhong and the others looked at each other and were surprised to learn that even Chu Huashang from Yinyang Cave Heaven had been saved by Yang Kai before. On the other hand, Yang Kai nearly choked for a moment when he heard her saying that she wanted to promise herself to him. This woman is truly daring to say such things. Outwardly, he couldn't help laughing. Senior sister, please don't joke around like that. Chu Huashang covered her mouth and laughed gently, looking extremely charming as she did so. Bu Lianzhong and the others came from Great Battle Heaven, so they all had calm and steady temperaments. Even so, they nearly fell into a daze at the sight. Eldest senior brother was right, all the women from Yinyang Cave Heaven are indeed walking catastrophes. Senior sister Chu, what is going on here? Why are there so many people gathered in this place? What is that palace in the middle of the lake? Yang Kai changed the subject to prevent this woman from saying anything crazy again. Chu Huashang composed her expression and replied, the palace in the middle of the lake probably contains a part of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance. Yang Kai and the others stiffened at those words and could barely believe their ears. Is it really the inheritance? They had first heard about this from a random cultivator, but that person couldn't be sure either. Now that even Chu Huashang was saying the same thing, it might actually be true. Chu Huashang shook her head. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was very powerful. While he was alive, he was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming. Aside from these two, his achievements would surely include many other Daos. Although this place might contain part of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, it is unknown what kind of inheritance it might be. Many people speculate that the inheritance hidden here is related to the Tao of Blood. What is the basis of their speculation? Yang Kai was puzzled. The Blood Lake is one reason. While speaking, she pointed at the steel by the shore of the lake, but the greatest reason is the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. That's the reason for their speculation. Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture? Yang Kai felt his heart trembling in anticipation. If memory served him right, that secret art was one of the main cultivation methods Blood Monster Divine Monarch used before his death. Its name was even recorded in the jade slip given to him by the proprietress. It could be said that the reason Blood Monster Divine Monarch was able to become an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was partly thanks to the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Bu Lianzhong exclaimed, Senior Sister Chu, do you mean to say that the secrets to the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture are carved on that steel? She nodded solemnly, that's right. I was comprehending the mysteries behind it before you came. While saying so, she invited them to join her. Let's go and check it out together. Yang Kai and Bulyan Zhong exchanged a glance with each other before they immediately followed behind her and came to stand before the stele without any hesitation. There were many people crowding around the stele. It was just that this stele was very big. Even with so many people surrounding it, they could still see the stele clearly. Sure enough, there was a line of characters that seemed to be written in fresh blood at the top of the stele which read, Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Yang Kai was speechless. This was one of the main secret arts that Blood Monster Divine Monarch cultivated. People used to speculate that this secret art would be hidden within Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance. It was a secret art that allowed one of their seniors to advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Who would not covet it? Nonetheless, who could have expected this secret art to appear unconcealed by the side of the Blood Lake? All the people who came here could observe, emulate, and comprehend this secret art. What was Blood Monster Divine Monarch thinking? Be that as it may, this stele only had these few characters on it. There was nothing else aside from them. Suppressing the suspicions in his heart, Yang Kai raised his head, focused his mind, and stared forward. An invisible force immediately seemed to pull his mind into the stele and a bizarre image involuntarily formed in his head. The circulation paths of the secret art flashed through his mind, shocking him so much that he hastily took a few steps back. The moment he moved, his mind was released and he immediately broke free of the stele's hold. Chu Huashang's voice sounded next to his ear, the circulation method of the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture is hidden within this stele. If you can comprehend this secret art thoroughly, if nothing else, you can at least obtain that. Yang Kai shook his head and said doubtfully, Senior Sister Chu, this method seems to be incomplete. Although his mind had only been held by the stele for a short moment and what he saw was not much, he could sense that the knowledge contained within this stele was incomplete. Hearing this, Chu Huashang glanced at him in surprise. Junior brother, you deciphered the mystery in such a short time? You're as amazing as ever. It took me several dozen breaths to notice that. Pausing for a moment, she continued, but, you're right, junior brother. The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture recorded here is indeed incomplete. It is probably only the first segment. Unfortunately, you have to comprehend this segment carefully in order to advance towards the palace in the middle of the lake. Do you see those islands in the middle of the lake? Yang Kai nodded, having noticed them as soon as he arrived. The stele was situated on the shore while the palace was situated in the middle of the lake. On the other hand, there were 3 islands separated by a couple thousand meters each between the stele and the palace. She pointed at the first island. Only by comprehending the first chapter will you have the qualifications to set foot on the first island. And you will find the second chapter of the Blood Light Scripture on that island. Following this logic, you still have the 3rd chapter, the 4th chapter, and the 5th chapter. Only by combining all 5 chapters of the Blood Light Scriptures can you truly obtain the complete version of the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Only then can you obtain Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, the Blood Dao secret art. So that's how it is. Yang Kai now understood. He had witnessed the peculiarity of the Blood Lake with his own eyes just now. Even if one wanted to step foot on the islands in the lake, choosing to fly was simply courting death. Fortunately, Blood Monster Divine Monarch intended to pass on his inheritance. It stood to reason that he would prepare many tests. The contents recorded in this stele was one such test. Only by comprehending the mysteries of the Blood Light Scripture could one obtain the qualification to receive this inheritance. After considering all this, Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. He had never really dabbled in the Tao of blood before. Even if the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture was right in front of him, he could only look on in despair. Seeming to see through his concerns, Chu Huashang chuckled, "Don't think too much about it, junior brother. I studied the secret art earlier. Although the blood light scripture is mysterious and obscure, it is not as if we don't stand a chance. Since Blood Monster Divine Monarch set up his inheritance in this place, then he must not want to see everybody going home empty-handed. You're right, senior sister. He nodded lightly. In that case, let's give it a try. In any case, I won't lose anything even if I fail. But, what if I succeed? The words had only just left his mouth when he saw one of the cultivators sitting cross-legged by the steel suddenly stand up and laugh loudly. I've comprehended it. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance is mine. He was speechless. Uttering those words in front of so many people. That only serves to draw the people's hatred. The last person who said something similar has already lost all the flesh on his body and turned into a skeleton that was lying dead at the bottom of the blood lake. I wonder what fate this guy will face. In front of everybody's eyes, the man walked towards the lake. When he reached the shore, the space around his body abruptly shimmered. A layer of blood chi wrapped around his body, turning into a red blood mist that enveloped him. Immediately after that, he took a step forward and lightly stepped on the surface of the lake. Many people turned their gazes away. They did not dare to watch, lest they saw him being dissolved by the blood water. Strangely enough though, he did not fall into the blood lake when he took a step forward. On the contrary, his foot stayed steadily above the surface of the lake. Then, he lifted his other foot and stood on top of the blood lake. Everybody was shocked. Meanwhile, that man let out a low chuckle. This much is nothing. He strode forward and continued onward. Large blood-colored ripples spread out under his feet with every step that he took, but he remained completely unhurt. As he moved forward, the blood mist around his body kept squirming and wriggling. It seemed to be operating under some sort of mysterious method to form a resonance with the ripples that formed on the surface of the lake under his feet to support him as he continued to move forward. It only took him a short while to cross the distance of a few thousand meters and he soon set foot on the first island. A burst of exclamation sounded. Everybody stared at him in shock and envy. Although he was still 2 islands away from the palace in the middle of the lake, he had successfully taken the lead and seized an important advantage in this competition. Even if somebody else could comprehend the mysteries after this, they would still lag behind his progress. Amazing! Yang Kai sincerely praised. Chu Huashang whispered quietly, if my guess is correct, he is probably a disciple of Great Thousand Bloodland. Great Thousand Bloodland? Yang Kai asked curiously. It's one of the top second-class great forces. Although it is inferior to the cave heavens and paradises, it is quite an impressive great force. This great force is proficient in the Tao of blood. The reason that person can comprehend the mysteries of the Blood Light Scripture's first chapter so quickly is that he already has a deep foundation in the Tao of blood. Yang Kai sighed. This part of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance is related to the Tao of blood. Doesn't that mean this person had an unfair advantage? She said nothing. It was obvious that she had the same opinion. At that moment, another burst of exclamation rang out from the side. Many people were staring fixedly at the small island. Yang Kai followed their gaze and couldn't help being amazed. On that small island, 3 round platforms had appeared in front of the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple at some point. A monster core was placed on each of the round platforms, covered in individual light barriers. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-46, you finished so quickly? 3 monster cores lay quietly on the round platforms, shrouded by transparent light barriers which isolated the power fluctuations coming from them. As such, they appeared to be identical from the outside, without the slightest bit of difference between them. The distance of a couple thousand meters was not that great, so everybody on the shore could see the monster cores clearly if they focused their eyesight. Nevertheless, nobody could determine what order those monster cores belonged to. Not even the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple standing on the small island could. He was rubbing his chin and examining the 3 round platforms in front of him with curiosity. Is that a reward? somebody asked in surprise and doubt. These objects had appeared when the great Thousand Bloodland disciples set foot on the first island, therefore, it was clearly a reward. It was just that nobody could say whether all 3 monster cores were given to him as a reward or whether he could only choose one out of the 3. Everybody stared blankly in that direction. A short while later, the great Thousand Bloodland disciple made his decision and reached his hand out towards the round platform on the right. There was no resistance as his hand slipped right through the light barrier and he took out the monster core from within. For a time, everybody was itching to know what order the monster core was and what element it was. Unfortunately, the great Thousand Bloodland disciple put the monster core away directly without giving the others a chance to investigate. Immediately after that, he stretched out his hand again at the speed of lightning to reach for the round platform in the middle. However, his attempt failed this time around. The light barrier enveloping the round platform might look as thin as a cicada's wings, but it was extremely strong. There was no way to retrieve the monster core without breaking the light barrier. After a brief delay, the 3 round platforms sank back into the ground and vanished out of sight. Everybody immediately understood that the monster core was a reward after watching this scene. How could they not? It was just that only those who could set foot on the island were eligible to obtain this reward. Although it was just a monster core, it still greatly roused everybody's enthusiasm as a result. All the cultivators who came here were attracted by Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. It was just that many people had backed away from the challenge after witnessing the horror and peculiarity of the Blood Lake. Be that as it may, the appearance of this monster core reward made many cultivators become eager again. If they could just obtain a 6th order, a 7th order, or even an 8th order monster core, then there was no need to worry about money for the rest of their lives. The riches they stood to gain would be enough for them to live luxuriously for an entire lifetime. Once the great Thousand Bloodland disciple took away the monster core, a loud rumbling sound came from the center of the first island. Following that, a huge stele burst out of the ground and stood in the center of the island. There's a second chapter after all. Chu Huashang's beautiful eyes lit up. She had told Yang Kai about the existence of the second chapter, third chapter, and so on earlier, but those were simply her own speculations. It wasn't until the appearance of this stele that her conjecture received immediate confirmation. The people by the shore used all their might to stare in that direction, hoping to get a glimpse of the contents on the second stele. To their surprise, the stele seemed to be covered in a layer of fog. Nobody could see what was written on it. This immediately made it clear that one had no choice but to step onto the first island in order to understand the contents of the Blood Light Scripture's second chapter. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance was designed to be interlinked so that one could only advance step by step. It would seem that he really had the intention to choose his successor, otherwise, there was no need to make the design so complicated. The great Thousand Bloodland disciple came to the stele and looked up at it for a while. Soon after, he sat down cross-legged without moving as he began to comprehend the mysteries of the Blood Light Scripture's second chapter. Junior brother Yang, do you want to give it a try? Chu Huashang turned to look at Yang Kai. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Besides, he was already here. There was an opportunity right in front of him, so how could he be reconciled with himself if he didn't even make an attempt? He might never have dabbled in the Tao of Blood before, but most of the cultivators here were no different from him. Blood Monster Divine Monarch must have already taken this aspect into consideration when he set up a test in this place. After all, if his successor was chosen because of a prior foundation in the Tao of Blood, then it could almost be said that the disciples of Great Thousand Bloodland had secured the winning spot. There would also be no need for tests. Yang Kai had the vague feeling that the tests for this inheritance could not be that simple. Bu Lianzhong and the others had no objection either. They quickly found a place to sit and immerse their minds into the stele to begin comprehending. Meanwhile, Yang Kai did not begin studying the mysteries of the stele immediately. Instead, he secretly manipulated space principles to see if he could directly teleport himself to the first island or the palace in the middle of the lake via instantaneous movement. If he could travel there instantly, then there was no need to comprehend the mysteries of the steel. He had only started taking action when a huge sense of crisis flooded his heart for no reason. It felt like an imminent disaster would befall him if he tried to teleport himself there via instantaneous movement. This feeling shocked Yang Kai and he hastily gave up on the attempt. The sense of crisis that loomed over him vanished the moment he did so, causing him to sigh. I knew it was not going to be easy. Blood Monster Divine Monarch had carefully prepared his inheritance. He would never allow later generations to take advantage of any loopholes. Those who tried to step foot on the small island or the palace in the middle of the lake without using his intended methods would definitely suffer a terrible fate. Unable to make use of space principles, Yang Kai had no other choice but to obediently begin comprehending the mysteries of the steel. Just like before, there was an inexplicable force that pulled his mind in, allowing the mysteries of the blood light scripture to flash through his head. Yang Kai had only gotten a brief glimpse earlier, so he didn't think much about the blood light scripture. Now that he was calmly focusing on comprehending it though, he quickly realized that the blood light scripture was not obscure or difficult to understand. Strictly speaking, that only applied for the first chapter. There was no way for him to know how difficult the rest would be. Nevertheless, it was not difficult for a person to comprehend the mysteries of the blood light scripture's first chapter as long as one's heritage and comprehension abilities were not too poor. Focusing his mind, Yang Kai concentrated harder. Time passed little by little. More and more people gradually stood up from under the steel to head towards the location of the first small island. One after another, they successfully stepped foot on the island. Moreover, the number of people who succeeded was not small. Be that as it may, the number of cultivators gathered around the monument continued to increase steadily. That was because more and more people were arriving here. These people had clearly heard about the news and rushed over to get a piece of the pie. By the time Yang Kai thoroughly comprehended the blood light scripture's first chapter and was confident that he would have no problem circulating the secret art, half a day had already passed. He slowly opened his eyes, just in time to see Chu Huashang turning to look at him from where she sat beside him. Chu Huashang was obviously taken aback. You finished so quickly? After all, she herself had only just come to a thorough understanding of the blood light scripture's first chapter. She could not compare with the great Thousand Bloodland disciple who already had a profound heritage in the Tao of Blood. She might be one of the core disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, but like Yang Kai, she had never dabbled in the Tao of Blood before, therefore, she could not compete with the great Thousand Bloodland disciple who held a unique advantage since she had to start from zero. It was just that she had already begun comprehending the blood light scripture before Yang Kai arrived, so she did not expect to finish at the same time as him. However, she was not surprised when she recalled his extraordinary performance in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Pursing her lips into a coquettish smile, she commented, "It's not a good thing for men to finish too fast." Yang Kai's expression darkened at those words. Has this woman gotten addicted to teasing me? He irritably replied to her teasing, "Would you like to try?" Her eyes lit up and her expression changed. Really? Feeling ashamed, Yang Kai quickly waved his hand to dismiss the notion. No. He looked away only to see that Bu Lianzhong and the others were still comprehending with their eyes closed. Just as he was wondering whether he should talk to them, Bu Lianzhong's eyes opened. Bu Lianzhong said, "Brother Yang, please go on ahead. We will catch up to you later." Yang Kai nodded, "In that case, we will go ahead and wait for you there." Bu Lianzhong gave Chu Huashang a deep look and secretly sent a voice transmission to Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, remember not to trust anybody too easily." His words seemed to contain another hidden meaning behind them, causing the look in Yang Kai's eyes to flicker in response. Yang Kai smiled and nodded at him in acknowledgement. Afterward, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang came to the shore of the lake together. Looking around them, they saw many cultivators circulating the blood light scripture's first chapter on the surface of the lake. All of them were covered in a layer of blood qi as they carefully made their way across the blood water. Most of these people moved forward cautiously, lest they encountered something unexpected. Only a few of them walked confidently and soon came to the first island. Like the great Thousand Bloodland disciple from before, 3 round platforms would appear in front of each cultivator that stepped foot on the island. Each round platform would contain a monster core. Once one of the monster cores were taken, the remaining 2 monster cores would sink back into the ground along with the round platforms and vanish out of sight. A miserable cry suddenly rang out. One of the cultivators had stumbled for some reason, causing one of his legs to sink into the lake. Panicking, he reached out to grab at a companion beside him. His actions made his companion, who had also been extremely on edge, make a mistake. Thus, both of them lost their balance for a moment. The blood mist surrounding their bodies dissipated and they immediately fell into the lake. The tranquil blood lake was like a fierce beast that selectively devoured people. Not a single ripple would crease the calm surface of the lake under normal circumstances, but it reacted viciously when somebody fell into it. A blood wave surged and came crashing down. The 2 cultivators who made a mistake were swept into the blood lake and disappeared without even a single bubble emerging. Many people were horrified by the sight. The cultivators standing by the shore and preparing to make their attempt suddenly lost their courage to step forward onto the lake. They hesitated for a time, unable to make up their minds. Yang Kai said, "Let's find a spot with less people." Chu Huashang expressed her agreement, "Good." Although both of them had confidence in their respective abilities, they could not withstand the interference of others. Things would most likely end in tragedy for them if they were dragged down by a cultivator who stumbled, like what happened in the situation just now. After searching around for some time, they soon arrived at a location with less people. Yang Kai turned to look at Chu Huashang. "Senior sister Chu, be careful." Chu Huashang smiled sweetly, "Rest assured. If I sense that something is wrong, I will definitely drag you down into the water with me. Although we could not be born on the same day and year, we can always die together. We can be a pair of lovebird ghosts. I'm sure it'll be better than dying alone. Right, junior brother?" Yang Kai sighed out loud as he commented, "I never realized that you were such a vicious, cunning snake, senior sister Chu. I'm considering whether I should stay away from you." To which she giggled, "It's too late." At the same time, she reached out her hand and grabbed his arm. She even pressed her ample bosom against him without hesitation, transmitting a sense of amazing elasticity to him. Before he could react, she jumped into the blood lake and pulled him in with her. Shocked and frightened, Yang Kai hurriedly circulated the first chapter of the blood light scripture to control the blood qi in his body according to the secret art that he had just learned. A pale golden light immediately enveloped his entire body. Pa. The 2 of them landed steadily on the surface of the blood lake. Ripples spread out from beneath their feet, slowly spreading outward. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-47, "Please behave yourself, senior sister." Yang Kai felt cold sweat drenching his entire body. A breeze blew by, making his body shiver from the cold. He turned around and glared at Chu Huashang furiously, "Are you insane? Couldn't you have given me a warning, at least?" Chu Huashang looked at Yang Kai with surprise evident in her beautiful eyes. "Junior brother Yang, your blood is golden?" Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for other people to tell the difference unless he was injured. However, he was circulating the blood light scripture at the moment. The blood mist covering his entire body immediately revealed just how different he was from the others. She tilted her head to the side. Sniffing him like a dog, she furrowed her eyebrows together. "The aura of a divine spirit?" Then, she stared at him in shock and exclaimed, "Junior brother, do you have a divine spirit bloodline? Are you part of the monster race?" Yang Kai became visibly irritated. "Monster race, my foot." On the other hand, Chu Huashang's expression was pure and innocent as she pursed her lips and asked with a twinkle in her eye, "Junior brother, are you angry?" At this point, he was practically on the verge of exploding from rage, so his expression became surly. "No." He extricated his arm from her embrace. Following that, he carefully observed the blood lake and sensed the flow of the blood water under his feet. It didn't take long before he discovered the secret behind the blood lake. The water in the blood lake might seem calm and undisturbed, but it was actually constantly shifting. It was just that these changes were so hidden that they were very difficult to detect. These changes could only be detected if one was standing on top of the lake. Furthermore, these changes gave the lake a peculiar suction force that caused a person to involuntarily fall into it. Only those who were circulating the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture could resist this pulling force and stand above the surface of the lake. After becoming aware of this fact, Yang Kai felt a sense of understanding flooding his heart. He became certain that the blood light scripture recorded on the steel was indeed the foundation of passing this test. It could be said that there was no danger as long as one remained focused and constantly maintained the blood light scripture at all times while standing on the surface of the lake. In fact, one would have no trouble reaching the first island at all. The cultivators who fell into the lake and lost their lives either failed to comprehend the blood light scripture thoroughly or made a mistake due to their nerves. Whichever the case, their actions ultimately resulted in their deaths. In truth, the first part of this test was not difficult to overcome. Yang Kai gained confidence from this knowledge and strode forward. Sure enough, he could walk safely across the blood lake as long as he continuously maintained the blood light scripture. After taking a few steps forward though, he abruptly turned back to look at Chu Huashang, who was standing there blankly. "Why are you just standing there?" Chu Huashang looked at him pitifully. "I was wrong. Junior brother, please don't be angry. Okay?" He was speechless. "I'm not angry." She quietly said, "You clearly look angry. Hey. It looks like you won't forgive me, junior brother. Then, this senior sister has no reason to continue living. I might as well die." While saying that, the blood mist around her body showed signs of dispersing on its own. Yang Kai was shocked and shouted, "Senior sister Chu, stop fooling around." At the same time, he hurriedly reached out to grab her, but to his surprise, she giggled and flicked her sleeves. A ribbon flew out and wrapped around his arm. Immediately after that, she fluttered like a dancing butterfly and threw herself into his arms. Lifting her head, she looked at him with her elegant and beautiful eyes. Exhaling an orchid scent, she whispered sweetly, "I knew you'd be unwilling to let me go, junior brother. Crazy woman." He cursed through gritted teeth. "Is this the place to fool around?" "I was wrong," she said pitifully as she pressed her exquisite body up against him slightly. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt extremely uncomfortable. A gorgeous and seductive woman was literally in his arms. Moreover, she was rubbing herself up against him. Having such a mesmerizing beauty in such close proximity left him feeling dry-mouthed and confused. Thus, he quickly grabbed her by the shoulders and pushed her away slightly as he sternly said, "Senior sister Chu, please behave yourself. She was not this forward the last time we met each other in the grand ancient ruins boundary. What is wrong with her today? Her behavior is too much to bear." Her expression turned cold and she glared at him. "Junior brother, are you saying that I'm behaving badly? Why is she suddenly being so unreasonable?" Just as he was about to explain himself, she went against his expectations and stomped her foot in anger. "If that's what you think, junior brother, then this senior sister won't disturb you anymore." "Humph." Her hair slapped him in the face as she whipped her head around and strode away without a backward glance. Stunned, Yang Kai was left standing stupidly in place, realizing once more that a woman's heart is impossible to fathom. The two of them looked like a pair of lovebirds quarreling on the surface of the lake. Their flirtatious actions made many cultivators look at them in annoyance. Therefore, many of them applauded in their hearts when they saw Chu Huashang abandoning Yang Kai. Chu Huashang moved very quickly and it didn't take more than a few moments for her to arrive on the first island. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses and hurriedly caught up to her. The first test was not very difficult. As long as one could maintain the blood light scripture smoothly, one could resist the pulling force coming from the blood lake. A moment later, Yang Kai also set foot on the first island. 3 round platforms appeared out of nowhere in front of him the moment both his feet touched the ground. The round platforms were covered in a light barrier and they each contained 1 monster beast core. When he tried to investigate the monster cores with his divine sense, Yang Kai quickly determined that he could not probe into the contents of the barriers. He couldn't even figure out what element the monster cores belonged to. It looked like Blood Monster Divine Monarch had no intention of giving anybody any basis to make a judgment. The reward one would receive after arriving on this island was completely based on luck. Realizing this, he randomly reached out towards one of the round platforms. The light barrier did not hinder his movements in any way. He was holding an earth element monster core when he retracted his hand from the light barrier. The 3 round platforms abruptly sank back into the ground and vanished out of sight after he retrieved the monster core. Chu Huashang happened to be standing beside him and nudged him with her elbow before asking in a whisper, "Junior brother, what order monster core did you get?" He turned to look at her and laughed, "I thought you were ignoring me, senior sister." She blinked, "I was joking just now." "Couldn't you tell? You sure are dense. Who plays a joke like that?" Yang Kai was speechless. Nevertheless, he revealed the monster core in his hand. "See for yourself, senior sister." She glanced at the monster core in his hand and said proudly, "You only received a 4th order monster core. I got a 5th order one." While saying that, she stretched out her hand to show him her monster core. He glanced over and discovered that she had indeed received a 5th order monster core. It would seem that the rewards here were not all the same. Turning around to observe the others around him, he saw that some had obtained 3rd order monster cores while others had 4th order cores like him. Only one other person received a 5th order monster core, just like Chu Huashang. Judging from the situation, the rewards for the first island ranged from 3rd order to 5th order monster cores. 3rd order and 4th order monster cores were far more common, but 5th order monster cores were rare. This discovery made his heart pump with excitement. If that was the case for the first island, then what about the second island, third island, and the palace in the middle of the lake? It might actually be possible to find 7th order monster cores in this place. Hence, Yang Kai became even more determined to check out the palace in the middle of the lake. At the moment, at least hundreds of people had gathered on the first island and more were heading here from the shore. Looking at the situation, the cultivators gathered on the shore had an 80% chance of reaching the first island. Furthermore, they would receive a reward as long as they arrived on this island. Those with great luck might even obtain a 5th order monster core as a reward. The first person to step foot on this island was the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple. Nearly half a day had passed since then. In other words, he had already been comprehending the steel here for slightly less than half a day. His progress was much faster than everybody else. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang did not dare to procrastinate. They quickly found a place to sit and immerse their minds in meditation, allowing the steel to guide them as they studied this secret art. The steel on the first island indeed turned out to be the second chapter of the Blood Light scripture. It was the continuation of the first chapter, but in comparison, the second chapter was much more esoteric and difficult to cultivate. The expressions of many cultivators were difficult as they furrowed their brows together, looking as though they were having trouble understanding what they were seeing. Nonetheless, they tried their best to persevere. Yang Kai immersed himself into the second chapter of the Blood Light scripture, unable to extricate himself. About half a day had passed by the time he opened his eyes again. Looking around, he saw that the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple was nowhere to be seen. He immediately glanced in the direction of the second island and sure enough, he could see that person's figure on the second island. The Great Thousand Bloodland disciple had an extremely deep foundation in the Tao of Blood, therefore, he held a unique advantage over the others here. He also arrived on the first island earlier than all the others, so it was only natural for him to be in the lead. Aside from him, more than a dozen other cultivators had also arrived on the second island. Meanwhile, more than 20 others were cautiously making their way across the surface of the lake. Yang Kai then turned to look at Chu Huashang and discovered that she was still in the middle of comprehending the secret art, and it did not look like she was going to wake up any time soon. It was not to say that her aptitude was not as good as others. Having arrived later than the others, it stood to reason that she would be a little behind compared to the lead group. Be that as it may, Yang Kai did not rush to leave and simply sat beside her and waited patiently. About an hour later, Chu Huashang slowly opened her eyes and gently let out a breath of turbid air. She turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "I apologize for making you wait such a long time, junior brother. Next time, you can set off on your own. You don't need to wait for me." Although she had been comprehending the mysteries of the steel, she was not ignorant about what was going on in the outside world, hence, she was aware that he had been waiting for her for a long time. It was just that she was at a critical juncture of her comprehension, so it had not been convenient for her to stop partway, forcing her to continue her meditation. "It's fine." He smiled. "Besides, I didn't wait that long. Let's go." She called out to him. Walking side by side, they headed in the direction of the second island. When they came to the lake, he said, "Be careful, senior sister Chu. The second stage is much more difficult than the first stage. The casualty rate is also much higher." He had been observing his surroundings for the past hour, so it was only natural that he noticed more things than the others. Compared with the first stage, it was obvious that the difficulty of the second stage had increased significantly. Many cultivators who passed the first stage had easily lost their lives in the second stage. "You be careful too, junior brother," she said. Yang Kai nodded and stepped forward while circulating the blood light scripture. A layer of golden blood mist immediately burst out from all over his body. It was denser and more imposing than before. After that, he gently stepped onto the surface of the lake. Resisting the pulling force of the blood lake, he moved forward step by step. Chu Huashang followed close behind. The pair immediately revealed how different they were from most people the moment they set off. Despite setting off a little later than others, their speed was not slow at all. They proceeded forward step by step with no hesitation at all. On the other hand, most of the other cultivators seemed to experience great hardship with every step that they took, and many of them were sweating profusely. Their sweat slid down their faces and dripped into the blood lake. Every step required immense time and effort, so they could not move quickly. It was only a short distance of a couple thousand meters, but Yang Kai and Chu Huashang surpassed those who came before them one after another. It only took both of them less than a cup of tea worth of time to arrive at the second island. Unlike Yang Kai's calm and relaxed demeanor though, Chu Huashang let out a sigh of relief. Her complexion was slightly pale and it could be seen that she had consumed a lot of energy to keep up with his pace. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-48, No Turning Back. Just like when they set foot on the first island, 3 round platforms that were covered by a light barrier immediately appeared in front of the two of them out of nowhere. 3 monster cores lay quietly on the round platforms. After their previous experience, how could they not know that this was their reward for reaching the second island? Chu Huashang was still comparing the 3 monster cores, feeling hesitant and uncertain about which monster core to pick. On the other hand, Yang Kai had already stretched out his hand to the round platform in the middle. There was nothing to compare. He could not tell which monster core was better, so he simply decided to leave it up to luck. He easily passed through the light barrier sealing the monster core, took out the monster core in the round platform, and glanced at the monster core. It was a 5th-order wood element. Turning to look at Chu Huashang, he saw that she had made her decision and took out a monster core. The power fluctuation coming from the monster core indicated that it was also in the 5th order, but it was a fire element monster core. The reward from the first island were monster cores ranging from the 3rd order to the 5th order. 3rd order and 4th order monster cores were common, while 5th order monster cores were very rare. Upon arriving on the second island, both of them had obtained a 5th order monster core each. The reward had clearly increased by a whole order. Based on this conjecture, won't the reward for the next island be in the 6th order? In that case, there will definitely be 7th-order monster cores in the palace in the middle of the lake. Yang Kai's heart blazed with flames of excitement. He was becoming more and more determined to check out the palace in the middle of the lake. Although he could ignore Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance, he could not let the opportunity slip him by when there was a high possibility that the resources he needed were in that place. Closely following behind them, a steady stream of people was beginning to arrive on the second island. When they received their rewards, Yang Kai secretly paid attention to them. He discovered that only those with terrible luck would receive 4th-order monster cores. Most of them received 5th-order monster cores, but nobody received any 6th-order monster cores. After getting a taste of sweet rewards, the cultivators that arrived on the island became more and more motivated. They quickly found a place to sit down and began to comprehend the blood light scripture on the stele. The stele by the shore had contained the blood light scripture's first chapter, and the one on the first island had contained the second chapter. Hence, the second island probably contained the third chapter. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang each found a spot to sit down. They immersed their minds in the stele and discovered that it really contained the third chapter, thus, they concentrated on their cultivation. Compared to the first 2 chapters, the third chapter was much more profound and mysterious. Be that as it may, the aptitudes of the cultivators who could reach the second island would not be poor. It should not be a problem for them to comprehend the mysteries of this secret art. The hard part was circulating and maintaining the blood light scripture. Yang Kai had failed to notice anything when he was learning this secret art earlier, and it was not until he reached the second island that he suddenly realized something. Those with more robust vitality had a greater advantage among those who cultivated the blood light scripture. It was not hard to understand why. The blood light scripture was a secret art related to the Tao of blood, so it would naturally require a strong and robust vitality, and thus a strong blood qi. After noticing this point, Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. He previously assumed that the great Thousand Bloodland disciple would have a larger advantage when comprehending the blood light scripture due to his foundation in the Tao of blood. However, it would now seem that he had the greatest blessing of them all. Due to the dragon source in his body, nearly pure dragon blood flowed through his veins. He could transform into a 3,000-meter tall half-dragon form when he used his dragon transformation secret art. In a contest of the most robust blood qi, there was nobody among his peers who could compare with him. Even the great Thousand Bloodland disciple who took the lead could only look up at him from behind. All of a sudden, realization struck Yang Kai. Back on the first island, he and Chu Huashang had started comprehending the blood light scripture at the same time. However, he finished comprehending the secret art much earlier than her. As one of Yinyang Cave Heaven's core disciples, it was a given that Chu Huashang's aptitude and comprehension abilities were among the best of the best in the entire 3,000 worlds, otherwise, she would not have the success she enjoyed right now. Even so, the reality was that he was much faster than her when it came to comprehending the blood light scripture. He had not given much thought to this matter before, but it would now seem that it was not because his aptitude and comprehension abilities were much better than hers. Rather, it was the abundant vitality in his body that gave him a natural advantage in comprehending the blood light scripture. It was not just Chu Huashang. The same went for Pei Wenxian from Myriad Demons Heaven. His speed of progress was similar to hers. Although he was slightly slower than her, it was by no more than a cup of tea worth of time. He also departed not long after they departed from the first island. Similarly, he also arrived on the second island not long after they arrived. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were wandering, he suddenly felt an unusual power fluctuation coming from the side. He hurriedly jerked his eyes open and looked in the direction. Not far away, steam was coming out of a cultivator's head as though he was a cooked bun that just came out of the oven. His exposed skin was blood red and the veins in his neck throbbed wildly. It was a truly horrifying sight. That in itself was bad enough. Unfortunately, the main point was that a dense blood mist was oozing out of the pores on his skin. He was completely enveloped in a blood-red mist in the blink of an eye. He's experiencing cultivation dissonance. Somebody exclaimed in horror, quickly standing up and distancing himself from that person. Yang Kai's expression stiffened. He knew that the person who spoke was correct. This cultivator was experiencing dissonance in his cultivation while cultivating the blood-light scripture. Things would end disastrously for that cultivator if he did not figure out a way to resolve this crisis. But, who could afford to take care of others at this time? It happened right in front of everybody, and in less than 3 breaths, a cry of agony rang out from within the dense blood mist. The blood mist exploded to reveal that cultivator's miserable figure. Save! Save me! That cultivator reached out a hand and begged for help. His complexion was haggard and his body had become incredibly thin. Those words had only just left his mouth when bloodlines spurted out of his body like tens of thousands of fine red strands. The blood shot out in all directions. Immediately after that, his head drooped and all the aura in his body disappeared. Everybody on the island stared at the sight in horror. After this person suffered from cultivation dissonance, all the essence in his body swiftly dissipated and he became a corpse that was nothing more than a skeleton wrapped in dry skin. It went to show how horrifying the grand evolution immortal blood-light scripture was. This was the first time somebody experienced cultivation dissonance while cultivating the blood-light scripture. Moreover, most had never seen such a miserable and tragic way of dying before. Thus, they couldn't help feeling worried. Ah! Another miserable cry rang out. Everybody turned to look in the direction of the sound. There was another person experiencing dissonance in his cultivation. All the blood chi in his body gushed out. His plump body quickly dried out and withered away. The essence of his body turned into a blood mist that covered him completely. A moment later, the blood mist exploded. Countless blood spouts shot out of his pores and turned him into a mummified corpse. In just a short span of time, 2 people had suffered from cultivation dissonance and lost their lives as a result. It deeply drove home the realization that the blood-light scripture was not something that could be cultivated by just anybody, and the slightest negligence would result in death. Nobody had suffered from cultivation dissonance back at the lakeshore or on the first island. That was because they had not cultivated critical parts of the secret art yet. It was not until the second island that the power of the blood-light scripture began to show. Some of the cultivators scowled fiercely and the thought of withdrawing came to mind. The 2 who died might not be well known, but since they could reach this point, it went to show that they were undoubtedly elite disciples of some powerful great force out there. Even a person like that had suffered such a terrible fate. If the others continued to comprehend the secret art, there was no saying who would follow in their footsteps. I'm not doing this anymore. Somebody decided that he could not withstand the pressure. He knew the extent of his own aptitude and comprehension abilities. Things would not end well for him if he continued to comprehend this secret art, so he shouted, "Screw the Tao of blood inheritance. I don't need it." Up to this point, he had received 2 rewards for managing to arrive on the second island. It was not as if he was leaving empty-handed if he turned back at this point. Besides, staying here would only take up more time. He might as well use this time to explore other places. Who could say whether he might obtain even better gains than staying here? Thus, he moved decisively. He went back along the way he came while speaking. Activating the blood-light scripture, he used the blood mist to protect his body as he headed towards the first island. Contrary to expectations though, he had only just stepped onto the blood lake when the blood mist enveloping his body suddenly seemed to be drawn by something else and was immediately absorbed by the blood lake. There was no way for him to defend against the pulling force of the blood lake without the blood mist protecting him, so he sank into the lake before he even realized what was going on and without the slightest splash. Everybody was dumbfounded. That person had arrived on the second island safely, which went to show that he was a rather capable individual. He had already comprehended the mysteries of the blood-light scripture's second chapter. Nevertheless, he met his death on the way back. It came out of nowhere and seemingly for no reason. More importantly, everybody clearly noticed that the blood mist did not disappear on its own. It had been absorbed by the blood lake. They did not encounter this phenomenon when they were coming here. It was almost as if the blood lake did not allow him to turn back. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was not a benevolent man. How could he allow you to come and go as you please at the place where he prepared his inheritance? A cold sneer rang out. It came from Pei Wen-Xian of Myriad Demons Heaven. Somebody politely cupped his fists. Senior brother, are you saying that those who turn back will die? Pei Wen-Xian coldly snorted, I didn't say that, but anybody who wishes to return can go ahead and try. Even I would like to know for sure whether only death awaits us if we try to turn back. Who can satisfy my curiosity? I can thank him for his efforts. Thanks. What good will that do? We may even lose our lives in the process. With the previous example right in front of them, who would dare to make an attempt lightly? Although there was no way to confirm the truth, what Pei Wen-Xian mentioned was not without reason. This place was where Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance was located. It was impossible for people to come and go as they pleased. A woman turned pale as she asked, does that mean we can only keep moving forward? If she had known that the path would be so dangerous, she would not have waded into these muddy waters. She initially planned to leave after obtaining enough benefits from this place, but it would seem that she no longer had the option of leaving even if she wanted to. Looking at the current situation, it would seem that the rewards on the island were simply bait. The rewards were used to incite countless cultivators to penetrate deeper into the blood lake and force them to proceed forward in order to check out the palace in the middle of the lake. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. He had also been lured into this place by the rewards. However, what attracted him was not the Tao of Blood inheritance but the monster cores provided as rewards. You can also choose to remain here. Pei Wen-Xian grinned meaningfully. Without saying anything else, he continued to comprehend the blood light scripture. Everybody knew that what he said was unreasonable. Choosing to remain here was a dead-end option. They would be trapped here until they died. They couldn't just stay here for the rest of their lives, right? At the very least, they might have a chance of survival if they continued to press forward. It could be said that their retreat was cut off the moment they set foot on the first island. The crisis of life and death gave them no choice but to continue. What was obvious now was that Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an extremely insidious man. It was not difficult to reach the first island, so 80% of the cultivators present could succeed, which allowed them to obtain a reward with little effort. For that reason, everybody racked their brains to arrive on the island and fell into this trap as a result. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-49, I can even give myself to you. Regardless of what other people might think, Yang Kai refused to give up halfway. It was true that he was only lured in by the monster cores given as a reward, but be that as it may, his strong blood chi gave him some natural advantages. If even he could not pass this trial, then everybody else in this place could only wait for their deaths. He then turned to look at Chu Huashang and likewise, her eyes were firm. It could be said that most cultivators would not back down easily from challenges. People like the cultivator earlier, who wanted to return via the same path he came, were in the minority. After all, who among the cultivators present were not people with great perseverance? That was how they achieved everything they had so far in their lives. Which one of them did not experience life and death struggles countless times? If they turned tail and fled at every setback they encountered, they would not have reached the Emperor realm in the first place. Closing his eyes again, Yang Kai continued to comprehend the third chapter of the blood light scripture. In the meantime, a steady stream of people moved to head towards the third island. It was just that the casualty rate was noticeably higher than before. Many of the cultivators successfully arrived at the first and second islands with ease only to perish en route to the third island. A long while later, Yang Kai opened his eyes. He integrated the essence of all three chapters of the blood light scripture from the three steels and circulated the blood light scripture. A golden blood mist immediately appeared around his body. Nodding lightly to himself, he was certain that he would have no problem crossing the blood lake and reaching the third island in his current state. He turned to the side and saw that Chu Huashang was still comprehending the secret art. Just as he was debating as to whether he should wait for her or not, she abruptly opened her eyes on her own. "Are you done, junior brother?" He nodded. She said, "Then, you should go ahead first, junior brother. I will catch up to you later. You don't need to wait for me." He raised his head and glanced in the direction of the third island. Then, he slowly shook his head. "No. Let's go together." It was obvious that she did not expect that response from him, thus, she couldn't help blinking at him in surprise for a moment before she exclaimed with a touched expression, "You are so good to me, junior brother." He sweated slightly at those words. "I just think that blood monster divine monarch's inheritance can't be that simple. It's better to let the others test the waters first." She leaned into his embrace, tilted her head upward slightly, and spoke in a coquettish voice, "This senior sister can't help it anymore. I want to promise myself to you right now." "What should I do?" Yang Kai naturally acted like he heard nothing. "Senior sister, stop playing around. Hurry up and finish comprehending." N. She nodded repeatedly, acting like an obedient little girl. "I will listen to everything you say." After saying that, she closed her eyes and continued to comprehend the blood light scripture. There was nothing to do, so Yang Kai watched the movements in his surroundings. Even now, many people continued to head in this direction from the shore. The number of people on the first island remained high. Similarly, there were over 300 people gathered together on the second island. In contrast, only 6 people were gathered on the third island. The Great Thousand Bloodland disciple was among those 6. Yang Kai could not help being amazed. It really is different when one has a foundation in the Tao of blood. Among the cultivators gathered here, Chu Huashang and Pei Wenxian were not the only ones who came from various cave heavens and paradises. There would surely be others. Even so, the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple remained in the lead. It clearly indicated that his heritage was also very impressive. At this rate, he might really be the first person to arrive at the palace in the middle of the lake. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was not worried that the Great Thousand Bloodland disciple might get a head start over them and obtain Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance. It was unconfirmed whether the Tao of Blood inheritance was even inside the palace in the middle of the lake, and if it was, the test to obtain it would not be that simple. Just as Yang Kai mentioned earlier, the first to arrive might not have an advantage. Although the pioneer would get the first attempt at the prize, the very same pioneer might also end up paving the road for the others. After waiting for approximately 4 hours, Chu Huashang finally opened her eyes. The look in her beautiful eyes was as gentle as water as she said softly, "Junior brother, I've made you wait. It's fine." Yang Kai stood up and called out to her, "Let's go." They walked to the lake together. Circulating the blood light scripture, he took a step onto the lake. "Junior brother, please be careful. I don't wish to become a widow at such a young age," she reminded him from the side. Yang Kai stumbled upon hearing those words and the secret art he was circulating nearly stopped. Therefore, he couldn't help glaring fiercely at her. It made her giggle madly. For a moment, she was so gorgeous that her flirtatiousness practically oozed out like water. There was a cultivator standing next to them. They did not know which great force he came from. Unfortunately, he was so befuddled by the sight of her beauty that he fell into the blood lake with a splash and lost his life. Chu Huashang stopped laughing with an innocent expression. Yang Kai sighed, "Let's go." She nodded and stepped onto the blood lake before him. Ripples spread out from beneath her feet as she stood steadily on the surface of the water. Turning to look back at him, she playfully said, "Junior brother, stay close, okay?" He involuntarily snorted at those words but followed behind her nevertheless as they set off for the third island. However, the smile soon slid off his face. It reached a point where he didn't even dare to look forward anymore. The main reason was that this crazy woman was twisting and swaying her hips in front of him hypnotically. He could not tell whether she was doing so intentionally or whether her actions were simply a natural habit, but her graceful and seductive curves evoked endless imagination in his head. Unable to take it anymore, he quickly caught up to her in a few steps and walked side by side. Only then did he get some peace of mind. The third island was also located a couple thousand meters away from the second. As long as they circulated the blood light scripture correctly and maintained the blood mist around their bodies to protect themselves, they would be able to cross the blood lake safely. In less than the time it takes to boil a cup of tea, the pair arrived on the third island. At this moment, there were only a dozen or so people present. The elimination tests at each stage were becoming more and more difficult. Accordingly, the number of people who safely passed those tests became lower. Upon arriving at this spot, Yang Kai finally became a little nervous even though he had remained calm all this time. According to his estimation, it was possible that the reward they would receive at the third island was a 7th-order monster core. Although the possibility was not high, there was always a glimmer of hope. 3 round platforms appeared in front of the two of them once more. Yang Kai stared at the 3 monster cores in front of him and was unable to make up his mind. While he was hesitating, he suddenly detected a strange energy fluctuation coming from the side. He turned to look and saw Chu Huashang staring fixedly at the monster core in her hand with her mouth gaping open in shock. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and joy. That monster core was 7th order. Moreover, judging from the aura it was exuding, it was an extremely rare young element monster core. Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded by the sight. Although he had the feeling that a 7th-order monster core might appear on the third island, he never imagined that it would actually appear in front of him, much less that Chu Huashang would obtain it. Put it away. He quickly sent her a transmission. Chu Huashang snapped back to her senses and lifted her head to glance around. A dozen or so people in front of them were all staring in this direction. It was obvious that they had sensed the energy fluctuations coming from the 7th-order monster core. They all had shocked and greedy expressions on their faces. That was a 7th-order monster core, a treasure worth hundreds of millions of open heaven pills. Back at the exchange meeting in Red Cloud's auction house, Yang Kai had paid more than 200 million open heaven pills in exchange for the primordial Yang profound ginseng. In other words, the Yang element monster core that she received was worth at least 200 million open heaven pills. For something like that to simply fall into Chu Huashang's hands so easily. Even a core disciple from Yin Yang Cave Heaven like her felt as though she had been struck by a huge blessing. It wasn't until she stored the 7th-order monster core into her space ring that those gazes slowly retracted. They could probably tell that she was not an easy prey, otherwise, it would not be surprising for them to attack and rob her. After being stimulated by this incident, Yang Kai couldn't help rolling up his sleeves in anticipation. He took a deep breath and reached his hand into the light barrier on the left. When he withdrew his hand and spread open his palm, his anticipation immediately turned into disappointment. It was not a 7th-order monster core. It was not even a 6th-order monster core. It was a 5th-order monster core. He nearly spat blood when he saw it. This is the third island. How can I obtain a 5th-order monster core as a reward? Are you joking with me? I would have grudgingly accepted even if it was only a 6th-order monster core. Compared to what Chu Huashang had obtained, the 5th-order monster core he received was trash. It deserved to be thrown away without a second glance. Upon further consideration, a 7th-order monster core would not appear so easily even though this was the third island. It was amazingly lucky of her to receive a 7th-order monster core. The others would never get another opportunity to obtain a 7th-order monster core again. Seeming to sense Yang Kai's disappointment, Chu Huashang whispered, "Junior brother Yang, do you want my monster core? I can give it to you." "Give it to me?" He glanced at her in surprise. That was a Yang element 7th-order monster core. How could she just offer to give it away like that? There would definitely be more than one master in Yin Yang Cave Heaven who would need this resource. It could be said that it would be a huge achievement if she brought this 7th-order monster core back. She continued, don't you need high-rank materials? Even if not for the fact that they had known each other since the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and she was aware that he had condensed high-rank powers, his existence had caught the attention of the major cave heavens and paradises at this point. As long as Chu Huashang casually inquired, she would be able to get this information. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he chuckled and shook his head. Many thanks, senior sister. Unfortunately, I can't use this monster core anymore. If it was before he participated in the exchange meeting, he might have considered trading with her for the Yang Element 7th Order Monster Core, however, he had already condensed his Yang Element now. This Monster Core was useless to him for the time being. Although it might be necessary for him in the future, that was still something far, far off from now. How could he ask somebody else for something so precious? Nevertheless, he was moved by the fact that she wanted to give this monster core to him. This woman can't have truly fallen for me, right? Be that as it may, his current future was extremely bleak. There was no saying when he would have to face great pressure from multiple parties. Chu Huashang was no fool, so how could she fall for him at a time like this? Is that so? She nodded. Then, I'll keep it for now. If you need it in the future, you can come to me at any time. Glancing at him with a shy smile, she added, not just the monster core. I can even give myself to you. Cough. 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 Yang Kai nearly choked to death on his own saliva. Chu Huashang's boldness was a little difficult to handle. Looking at her was like looking at Shan Qing Luo from before. The seductive charms of the beguiling demon queen were not something just anybody could withstand. Yang Kai quickly pointed to the front. Let's just comprehend the blood light scripture first. Is blood monster divine monarch sick in the head? Why does he have to make the test so complicated? Shaking his head, he walked towards the stele, listening to coquettish laughter coming from behind. The stele was not small. Moreover, not many people had managed to reach the third island, so Yang Kai and Chu Huashang casually found a spot and sat down together as usual. Afterward, they immersed their consciousness into the stele and immediately began to comprehend the fourth chapter of the blood light scripture. Many subtle mysteries poured into their minds. Martial Peak, Chapter 4250, the final stage. The two of them had only just sat down for less than 6 hours. They were comprehending the secret art when they suddenly heard a loud laughter. I did it. I comprehended it. Blood monster divine monarch's inheritance is mine. The wild laughter was extremely wanton and arrogant. Affected by this disturbance, all the cultivators who were quietly comprehending the secret art under the stele involuntarily opened their eyes. They looked forward and saw the great thousand bloodland disciple laughing maniacally with his head thrown back. The blood mist surrounding his body churned violently. It was terrifying to see. At this moment, he was laughing while striding towards the blood lake. His eyes were filled with a look of desire. As long as he could pass the final section of the blood lake, then he could arrive at the palace in the middle of the lake and get a glimpse of the inheritance. A black mist suddenly surged forward and turned into a pitch-black python. The black python opened its mouth wide and lunged at him. It looked extremely lifelike. Moreover, it was overflowing with demon chi, making it all the more horrifying. The man jumped in fright and hurriedly backed away. The blood mist around him shuddered, wriggling and changing to transform into a blood-colored knife that came slashing down on the black python's head. The blood knife beheaded the black python, but before the great thousand bloodland disciple could let out a breath of relief, the severed pieces of the black python suddenly exploded into countless tiny snakes. Their tongues flickered as they hissed and shot towards him like lightning. He gave a roar and used both hands to send out secret techniques. The blood knife instantly turned into 1,000 blades that he slashed out as he backed away. Black snake after black snake was cut to pieces and dissipated as demon chi. The blood blades also vanished in a short time. By the time all the black snakes were beheaded, the blood mist surrounding the great thousand bloodland disciple had weakened considerably. He abruptly turned around and glared in a certain direction. Pei Wuxian, what's the meaning of this? The attack just now had been too obvious. He didn't even need to guess to know that the attack came from Pei Wuxian of Myriad Demons Heaven, and he was both shocked and furious. Pei Wuxian sat there motionlessly and stared at the great Thousand Bloodland disciple coldly. I just can't stand the sight of you. The great Thousand Bloodland disciple was absolutely livid. Unfortunately, his strength was lacking. He knew that he was not Pei Wuxian's opponent, so he was forced to suppress his rage. Brother Pei, this Zhou Yi will not forget your gift today and will be certain to return the favor in the future. The meaning behind his words clearly indicated that he would get his revenge one day. After throwing out those harsh words, he moved to set out for the palace in the middle of the lake. He had only just started walking when he heard Pei Wuxian saying faintly, I dare you to take a step forward and see what happens. Zhou Yi paused mid-step and did not dare to put his foot down. He glared at Pei Wuxian. What do you mean, Brother Pei? He could sense that Pei Wuxian's gaze was locked tightly on him like a panther that was about to pounce on its prey. The rage in his heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt, squeezing him to the point where it was very uncomfortable. Pei Wuxian calmly replied, if you left quietly after comprehending the blood light scripture, this Pei would not have bothered to cause trouble for you, but you deliberately made such a ruckus to disturb me. Because of that, all of my previous efforts were wasted. Did you think this Pei was so easily bullied? Zhou Yi gritted his teeth. I was simply overjoyed just now and lost control of myself. It was not intentional. Pei Wuxian sneered, whether it was intentional or not, it's up to me to decide. It's pointless for you to argue with me. Zhou Yi shouted, what do you want, Brother Pei? Nothing. Pei Wuxian lazily cracked his neck, you just need to stand there quietly. Once this Pei finishes comprehending the blood light scripture, you can set off together with me. Zhou Yi was furious. He had been in the lead ever since he came to the Blood Lake. Not to mention that it was the final stage and he was much further ahead compared to everybody else. How could Pei Wuxian force him to wait here? How could he be willing? If that truly were the case, then all his efforts and advantages from before would come to nothing. He had planned to set off early to see if he could obtain Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. No matter what, it would always be advantageous to be the first to enter the palace in the middle of the lake before everybody else. Brother Pei, did you think that this Zhou was a pushover? You might be a disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven, but none of us are in the open heaven realm yet. The difference between our strengths is not that great. If you really want to stop me, Brother Pei, this Zhou will have no choice but to ask you for a demonstration of strength. If we end up fighting each other, it will only be advantageous for the others. His words were a mixture of reason and threat, but his response was not bad. Pei Wuxian sneered and pointed at the people around him, if you think that way, then you are sorely mistaken. Ask them yourself. Let's see if they agree to let you leave first. Zhou Yi turned to look in that direction. Sure enough, there were many malicious gazes staring at him. Many of them looked like they were itching to take action, hence, he immediately became frightened. He realized that his actions just now had incited public anger. In addition to everything that he had done earlier, he had made himself into a target. Therefore, his complexion turned pale. It was just as Pei Wuxian mentioned. He had deliberately laughed out loud to disturb the others who were in the middle of comprehending the blood light scripture. He wanted to make them waste a little more time. Who could have expected that he would lift a rock only to drop it on his foot instead? He might have gotten away with it if nobody had stepped forward to complain, but Pei Wuxian just had to stop him from leaving. With all the commotion they made, how could he possibly be allowed to leave now? If he really were to force his way out of here, he would instantly be besieged by everybody. With that thought in mind, he gritted his teeth. Good. I will do as you say, Brother Pei. I will wait for you. I just hope you won't make me wait too long. Zhou Yi was a man who knew how to adapt to the situation. Now that things had come to this point, it was better to wait patiently than to be besieged by everybody. Even if everybody entered the palace in the middle of the lake together, he would still have his own unique advantages. After all, his attainments in the Tao of Blood were much greater compared to the others. Pei Wenxian grinned and nodded. Rest assured, this Pei won't let you wait too long. The storm finally subsided. Aside from Zhou Yi, who was standing there with a hideous expression on his face, everybody else on the third island continued to comprehend the blood light scripture recorded in the steel. Yang Kai was speechless. He initially wanted the others to enter the palace in the middle of the lake before him so that they could scout the way ahead for him. Unfortunately, his plans were completely ruined after what Pei Wenxian did. He had no other means to let the others take the initial risks for him. Judging from the current situation, it was also not appropriate for him to stand out too much, otherwise, there was a high chance that he would be attacked by the others. Aside from Zhou Yi of Great Thousand Bloodland, he had the greatest advantage among all the other cultivators here. His abundant and robust blood qi allowed him to comprehend the blood light scripture more easily. He could confidently say that he would be able to finish comprehending the secret art in another hour. From the looks of things now though, he would have to conceal his advantage. As expected, Yang Kai attained mastery of the blood light scripture's 4th chapter through comprehensive study after another hour. He came to realize something when he was on the previous islands: the more robust the blood qi of a cultivator, the easier it was for them to cultivate the blood light scripture. At this point, this discovery was only becoming more obvious. Still, Yang Kai pretended as though he was in the middle of comprehending the secret art. At the same time, he stealthily monitored his surroundings with his divine sense. Zhou Yi was still standing there, not daring to make a careless move lest he provoke a violent reaction. It was just that his expression was uglier with the passing of time. He should have been investigating the palace in the middle of the lake by now, but he was forcibly held up in this place by Pei Wenxian. How could he not feel resentful? During this period, more and more people arrived on the third island. Their numbers were not high, but the cultivators who made it this far were the elites among the elites. Bulian Zhong was one of them. However, his junior brothers and junior sister were nowhere to be seen. They probably remained behind on the second island. Another 7 or 8 hours passed when Yang Kai suddenly noticed a short man secretly opening his eyes by a narrow slit. The short man's eyes twinkled behind those narrow slits as he surveyed his surroundings. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing in surprise. Like Yang Kai, the short man had already attained mastery of the blood light scripture. Despite having the qualifications to set off for the palace in the middle of the lake, he did not reveal the fact immediately. It was clear that he had his own plans. Yang Kai quietly sighed in amazement. All the cultivators who could arrive on the third island were sneaky tigers hiding their claws. Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang were still in the middle of comprehending the secret art, but this short man had already finished. It made Yang Kai wonder which great force he belonged to. Another hour passed and Pei Wenxian suddenly let out a turbid breath of relief. He opened his eyes and sighed in amazement. The grand evolution immortal blood light scripture is profound indeed. While saying so, he stood up and glanced lightly at the cultivators who were gathered around the steel. A trace of murderous intent flashed through his eyes, but in the end, he shook his head and strode towards the blood lake. If possible, he would have liked to slaughter every single person here. After that, he could slowly take his time to explore the palace in the middle of the lake. However, he knew that it was not realistic to think that he could kill all these people. After waiting for such a long time, Zhou Yi immediately followed suit when he saw that Pei Wenxian was finally moving forward. In the next moment, the short man that Yang Kai noticed earlier also stood up. Another 3 or 4 others stood up at the same time. They looked at each other before tacitly shifting their gazes away. There were 5 or 6 people heading towards the palace in the middle of the lake all at once, so it was only natural that it caught the attention of many people. They raised their heads to look in that direction with expressions of envy. Yang Kai glanced at Chu Huashang suspiciously. Logically speaking, she should have finished around the same time, but on the contrary, she was frowning deeply. It was obvious that she was still immersed in comprehending the secret art and seemed to have encountered a problem. This puzzled him. After all, she was one of Yin Yang Cave Heaven's core disciples. Moreover, she condensed sixth-order elements. Both her aptitude and her comprehension abilities were the best among the best, so why was she taking so long? After further consideration though, Yang Kai realized that it might be related to her gender. She was a woman, so her body was inherently more yin-aligned, which would make her blood qi less vigorous. These 2 points might be the reason why her progress was slower than the others. Not to mention, there were no other women on the third island aside from her. Still, Chu Huashang was not that much slower than the others. An hour after Pei Wenxian and the others left, she finally opened her eyes and glanced at Yang Kai affectionately. Yang Kai gestured, "Let's go." He was slightly unsettled by this woman. He had not noticed anything when they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so he did not know why she was being so affectionate and forward when he met her again today. She nodded. The two of them walked side by side towards the Blood Lake. Circulating the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture, a layer of blood mist immediately surged around their bodies to protect them. When they stepped onto the Blood Lake, the various disturbances and the pulling force that came from the Blood Lake were more than 10 times stronger than before. It was conceivable that one could not safely cross this stretch of the Blood Lake if they did not integrate and link all 4 chapters of the Blood Light scripture recorded on all 4 steels together. Martial Peak, Chapter 4251, Something Feels Off. The last stage was several times harder to comprehend than the previous 2 stages. It was just that those who could reach the third island were all talented and intelligent people, so the casualty rate was much lower. All the people who departed earlier were safe and sound, about to arrive at the palace in the middle of the lake soon. After another quarter hour or so, those people more or less arrived at the island where the palace was located. They exchanged a glance with each other for a moment, then they rushed towards the palace in unison and vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. Pei Wenxian was the only one who remained there. He turned around and looked towards Yang Kai, who was making his way across the Blood Lake. Their gazes met and Yang Kai felt his heart sinking and thought to himself, "This is bad. This guy is going to pull some dirty trick." Pei Wenxian had tried to make trouble for Yang Kai when he first arrived at the Blood Lake, only to be stopped by Chu Huashang at the time. Now that Pei Wenxian was safely standing on the island in the middle of the lake while Yang Kai was standing on the surface of the lake, he finally found the perfect opportunity to do something. The thought had only just occurred to Yang Kai when he saw Pei Wenxian grinning at him. Following that, Pei Wenxian clenched his fist and punched out in Yang Kai's direction. Both demon qi and blood qi churned violently all over his body before flowing out along his arm to become a pitch-black demon dragon that bared its fangs menacingly. The demon dragon skimmed across the surface of the lake and came charging in this direction with a shocking momentum. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai might not have taken this blow seriously, however, he was currently standing in the middle of the Blood Lake. Most of his concentration was being used to maintain the Blood Light scripture in order to resist the pulling force coming from the Blood Lake. He could not even bring out 30% of his actual strength. If he was hit by an attack of this caliber, his concentration might lapse for a moment and he might make a mistake in circulating the Blood Light scripture. The situation would surely end in tragedy then. Pei Wenxian had truly chosen the best timing to attack. "Senior Sister Chu, get away from me!" Yang Kai shouted. At the same time, he glared fixedly at the demon dragon charging towards him while silently urging his strength in preparation to defend against the attack. However, the demon dragon only flew a couple dozen meters before it suddenly sank into the Blood Lake and vanished out of sight, like it was pulled downward by some unknown guiding force. It didn't even make a single ripple on the surface of the lake. Yang Kai was taken aback. Similarly, Pei Wenxian was dumbfounded. He frowned slightly and fired another violent attack in disbelief. Just like before, the attack was absorbed into the Blood Lake before it could even approach Yang Kai. This situation made his expression turn ugly. He coldly snorted and glared at Yang Kai fiercely. "You got lucky this time." After that, he turned around and rushed towards the palace. The fact that the blood lake could even absorb attacks was beyond his expectations, otherwise, he would have made Yang Kai suffer greatly. In this situation, there was no point in wasting more of his time here. The others had already entered the palace ahead of him. Besides, he was also eager to try his luck inside the palace. Yang Kai stared at Pei Wenxian's disappearing back, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Secretly gritting his teeth, he called out to Chu Huashang, "Let's go." The two of them continued onward, taking almost an hour before they arrived at the small island where the palace in the middle of the lake was located. The moment they stepped foot on the island, Chu Huashang heaved a sigh of relief. The anxiety that had been weighing down on her finally lifted from her shoulders. Turning around, she studied her surroundings and said, "Junior brother Yang, there doesn't seem to be a reward for this stage." Yang Kai made a noncommittal response. He had already noticed this when Pei Wenxian, Zhou Yi, and the others arrived on the island earlier. Unlike the previous 3 islands, this place did not offer any monster cores as rewards. This discovery disappointed him very much. Based on his calculations, the rewards for the first, second, and third islands had been, on average, 4th order, 5th order, and 6th order monster cores, respectively. In that case, there was a high possibility that 7th order monster cores might appear on the central island. Unfortunately, it turned out that there was nothing here at all. It would seem that 7th order monster cores were extremely rare, even in the blood monster cave heaven. It was not something that could randomly be given out as a reward. Not to mention, blood monster divine monarch's Tao of blood inheritance might be hidden inside this palace. What reward could be more valuable than the inheritance itself? It was just that. Yang Kai mainly came here in hopes of obtaining high-rank open heaven materials. Having gained nothing after coming here, it was only natural for him to feel extremely disappointed. Nevertheless, he was already here. He might as well go inside and have a look. Who could say whether he might find other treasures inside? Yang Kai and Chu Huashang glanced at the palace with a measuring look before walking towards the gates of the palace. A short while later, they entered the grand hall and immediately felt a chill running up their spines. This place was so eerie that it made all the hairs on their body stand on end. Yang Kai initially assumed that there would be more tests and greater dangers set up in this place, but now it seemed things were completely different from what he had imagined. The grand hall was small enough that the entire situation within could be seen at a glance. Moreover, it was completely empty except for the platform located right in the center. A white skeleton sat cross-legged on that platform. There was no saying how many years it had been since the owner of the skeleton died. All the flesh had long since fallen off the bones, but the skeleton remained as white as jade, even exuding a faint trace of spirituality. Yang Kai was extremely impressed. Although he did not know which era blood monster divine monarch lived as one of the apex masters of his time, he was certain that at least several tens of thousands of years had passed since then. It might even be longer than that. The fact that the skeleton of a person from that era could remain preserved in such pristine condition after his death only served to show just how powerful his cultivation was when he was alive. The people who arrived earlier were gathered around the skeleton. They were sitting separately and staring at the skeleton with scorching gazes as though they were staring at a supreme precious treasure. Upon sensing Yang Kai and Chu Huashang's arrival, they glanced in the direction of the entrance in unison. "Seems everybody's here." Pei Wenxian chuckled. Yang Kai glared at Pei Wenxian coldly, his murderous intent flaring. Pei Wenxian had come looking for trouble when he first arrived at the Blood Lake and even tried to kill him when he was crossing the Blood Lake just now. Now that they met again, it was only natural that he had no plans to be soft-hearted. "Wait, brother Yang." Just as Yang Kai was about to attack, Zhou Yi of Great Thousand Bloodlands suddenly raised his hand and shouted. Yang Kai glanced at Zhou Yi and asked lightly, "Do you have an objection, brother Zhou?" Zhou Yi politely replied, no. It's just that this place is where Blood Monster Divine Monarch left his Tao of Blood inheritance. If you were to fight here, there's a high chance that you might destroy the inheritance. This Zhou hopes that you will calm yourself for now and not cause a disturbance. This place is where Blood Monster Divine Monarch left his Tao of Blood inheritance. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Zhou Yi nodded seriously, indeed. Several others nodded in agreement. How do you know? Zhou Yi pointed at the skeleton. You will know just by immersing your mind in the jade skeleton, Brother Yang. Yang Kai glanced at Zhou Yi suspiciously. Spreading out his divine sense, he immersed himself into the jade skeleton. His expression soon changed drastically and his eyes filled with astonishment. He could sense the rest of the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture inside the jade skeleton. They passed through the 3 islands earlier, and including the stele on the shore, there were a total of 4 steles. The steles each contained one of the first 4 chapters of the Blood Light scripture. However, the 4 chapters did not make up a whole. They could only be said to make up less than half of the secret art. Yang Kai had guessed that the rest of the secret art would be located within the palace in the middle of the lake. It was only by joining both parts into one would the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture be considered complete. At this moment, he could sense the rest of the Blood Light scripture coming from this skeleton that had died countless years ago. This skeleton. Zhou Yi looked at Yang Kai and explained, if my guess is correct, this skeleton is the remains of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. He set up a test in this place and engraved the second half of the Blood Light scripture on his skeleton, all in the hopes of encountering a fateful person. This is the skeleton of Blood Monster Divine Monarch? Yang Kai had the vague feeling that something was off. Didn't they say that Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance was hidden deep within the Blood Monster Divine Palace? And the Blood Monster Divine Palace is located in the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. We have only been here for a few days. This area is only in the periphery of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Why would the inheritance appear here? The location doesn't match up. It was true that the tests in the Blood Lake were extremely dangerous, but he could not shake the feeling that something was not right. But, the Blood Light scripture in this jade skeleton does not seem to be fake. The most important basis of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance was the Blood Light scripture. If they comprehended the mysteries of the Blood Light scripture, then it would be no different from obtaining Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. Just what is going on? Yang Kai frowned, feeling doubtful. Zhou Yi continued, Blood Monster Divine Monarch died many years ago, so the Blood Light scripture is now unique in the world. His skeleton might look like it is perfectly preserved, but nobody can guarantee that it can withstand violent impacts. If anybody were to fight here, they will most likely destroy the skeleton containing the inheritance. That was why we came to a consensus before you arrived, Brother Yang. We agreed to get rid of anybody who tries to use force in this place. Yang Kai had wondered why they were still standing around peacefully even though they arrived more than an hour earlier. It would seem that they had taken some time to reach a consensus. In addition, they were only being so restrained towards one another out of fear that the impacts of their fight would destroy the jade skeleton. He glared at Pei Wenxian coldly. The other party returned the look with fierce fighting intent and a reckless expression, which made the others frown in response. Zhou Yi secretly sent a divine sense transmission to Yang Kai, Brother Yang, please endure for a moment. I will join forces with you later and we can kill him together when this matter is over. He had been harassed by Pei Wenxian earlier. Unfortunately, he knew that he was not Pei Wenxian's opponent and had no choice but to endure the humiliation as a result. With the chance of working together with Yang Kai in front of him, it was only natural that he did not wish to miss the opportunity. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai nodded, good. I'll let him live for a little while longer. Pei Wenxian immediately sneered, it's uncertain who is the one with the opportunity to live a little longer. Zhou Yi was overjoyed and cupped his fists, many thanks, Brother Yang. Since everybody has no objections, let us start. After saying that, he eagerly closed his eyes and immersed himself in the jade skeleton to comprehend the secret art. He deeply believed that he had a great advantage, and it was inevitable that he would obtain Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. It was for that reason that he was also the most afraid of conflict breaking out among each other. Otherwise, he would not have persuaded Yang Kai as soon as he saw him arrive. The others naturally followed suit. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang took a few steps forward. They found a seat below the skeleton and looked up at the jade skeleton. After thinking about it, Yang Kai sent a transmission to Chu Huashang, "Be careful, senior sister Chu. If you notice something wrong, protect yourself immediately." Chu Huashang turned to look at him and asked quietly, "Junior brother, did you notice something wrong?" He shook his head, "It just doesn't feel right." He could not say what was off about this place. He simply felt that Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance would not be located in this place. But, he could not guarantee that his conjecture was correct either. What if this really was Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance? Focusing his mind, he closed his eyes and immersed himself into the jade skeleton once more. A string of characters immediately jumped out at him inside his mind: "Whoever obtains this king's inheritance may inherit the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Yang Kai had only taken a quick glance earlier, so he failed to notice this sentence just now. However, the feeling of unease in his heart became even stronger after seeing this sentence. Martial Peak, Chapter 4252, Another Divine Monarch. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming when he was still alive. This fact was portrayed extremely evidently throughout the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The Blood Lake was the manifestation of the Tao of Blood, while the various monster beasts were the embodiment of the Tao of Beast Taming. So, why would a person be able to inherit the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven just by obtaining the Tao of Blood inheritance? Another point that puzzled Yang Kai greatly was the location of the Blood Lake. The location of the Blood Lake could not be considered hidden. The area in which the Blood Lake was located was also indicated in the map given to him by the proprietress. In other words, their predecessors had definitely explored this area before. However, the Blood Lake was not marked clearly upon the map. If the Blood Lake had existed in the past, then why was it never mentioned before over the years? After all, the Tao of Blood inheritance was no trivial matter. The slightest information leak regarding this matter would cause such a huge commotion that everybody would know about it. Be that as it may, nobody had ever heard about the existence of the Blood Lake or the Tao of Blood inheritance until the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened this time. As such, there was only one explanation that would make sense. The Blood Lake and the Tao of Blood inheritance only appeared recently. It had not appeared in the past. That was why their predecessors who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in the past had no knowledge about this matter. That was also why the Blood Lake was not marked on the map. The cultivators who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were the first batch of people to come into contact with the Tao of Blood inheritance. But, if that was the case, then it did not make sense either. If Blood Monster Divine Monarch had set up various tests in this place in hopes of handing down his Tao of Blood inheritance to his destined successor, then there was no reason for him to hide this place for so many years. It was not until the most recent opening of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven that this place was revealed to the public. If he really wanted to find an inheritance disciple, then this Blood Lake should have appeared before the eyes of the world a long time ago. After all, the most likely result of hiding this place too deeply was the loss of his legacy with time. It doesn't make sense. I just can't figure it out. Yang Kai shook his head while comprehending the rest of the Blood Light scripture. In any case, the Blood Light scripture was definitely genuine. Such an exquisite secret art was very rare. At this point, the only thing he could do was take it one step at a time. As time passed, blood mist lingered around the people sitting around the skeleton. They were immersed in the mystery of the Blood Light scripture, unable to extricate themselves. A glimmering light suddenly lit up in the eye socket of the skeleton without anybody noticing. The glimmering light was very dim and weak, almost like a candle that was about to go out. It silently drifted out of the sunken eye socket, circled around the skeleton leisurely before floating over to Chu Huashang. The glimmering light floated up and down, seeming to be searching for something. It did not stay in front of Chu Huashang for long before moving on to the next cultivator. The short man who hid his abilities earlier was sitting to her right, not far away from her. The glimmering light seemed to have a sentience of its own, and after observing the short man for a while, it moved away. After investigating the cultivators one by one, the glimmering light came to Zhou Yi. It stopped in front of Zhou Yi for the longest time, almost as though it had found something of interest. However, it eventually floated towards the next person sitting beside Zhou Yi. The glimmering light soon circled around and came to Yang Kai, who was sitting close beside Chu Huashang. Then, the glimmering light suddenly shone brightly like a wild beast that had found the most delicious food and immediately slammed straight into his mind without hesitation. Even though it looked like a flickering flame that was on the verge of extinguishing, it slipped into Yang Kai's head without the slightest hindrance and quickly vanished out of sight. Yang Kai was focused on comprehending the latter portion of the blood light scripture when all of a sudden, his body shuddered slightly and a feeling of coolness spread throughout him. Before he could figure out what was going on, he felt his knowledge sea defenses being penetrated. It seemed to be caused by something entering without his permission. Immediately after that, a cold voice sounded in his mind, "Junior, hand over your body." Shocked, Yang Kai quickly immersed his mind into his knowledge sea and transformed into his soul avatar. The first thing he saw was an illusory phantom charging towards him. The illusory phantom clearly looked very weak, but it gave him the feeling that it was very powerful. All of a sudden, it exploded without warning and turned into a cloud of gray mist that tried to wrap around him. Hurriedly backing away to avoid the gray mist, Yang Kai was shocked as he shouted, "Soul possession." The illusory phantom that invaded his knowledge sea was clearly a soul. The horror he felt in his heart was indescribable. Although he had been concentrating on comprehending the blood light scripture, a part of his consciousness had remained aware of the outside world. It was a countermeasure he took in case Pei Wenxian secretly attacked him. Even so, he failed to notice anything until this soul invaded his knowledge sea. There was only one explanation for this outcome. This person's soul was so much stronger than his that it could completely evade his perception. Who? He immediately thought about the jade skeleton sitting cross-legged in front of him. For a moment, he was so shocked that it felt as though his soul had been blown away. It can't be Blood Monster Divine Monarch's soul, right? If that's the case, then this might be the end for me. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if he had been dead for countless years, his soul was not something Yang Kai could resist. Yang Kai watched as the fog relentlessly approached him. Gritting his teeth, he stretched out his hand in that direction and roared, "Cut!" A sword light silently slashed downward as the soul-splitting saber that had been nurtured in his knowledge sea all this time manifested in his grip. Combined with the heaven-severing slash that Tian Yen taught him in the past, the power of this move was absolutely staggering. However, what made Yang Kai sink into utter despair was that the mist only scattered for a moment under the sword light of the soul-splitting saber before it converged together once more and doggedly chased after him. He nearly spat blood at the sight. The soul-splitting saber was an emperor artifact. Its strength was no longer able to keep up with his cultivation progress, so it had fallen into disuse. Nevertheless, it was specially meant to target souls. Not to mention that it had been nurtured with the heaven-severing secret technique for so long. It could be said that even a low-rank open heaven realm master who was caught off guard by this move would become dazed. Be that as it may, the mist was completely unobstructed in any way. It could be seen just how pure and powerful the soul was. "Junior, are you trying to resist?" An aged voice came from within the mist. "This old master has been waiting for tens of thousands of years and finally obtained a good opportunity. How can you possibly resist? Obediently hand your body over to this old master and you will suffer less pain." Yang Kai of course ignored the voice and repeatedly activated the soul-splitting saber. The soul-splitting saber transformed into countless sword lights that slashed down. Accordingly, his spiritual energy also flowed out like the ebbing tide. Every blow from the sword light would scatter the mist, but the mist would gather together again quickly. Although the attack seemed to have no effect on the other party, they bought Yang Kai precious time to escape. After all, everything would be over if he was enveloped by the mist. After launching several dozen consecutive attacks, Yang Kai calmed down considerably. Judging from the situation, this invading soul was indeed extremely powerful. However, too much time had passed. It was no longer in its peak condition. How could he have resisted otherwise? Furthermore, it turned out that the attacks of the soul-splitting saber were not completely ineffective. The gray mist had faded ever so slightly after being subjected to this barrage of attacks. It was not very obvious. Nonetheless, this place was within his knowledge sea, so how could he not notice the changes? Insolent Junior. Once this old master has seized your body, I will capture your soul and make you beg for death. An exasperated voice came from within the gray mist. Yang Kai became more and more at ease upon hearing those words. Thus, he relaxed and continued to attack the other party with the soul-splitting saber. Concurrently, he asked, "Are you Blood Monster Divine Monarch?" The gray mist charging at him froze for a moment, but immediately a furious howl followed. "Don't you dare mention that old dog in front of this old master. Beneath the heavens this old master cannot coexist with him." Yang Kai was absolutely shocked. This guy is not Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Based on his speculation, the soul had probably been hiding inside the skeleton. If that was the case, then how could it not be Blood Monster Divine Monarch? Moreover, it sounded like this person had a huge grudge against Blood Monster Divine Monarch. A possibility suddenly flashed through his mind. Unless that skeleton is not the remains of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It belongs to somebody else. Who are you? Announce your name. Yang Kai slashed down with the soul-splitting saber once more, blocking the other party's offensive to a certain extent. This place was within his knowledge sea, therefore, he held a unique advantage in this battle. Unless the gap between their spiritual energy was extremely wide, the act of possession would never succeed under general circumstances. The gray mist coldly snorted, "This old master is the Black Crow Divine Monarch." Yang Kai was secretly speechless, another divine monarch. Only those in the high-rank open heaven realm had the right to crown themselves with the title of Divine Monarch. Doesn't that mean that the Black Crow Divine Monarch was a high-rank open heaven realm master when he was alive? No wonder his spiritual energy is still so powerful that he can even try to possess somebody else to resurrect himself even though so many years have passed since his death. What made him curious was the reason why this Black Crow Divine Monarch turned up in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. How dare Shuiyao, that old fart, imprison this old master? Ha ha ha. So many years have passed, yet that old fart is dead while this old master still lives. How ironic. The gray mist continuously pounced on while laughing maniacally. Only then did Yang Kai realize that this person had been imprisoned within the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was certainly very impressive. He even managed to imprison another high-rank open heaven realm master in his small universe. That being said, it was highly likely that this Black Crow Divine Monarch was in the 7th Order open heaven realm when he died. If not, he would not be so helpless against Blood Monster Divine Monarch. This old master spent countless years and only 100 years ago broke free of that accursed seal. Unfortunately, this old master's physical body was destroyed eons ago. Only my remnant soul remained. Fortunately, Shuiyao left behind his Tao of blood inheritance. What kind of aptitude do you think this old master has? I easily comprehended his Tao of blood inheritance. Junior, do you know why that old fart's Tao of blood secret art is called the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture? It was hard to say whether it was because Black Crow Divine Monarch had been feeling lonely for countless years, but he was very talkative, and Yang Kai was perfectly willing to be his conversation partner. Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai said, "Please explain, Senior." Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled softly. The emphasis is placed on the word immortal in the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture. It allows a person to become immortal, undying, and indestructible. When you cultivate the Blood Light scripture to its limit, you can be reborn from just a single drop of blood. This secret art is the ultimate secret art throughout the entire universe. It incited a reign of terror when it first appeared in the world, and in the end, it ultimately fell into old dog Shui Yao's hands. Yang Kai was curious, if you can be reborn from just a single drop of blood, then why did Blood Monster Divine Monarch die in the end? Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted, "One's lifespan is limited. He simply died of old age. The power of time is extremely cruel. There have been countless heroes throughout the ages, but who among them has managed to escape the clutches of time?" Yang Kai backed away while attacking ruthlessly and nodded. "So Senior obtained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance? What about the tests earlier? Were they also your doing, Senior?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4253, Not a New Trick. Black Crow Divine Monarch said it himself, he had thoroughly comprehended the Blood Light scripture. In that case, why would the various tests for the Tao of Blood inheritance still remain? That's right. How would this old master find a suitable candidate to possess if I had not done that? Black Crow Divine Monarch readily admitted, all the tests in this place were indeed set up by that old dog, Shui Yao, before his death. It's just that this old master used certain means to move them here. This old master initially had his eye on another one of you brats. He seems to have a foundation in the Tao of Blood, so it would save me a lot of effort if I possessed him. But, your vitality is so abundant that it is simply outrageous. If I can possess you, I will get double the result with half the effort when cultivating the Blood Light scripture in the future. Boy, you can only blame your poor luck for appearing in front of this old master at this time. The person with a foundation in the Tao of Blood that he mentioned was undoubtedly referring to Zhou Yi of Great Thousand Bloodland. Among the few people who arrived at the palace in the middle of the lake, he was the only one with a foundation in the Tao of Blood. From what Black Crow Divine Monarch mentioned, Yang Kai also learned that all the tests in this place were indeed set up by Blood Monster Divine Monarch in order to pass down his Tao of Blood legacy. They were simply relocated to this area by Black Crow Divine Monarch through unknown means. For a man to retain such great abilities even after his death, Divine Monarchs truly cannot be understood with common sense. Just as Yang Kai was feeling amazed, the aura exuding from the grey mist suddenly soared. Immediately following that, an invisible and intangible soul attack shot out from within the grey mist. Yang Kai was caught off guard and took the attack straight on as a result. In that instant, his soul became unstable, his mind was greatly shaken, and his entire knowledge sea became turbulent. Even his soul avatar nearly collapsed. This old dog, he's been concealing his real ability. Yang Kai was deeply shocked. After seeing Black Crow Divine Monarch getting slashed by the soul-splitting saber and failing to approach him, he had mistakenly assumed that the other party was not that strong. It was not until Black Crow Divine Monarch suddenly unleashed such a terrifyingly powerful attack that he realized his mistake. The other party had been hiding his skills all this while, it was just so that he could catch Yang Kai off guard. Thinking about it again, it made perfect sense. The enemy was a divine monarch after all. How could he not have a trick or two up his sleeves? If not, how could he have penetrated Yang Kai's knowledge sea defenses or even plan on possessing him? Ha ha ha. Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed madly. The scattered mist gathered together again and lunged at Yang Kai like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Junior, why did you think this old master kindly explained all of this to you? It's simply to distract you. Youngsters nowadays truly do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But worry not. This old master will definitely take good care of your body after possessing it. You can also tell me if you have any dying wishes. This old master will fulfill them to the best of his abilities. While he was speaking, he had already arrived in front of Yang Kai and looked like he was about to envelop him entirely. At that moment, Yang Kai's dull eyes suddenly regained clarity. He backed away and shouted, "Many thanks for your kindness, Senior, but this junior will fulfill his wishes himself. I don't need to trouble you for your help, Senior." The soul-splitting saber unleashed another burst of sword light and slashed down diagonally to scatter the grey mist once more. "You," Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice was filled with disbelief. He was nothing more than a remnant soul at the moment, so the power he could exert was limited as a result. Even so, he was still the remnant soul of a divine monarch. How could a trivial Emperor Realm Jr. resist him? And yet, that was exactly what happened just now. The boy in front of him had recovered in a matter of moments, causing the plans he believed were foolproof to go horribly wrong. Yang Kai did not give Black Crow Divine Monarch the slightest chance to approach him again. Having suffered once just now, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He reached out a hand when the sword light came slashing down and his spiritual energy surged violently as he shouted, "Blossoming Lotus." A lotus suddenly blossomed in the middle of the grey mist. The flower was as white as jade and looked extremely delicate, as if it might be blown apart by a gentle breeze. However, this very flower was swiftly absorbing the spiritual energy of the grey mist. With this power, the flower bloomed quickly and several layers of lotus petals unfurled magnificently. Ah! Black Crow Divine Monarch's screams of rage and agony came from within the grey mist. The blossoming lotus secret technique consumed a lot of energy to unleash, but it would use the enemy's own spiritual energy as nutrients to bloom after it was activated. It was a move with unlimited potential. If this attack struck an opponent of similar strength, their soul would immediately suffer heavy damage. Unfortunately, the power of Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul was simply on a different scale. Yang Kai immediately clenched his fist after unleashing the blossoming lotus and shouted, "Sealed lotus." Another huge lotus appeared, directly wrapping the grey mist within its petals. It practically presented the exact opposite situation compared to when the blossoming lotus secret technique first appeared. This huge lotus swiftly closed and turned into a bud, sealing the grey mist within its petals so that it was plunged into an endless darkness. Hong. A huge force exploded from inside the flower and the entire lotus was torn apart immediately. The grey mist came rushing out aggressively from within the lotus and charged at Yang Kai viciously. Black Crow Divine Monarch roared in fury, "Your resistance is futile, Junior. This old master will not allow you to act so impudent in front of me." It was not until this moment that he finally revealed his true power. At the beginning, he had only wanted to numb Yang Kai's will so that it was easier for him to take over his body. He was a remnant soul after all, so what little remained of his strength was running out and he had to use that power sparingly. Otherwise, he might be wiped out before he could even possess Yang Kai. That would make him the greatest laughing stock of all time. Black Crow Divine Monarch's aura, which was concealed until now, soared. It was more than twice as strong as before and the attacks of the soul-splitting saber did not have much effect on him. It simply slashed through the grey mist but did not delay or force him back in any way. Nevertheless, Yang Kai's expression remained as calm as before. His large hand slammed down in the direction of the grey mist once more as he shouted, "Blossoming Lotus." "Little bastard." Black Crow Divine Monarch was furious. He had been struck by that soul secret technique just now. Even judging the attack from the heights he achieved in the past, it was an ingenious idea even though the power behind it was not worth mentioning. The strength of the attack was weak, but that was related to the strength of the user. He believed that the power behind this attack would only increase steadily as Yang Kai's cultivation improved over time. The grey mist dissipated on its own, turning into a trail of grey vapor as though to avoid the blossoming lotus secret technique. Unfortunately, this place was within Yang Kai's knowledge sea and he was very sensitive to all the changes that occurred. How could he allow the grey mist to avoid his attack? The flower appeared again and the flower petals of the lotus bloomed magnificently. Black Crow Divine Monarch screamed in agony but did not stop in place. Enduring the pain in his soul, he charged towards Yang Kai as though desperate to take over his body right then and there. Sealed Lotus. Black Crow Divine Monarch was livid as he roared, "Junior, do you only know these two tricks?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was wrapped in a huge lotus once more. Although he soon broke out of the shackles, the delay gave Yang Kai some breathing space and allowed him to put some distance between them. It's not about how new your tricks are, but whether they work or not. Whilst fleeing, Yang Kai observed the changes of Black Crow Divine Monarch, and what he saw made his heart sink. It truly was the remnant soul of a divine monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch had received at least several hundred hits from the soul-splitting saber, in addition to 2 rounds of the Blossoming Lotus and Sealed Lotus secret techniques, since he first revealed himself. However, the grey mist had not changed much at all. In other words, the damage he suffered was extremely limited. Meanwhile, Black Crow Divine Monarch was about to explode with anger. He originally thought that he could succeed at taking over this boy's body in an instant, but he had yet to succeed even after all the unexpected twists and turns. For some inexplicable reason, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. It was just that he had no time to think about it at the moment. As soon as he broke free of the restraints, he charged towards Yang Kai again. Blossoming Lotus. Sealed Lotus. The 2 self-created soul secret techniques were unleashed repeatedly. The former was a method to attack one's enemy, while the latter was a means to restrain one's enemy. 2 souls were engaged in a chase inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, caught in a life-and-death contest. At the beginning, Black Crow Divine Monarch had cursed and yelled in exasperation. Later, he no longer called out so loudly. He simply said coldly, "Junior, let's see how long you can keep this up. The burden on your body from casting these soul secret techniques is not small. Sooner or later, the power in your knowledge sea will be depleted. Let's see how you resist this old master then. Once I take over your body, I will definitely kill all your friends and family. I will sell your women to the cheapest whorehouse and force them to take customers every single day." Yang Kai was furious. "Old dog, you court death." Black Crow Divine Monarch snickered, "This old master gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to appreciate the opportunity one gave you. Who else can you blame but yourself? How dare a trivial Emperor Realm boy?" His sentence trailed off all of a sudden. The grey mist that had been chasing Yang Kai relentlessly also came to a halt. Seeming to sense something, he silently perceived his surroundings and immediately cried out in alarm, "No. That's impossible. You are just an Emperor Realm Junior. How can you have such powerful spiritual energy?" He finally realized what that nagging feeling in his heart was. Having been focused on trying to take over Yang Kai's body, he did not think too much about other things. It was only at this moment that he realized something. How could an Emperor Realm cultivator be this powerful? This person's spiritual energy was almost on par with a common low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. That was not the most important thing though. The most important point was that Yang Kai had unleashed so many soul attacks earlier, so logically speaking, his spiritual energy should have been exhausted long ago. Even if it was not depleted, it should have gone down considerably. On the contrary, Black Crow Divine Monarch's perception told him that Yang Kai's knowledge sea remained as plentiful as ever. There were no signs of depletion at all. In other words, Yang Kai was still in peak condition. "Are you not an Emperor Realm cultivator?" Black Crow Divine Monarch felt as though he had been bitten by a poisonous snake. Even his voice became 1 pitch higher. The anger on Yang Kai's face disappeared in an instant and he floated just above his knowledge sea as he looked at Black Crow Divine Monarch lightly. "You must be joking, Divine Monarch. What else can I be if not an Emperor Realm Junior? I am indeed an Emperor Realm cultivator. Guaranteed exchange if not genuine. How dare you still try to deceive me, Junior? How can an Emperor Realm brat have such powerful spiritual energy? You unleashed so many soul attacks earlier. How is it possible that your spiritual energy shows no signs of depletion? After saying that, Black Crow Divine Monarch seemed to discover something. Wait. Your knowledge sea itself is strange. Gray and wispy attacks suddenly shot out of the gray mist and slammed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The sea became turbulent, revealing the seven-colored island hiding below. An inexplicable aura immediately leaked out from that seven-colored island. It was extremely mysterious, almost as though it contained some sort of grand Tao. This is, Black Crow Divine Monarch stared fixedly at the seven-colored island. Immediately after that, he reacted as though he made an amazing discovery and exclaimed in shock, "Soul-warming lotus. Seven-colored soul-warming lotus. You sure are well-informed, Divine Monarch. Your vision is indeed sharp. This junior is impressed," Yang Kai said lightly. Stretching out his hand, the seven-colored island flew out of his knowledge sea and transformed into a seven-color lotus. It bloomed with a dazzling light, floating just beneath his feet. Since it had been discovered, then there was no need to hide it any longer. Yang Kai figured he would just display it proudly. It would also serve as a form of deterrent. Martial Peak, Chapter 4254, A Cunning Escape Strategy. Above his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar stood silently on the soul-warming lotus and stared at the gray mist calmly. If Black Crow Divine Monarch had a physical body right now, he would be dripping with cold sweat. He spoke in a voice full of disbelief, "Junior, were you plotting against me all this time?" If he remembered correctly, Yang Kai had appeared panicked and flustered several times before. Only now did he realize that there was no reason for Yang Kai to panic when the latter had the support of a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. It was clearly all just a ruse. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure that constantly nourished the soul. Moreover, the lotus in front of him shone with seven colors. With such a foundation, Yang Kai's soul was a virtually indestructible existence and his spiritual energy would be replenished at many times the average rate. He was hoping to possess Yang Kai when he exhausted himself, but now such hopes were clearly nothing more than an illusion. I simply replied in kind. Yang Kai glanced at the gray mist faintly. How could he possibly hold back after learning that the other party was the remnant soul of a divine monarch? Who knew what kind of means these divine monarchs might have? Black Crow Divine Monarch gnashed his teeth in hatred. The gray mist shifted erratically for some time, indicating the fluctuations in his mood. He was currently stuck in this situation with no way out, so he was secretly feeling regretful. If he had known about this earlier, he would have chosen the junior with the foundation in the Tao of blood instead. At the beginning, he simply felt that Yang Kai's aura was much more vibrant, which would be more advantageous when cultivating the blood light scripture in the future. From the looks of the situation though, he walked himself right into a deep pitfall. There was no way to extricate himself now that he was so deeply trapped in this situation. Divine Monarch, you asked if this junior only knows those two tricks. Yang Kai leisurely lifted his hand while speaking. A sense of crisis suddenly filled Black Crow Divine Monarch's soul and he instinctively realized that Yang Kai was going to unleash a far more dangerous move. Now I can finally answer your question, Divine Monarch. This junior indeed has another trick, but I wonder if you'll appreciate it. After saying that, Yang Kai gestured forward with his hand and commanded, "Consume him." A loud buzzing sound suddenly filled the air. Immediately after that, small black dots suddenly flew out from a bracelet on Yang Kai's wrist. Those black dots were innumerable and soon turned into a large black cloud that swiftly enveloped the gray mist. Black Crow Divine Monarch was extremely horrified as he shrieked in terror, "Soul-devouring insects." Those small black dots were not black dots at all. There were distinct and oddly shaped insects. It was not as if Black Crow Divine Monarch had never seen soul-devouring insects before. These kinds of exotic insects specialized in devouring spiritual energy and could be said to be the natural nemesis of all souls. That was also precisely the reason why they had a hard time surviving or reaching maturity, because most cultivators who came across them would exterminate them while they were still young and weak. Generally speaking, it was difficult for even mature soul-devouring insects to threaten cultivators who were in the Dao source realm and above. However, these soul-devouring insects far surpassed his cognition. Each insect exuded a ferocious aura that caused Black Crow Divine Monarch's soul to feel terrified. He was almost certain that things would not end well for him if he were to be enveloped by this cloud of insects. No matter how powerful his soul was, he could not withstand the devouring of these insects. His guess was right. Yang Kai had the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, so his spiritual energy was virtually inexhaustible. As such, there was no need to worry about his soul being damaged. He could safely use his own spiritual energy to rear these insects. After so many years, how could they not become powerful? If Black Crow Divine Monarch had been at his peak, he might not have been threatened by this cloud of insects. Unfortunately, he was currently just a weakened remnant soul. He was nothing but delicious food in front of these soul-devouring insects. The soul-devouring insects had been dormant when Yang Kai hid them inside the insect enslavement bracelet earlier, but now that they were released, they eagerly swarmed towards the grey mist like a cat that had caught the scent of a delicious fish. Black Crow Divine Monarch gave a strange cry before turning and fleeing. The cloud of insects followed closely behind, relentlessly giving chase. Standing on top of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai coldly watched from the sidelines. Black Crow Divine Monarch was not the first person to invade his knowledge sea, or even the first person to try and possess him. However, anybody who dared to invade his knowledge sea had suffered a tragic ending. All of this was thanks to the soul-warming lotus. It was certainly worthy of being known as a supreme treasure. Not only did it nourish his soul over the years, but it also made his spiritual energy become unimaginably powerful. It was what allowed him to turn certain defeat into victory numerous times in the past. It could be said that Yang Kai would have died countless times by now if not for the soul-warming lotus. This supreme treasure that he obtained a long, long time ago had helped him a lot throughout his journey on the martial Dao, thus, he was very grateful for it. It had to be said that Black Crow Divine Monarch was both cunning and resourceful. This place was within Yang Kai's knowledge sea, so his soul would naturally be subjected to some amount of suppression. Even so, he was extremely fleet-footed in his escape. The cloud of soul-devouring insects could not do anything to him. Upon seeing this situation, Yang Kai sent out a few thoughts. The cloud of soul-devouring insects immediately split into 4 and transformed into 4 columns of black smoke. These 4 columns of black smoke moved in 4 separate directions to chase and encircle Black Crow Divine Monarch. This time around, Black Crow Divine Monarch fell into a dangerous situation. Although he was struggling hard, he could not escape from the jaws of the soul-devouring insects. The grey mist was soon covered in a layer of black insects. The soul-devouring insects silently and constantly fed on his soul and devoured his spiritual energy. It made him scream in agony. Even the speed of his escape became significantly slower. The moment he slowed down, even more soul-devouring insects latched onto him. It only took several tens of breaths for the grey mist to be completely shrouded in the cloud of black insects. Junior, let me off. This old master can teach you the true grand evolution immortal blood light scripture and bring you to the blood monster divine palace to receive Shui Yao's inheritance in exchange. The true grand evolution immortal blood light scripture? Yang Kai frowned at those words. Are you saying that what we saw before is fake? Those are real. Otherwise, how would people be able to circulate it smoothly? If not, you would not have passed those tests earlier, nor would you have reached the palace in the middle of the lake. But, the blood light scripture that this old master carved on his skeleton is fake. This old master modified several parts. You sure are evil, old dog. Yang Kai cursed. Let me go and I will hand over the real blood light scripture. Your vitality is so abundant, so if you can cultivate the blood light scripture, you will have twice the result with half the effort. It won't take even 1,000 years for you to become the next blood monster divine monarch. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Stop trying to tempt me. This king cultivates the grand Tao of space. The Tao of blood is useless to me." If not because he wanted to obtain the 7th Order Monster Core reward, Yang Kai might not have interfered in this chaos in the first place. The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture might be amazing, but it was not very attractive to him. Black Crow Divine Monarch kept trying though. Of course, it's good to have your own Tao, but the Blood Light scripture is a miraculous creation. If you cultivate it to the limits, you can even resurrect from a single drop of blood. You will be immortal and indestructible. Doesn't that tempt you at all? Blood Monster Divine Monarch died. What do you mean by immortal and indestructible? Yang Kai snorted with disdain. The Black Crow Divine Monarch was furious. Even if you don't need the Tao of blood, don't tell me you don't want Shui Yao's inheritance. It's the inheritance of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If you obtain that, you will instantly become wealthy beyond your imagination. Yang Kai faintly said, "Of course, I want it. How can I not want it? But I don't trust you." The other party was a divine monarch after all. It was better for him to just ignore such tempting words. If he really became interested, then he would surely be devoured to the point where even his bones would be gone. The words of this old fox who had lived for countless millennia were incomparably shrewd. How could they be so easy to deal with? "Junior, do you really plan to kill this old master?" Black Crow Divine Monarch roared furiously. "You wanted to possess me, Divine Monarch. Why should I show you mercy? Time is running out. Divine Monarch, please stop resisting and just hurry up and die. How you vex this old master." Black Crow Divine Monarch was furious. If he was given another chance to choose, he would never have tried to possess Yang Kai. Unfortunately, things had already progressed to this point where regret would not make a difference. Thus, he ruthlessly made up his mind and snarled, "Junior, if you want this old master to die, then don't think you will get off easily either. This old master will fight you to the death." While saying so, the gray mist that was covered in a layer of soul-devouring insects abruptly turned around and charged towards Yang Kai. A terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation came from within the gray mist, and it was obvious that Black Crow Divine Monarch was about to unleash a powerful secret technique. How could Yang Kai dare to take the desperate soul attack of a remnant high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's soul lightly? He immediately drew upon the power of the soul-warming lotus. 7-colored light shone brightly, wrapping around his soul avatar. With the protection of the soul-warming lotus, he would not be defeated regardless of how mighty the attack unleashed by his opponent. Yang Kai had only finished preparing when the gray mist arrived in front of him. The gray mist slammed into the 7-color light barrier without any hesitation whatsoever. Violent spiritual energy burst out, killing countless soul-devouring insects that were latched onto the gray mist in an instant while the rest were sent flying by the impact. The 7-color light barrier shuddered fiercely, and even Yang Kai, who was standing atop the soul-warming lotus, felt the impact shaking his soul. He couldn't help feeling shocked. The desperate struggle of a divine monarch's remnant soul was certainly impressive. He had to admit that he had underestimated his opponent's strength. A buzzing sound rang out as the soul-devouring insects that were sent flying earlier swarmed towards the gray mist once more. It didn't take long for them to devour the gray mist cleanly. Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. Has Black Crow Divine Monarch died? Even though the last attack was very powerful, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that it was more show than substance. It didn't feel right. Just as Yang Kai was mulling over this matter, he suddenly grunted as he could feel that his soul defenses had been torn open and something was fleeing from his knowledge sea. It was all a diversion to escape. Resentment filled Yang Kai's heart. He had taken all sorts of countermeasures and guarded against countless possibilities, but in the end, he still allowed Black Crow Divine Monarch to escape. He had assumed that Black Crow Divine Monarch's attack was a last-ditch attempt born out of desperation, but who could have known that the other party was simply making a feint? It was uncertain what kind of secret technique it was, but Black Crow Divine Monarch managed to separate out a thread of his consciousness. By doing so, he attracted the attention of Yang Kai and the soul-devouring insects, while the rest of his remnant soul immediately found a chance to escape. He truly is an old fox. Cunning indeed. Nevertheless, what Black Crow Divine Monarch did would severely damage his foundation even though he survived. In the beginning, he had been slashed countless times by Yang Kai with the soul-splitting saber. Next, he suffered several rounds of the blossoming lotus and sealed lotus secret techniques. Afterward, his soul was gnawed on by the soul-devouring insects. In the end, he was forced to split a thread of his consciousness to fake his death and escape. It could be said that Black Crow Divine Monarch had suffered great losses. It would be a miracle if he even managed to retain half of his spiritual energy from before. Now that he has escaped from my knowledge sea, he will surely try to possess somebody else. Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly dragged his mind out of his knowledge sea, opened his eyes, and glanced around his surroundings. What he saw shocked him greatly. That was because he was the only one who was safe and sound among all the people present. On the other hand, the vitality of the others was churning violently. The blood mist around their bodies was dense, moreover, they had pained expressions on their faces like they were enduring great suffering. They were all experiencing cultivation dissonance. Martial Peak, Chapter 4255, Fooled You. Black Crow Divine Monarch himself mentioned that he had modified the second segment of the blood light scripture that he left in his skeleton, therefore, it would be weirder not to experience cultivation dissonance after cultivating the modified blood light scripture. Only Yang Kai escaped this crisis because he was too busy to cultivate this secret art when Black Crow Divine Monarch penetrated his knowledge sea. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the people around him and swept his divine sense across the grand hall, but he failed to locate any traces of Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul. Nevertheless, he was certain that the other party was not only still here but had also entered somebody else's body. Black Crow Divine Monarch was most likely in the process of taking over somebody's body right now. It was a pity that Yang Kai had no way to determine who Black Crow Divine Monarch was trying to possess. A groan came from beside him. It was Chu Huashang sitting next to him who made the sound. At this moment, her complexion was flushed red and the blood mist around her body was literally steaming. She looked like she was in great pain. Yang Kai had no time to search for Black Crow Divine Monarch. If he could not find a way to resolve Chu Huashang's current situation, then it was likely that her meridians would be destroyed and she would become a cripple. Coming to stand behind her with a flash, Yang Kai slapped his palm against her back and circulate his strength. He poured his own power into her body, attempting to restore her chaotic vitality and emperor qi to order. Although she was experiencing dissonance in her cultivation, it had not been long since it began. She instinctively realized that something was wrong, so she did not reject his help and willingly cooperated with him instead. Soon after, her churning vitality gradually calmed down. The entire process only took about half a cup of tea's time. Her complexion softened and her blood qi that had been churning like boiling water became calm once more. She slowly opened her eyes, a trace of lingering fear flashing through her eyes as she said softly, "Many thanks, junior brother." She did not know what had gone wrong. After comprehending the second part of the blood light scripture recorded in the skeleton, her blood qi went out of control and began to boil. Even her consciousness became hazy. If Yang Kai had not stepped in to rescue her at that moment, she would have suffered a disastrous fate. "Senior sister, it's more important to treat your wounds immediately," Yang Kai said. At the same time, he secretly sent a divine sense transmission to her. "Senior sister, listen to me. The Tao of blood inheritance here is a complete conspiracy. It's a trap set up by a guy who has the title, Black Crow Divine Monarch." He gave her a simplified explanation of Black Crow Divine Monarch's plot and she was extremely shocked after listening to it. Chu Huashang could never have imagined that there was another Divine Monarch's remnant soul in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Simultaneously, she also came to understand the reason for her cultivation dissonance just now. It turned out that the blood-light scripture she comprehended had been maliciously tampered with. Junior brother, are you saying that Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul is in one of these people's bodies right now? He replied, yes. I suspect that he had already succeeded in possessing one of them. Yang Kai's situation was an exception among exceptions. Not only did his spiritual energy exceed other cultivators of the same realm by a wide margin, he also had the soul-warming lotus and extremely powerful soul-devouring insects. Those were the only reasons he could turn the situation around on Black Crow Divine Monarch. Unfortunately, others would not have such deep heritage or equally profound methods. Even if they were the elite disciples of their respective great forces and could grow to become extremely powerful figures in the future, they would still be helpless in front of somebody like Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul could not escape from this palace, otherwise, he would not survive for long. If he wanted to live, then he could only continue with his attempt to possess somebody. And they were the only ones in the Grand Hall at the moment. Who else could he possess aside from them? Among these people, there was no doubt that Chu Huashang was safe. That was because she was a woman. If Yang Kai were in Black Crow Divine Monarch's shoes, he would never choose to possess a woman's body, as it was extremely likely his soul and her body would be incompatible, leading to all sorts of negative consequences in the future. Another important reason was that Black Crow Divine Monarch placed great importance on the blood-light scripture. As a woman, Chu Huashang's body was inherently yin-aligned and unsuited to cultivating the blood-light scripture. This could be seen from her previous performances. Although she and Pei Wenxian had started comprehending the blood-light scripture at the same time, Pei Wenxian would finish faster than her every time. It was out of this consideration that Yang Kai immediately rescued Chu Huashang from her predicament. As for the others, he warily swept his gaze over the rest, feeling troubled. There was no way to determine who had been possessed from their outward appearances. Among them, Zhou Yi of Great Thousand Bloodland was undoubtedly the biggest suspect. Black Crow Divine Monarch himself mentioned before that he originally had his eye on the person with a foundation in the Tao of Blood. It was only because Yang Kai's vitality was so abundant that he gave up on his original idea of possessing Zhou Yi. Is it Zhou Yi? Yang Kai fixed his gaze intently upon Zhou Yi's face. Just as he was about to attack Zhou Yi as a test, a roar came from nearby. Immediately after that, Pei Wenxian abruptly jerked his eyes open. His eyes trembled violently and the demon qi in his body churned vigorously. While roaring loudly, he punched himself hard in the chest. Fresh blood spurted out of his mouth and his aura weakened significantly as a result. He then immediately got to his feet and glared at the skeleton in front of him furiously while swearing and cursing, "What the hell? This shitty blood-light scripture nearly destroyed me." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight. I can't believe Pei Wenxian actually freed himself from that state of cultivation dissonance with his own strength. Is it because he is just that talented? Or, is it because he was possessed by Black Crow Divine Monarch? If he was possessed, then this performance is nothing more than smoke and mirrors. Pei Wenxian's expression was resentful, mixed with a hint of lingering fear. There were no flaws in his performance. Seeming to sense Yang Kai's gaze, he turned to look in this direction and exclaimed in amazement, "Oh, that's impressive. Did you break free too? Looks like I underestimated you. It's you. Old dog, die." Yang Kai shouted as he lunged forward at the same time and viciously slammed his fist out at Pei Wenxian, leaving his back wide open. Pei Wenxian's eyes widened. He had not expected Yang Kai to attack him at such a time. Although he had provoked Yang Kai earlier, the situation then and now was completely different. Yang Kai appeared completely unharmed right now while he had only just broken free from cultivation dissonance. He had damaged his foundation as a result, so his strength had been greatly reduced. Even so, Pei Wenxian was still a disciple of myriad demons' heaven and had his own pride to uphold. Thus, he laughed fearlessly instead of becoming furious. Since you're begging for death, this pay will grant your wish. I'll bring your head back as proof that I completed my mission. Forcefully enduring the pain coming from his body, he pushed his palms forward with great vigor. The demon qi in his body surged like the waves in the sea, suppressing Yang Kai with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's fist turned into a barrage of fist shadows, slamming into the demon qi with little effect. He only managed to resist for a few moments before the demon qi slammed into him, sending his body flying through the air like a paper kite before falling backward. At that moment, Chuhua Shang suddenly screamed, "Junior brother, watch out." Pei Wenxian couldn't help feeling stunned. That was because he saw Zhou Yi, who had been sitting cross-legged all this time while suffering from signs of cultivation dissonance, opening his eyes abruptly. Then, Zhou Yi's figure drifted towards Yang Kai's back like a ghost, his hand stretched out like a claw, aiming straight for Yang Kai's heart. Not far away, Chuhua Shang tried her best to rush forward to provide support. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was falling in the direction of Zhou Yi, so there was no way she could reach him in time. By the time she arrived, he would already be a corpse. Why did Zhou Yi launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai? The sudden turn of events left Pei Wenxian feeling confused. Be that as it may, he could not be happier. He was severely injured at the moment, so it was inconvenient for him to engage in protracted battle. If Yang Kai was killed by Zhou Yi, then it would save him a lot of trouble. While watching coldly from the sidelines, he suddenly felt that something did not add up. That was because Yang Kai's expression was so calm that it was terrifying. Besides, this guy isn't that weak, right? It was rumored that Yang Kai had defeated Yu Luo Sha in one move in the Azura arena. Even if the rumors had exaggerated the truth, it made no sense for him to be sent flying with a single blow, much less from a hasty attack made by him right after having suffered from cultivation dissonance and receiving heavy damage as a result. This bastard is up to something. A thought crossed Pei Wenxian's mind as he knit his brow. At this moment, a harsh and ear-splitting sound of metal rubbing against each out rang out. Sparks flew all over the place. Yang Kai spat out fresh blood as though he were struck by lightning and was sent flying back towards Pei Wenxian again. Spinning his body around, he turned and landed not far from him. Pei Wenxian did not make another move. How could he attack again when he could tell that something was wrong? Raising his eyes, he saw that the clothes covering Yang Kai's back were in tatters, but a layer of golden scales that looked like dragon scales had appeared in their place. It was just that most of the dragon scales had been blown away at this moment, leaving a bloody wound that stretched across Yang Kai's entire back. It was a horrifying sight, and under his gaze, he saw the dragon scales slowly fade and vanish out of sight. Only the bloody wound remained. Not far away, Zhou Yi looked down at his hand with a slightly puzzled look. He seemed surprised that Yang Kai had survived his sneak attack. When they came into contact earlier, he distinctly sensed a powerful layer of defense covering Yang Kai's body. It was that layer of defense that caused all his previous efforts to come to naught. In the end, he failed to crush Yang Kai's heart with his claw hand. As a result, Pui Yang Kai turned to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lifting his chin, he looked down on Zhou Yi with a condescending expression. "Fooled you, old dog." Attacking Pei Wenxian was a feint, luring Black Crow Divine Monarch into action was his real aim. In the situation just now, Yang Kai had no way of knowing who Black Crow Divine Monarch had possessed. There was no way for him to rescue the others under those circumstances. He might not be able to defend himself if Black Crow Divine Monarch attacked him while he was busy trying to rescue the others. If Pei Wenxian had really been possessed, then it would be perfect. He could take the opportunity to kill him. Fortunately, Black Crow Divine Monarch failed to hold back and leaped out first. Even though Yang Kai had already prepared himself in advance, he still nearly died at the hands of Black Crow Divine Monarch. If he had not used his dragon transformation secret art to form dragon scales on his back at the critical moment, he would not have gotten off with such light injuries. What are you talking about? Zhou Yi looked at Yang Kai calmly. Are you still going to pretend? Yang Kai looked at Zhou Yi contemptuously. Does a noble divine monarch really need to act so cautiously in front of a mere junior like me? Divine monarch? Pei Wenxian was dumbfounded by those words. He was also very tempted to ask Yang Kai, what in the world are you talking about? How could a disciple of Thousand Great Bloodland be a divine monarch? That was a title only high-rank open heaven realm masters could possess. Brother Pei, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Yang Kai pointed at Zhou Yi. The person in front of you is not Brother Zhou from Great Thousand Bloodland. He has been possessed by an old ghost by the name of Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch was imprisoned in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven by Blood Monster Divine Monarch. After Blood Monster Divine Monarch died, he stole Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance and moved it to this place. It was all to lure us here so that he could find a suitable candidate to possess. Pei Wenxian frowned. How do you know all that? Yang Kai replied, because he tried to possess me just now, but he failed. That's why he changed targets and possessed Zhou Wu instead. Pei Wenxian turned to glance at Yang Kai. He instinctively felt reluctant to believe his words, choosing instead to believe that Yang Kai was up to something nefarious. After all, who in this place could escape if a divine monarch tried to possess them? But Yang Kai claimed that the other party had failed to possess him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4256, Diversion. Zhou Yi said, Senior brother, you must be joking. This Zhou Wu is true and genuine. How could I have been possessed? On the other hand, you are so wantonly slandering me, senior brother. What tricks are you up to? Are you trying to sow discord among us in order to enjoy all the benefits in this place yourself? Pei Wenxian, who had been staring at Yang Kai suspiciously, immediately turned to look in that direction after hearing those words as a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai burst into uncontrollable laughter. How dare you say that you have not been possessed? Let's see how you plan to talk your way out of this now. Zhou Yi frowned slightly. Glancing at Yang Kai, he then turned to look at Pei Wenxian and quickly came to a realization, where did this monarch slip up? From the look on Pei Wenxian's face, he could tell that his lies had been exposed, therefore, he did not bother to pretend any longer. Pei Wenxian clicked his tongue and replied, the owner of your body is called Zhou Yi, not Zhou Wu. Zhou Yi immediately understood and nodded lightly in response. Turning to look at Yang Kai approvingly, he said, Junior, you are cunning and quick-witted indeed. There truly are talented people all over the world. This brat's speech just now revealed nothing suspicious. He even revealed the name, Zhou Wu, at the end, misleading me into believing that the person I possessed was named Zhou Wu. I simply followed his lead and answered accordingly. Who could have known that this brat's words were meant to mislead and test me? It looks like he was not too sure of his judgment even after I attacked him. That's why he came up with a test like that. Although it is just a simple sentence, it requires extremely quick thinking. This brat has very strong spiritual energy, as well as a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. At this rate, he will surely become extremely powerful once he matures. If I want to kill him, I have to do so now. Or else, I might not be able to in the future. Your affairs have nothing to do with this Pei. This Pei has more important things to do, so I will take my leave first. While saying that, Pei Wenxian turned and rushed out of the grand hall in a flash. Black Crow Divine Monarch, who popped out of nowhere, gave him an extremely bad feeling. Even though the other party was nothing more than a remnant soul that had just taken over another person's body, it was unknown how much power the enemy could exert. Nevertheless, the other party was a divine monarch. Nothing good would come from remaining in this place, so he decisively made the decision to withdraw. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. This bastard from Myriad Demons Heaven is far too unreliable. How can he avoid taking personal responsibility at a time like this? Hence, he hurriedly said, Brother Pei, do you really think you can remain uninvolved now that things have reached this point? If I were Black Crow Divine Monarch, I would make sure that nobody walks out of this place alive. How else would I keep my secret hidden? You understand me well, Junior. The man who used to be Zhou Yi but was now Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded in approval. His expression seemed to say that their thoughts were in sync. With a gentle wave of his hand, the entire grand hall suddenly rumbled and all the entrances shut tight. Pei Wenxian paused mid-step. His expression was slightly ugly as he tilted his head to look at Black Crow Divine Monarch. Old thing, you should have rejoiced when I left you alone. I'm afraid things will now end tragically for you because of your mistake. Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled. Are all the juniors of the current generation this arrogant? Very good. Very good. The world is more interesting this way. This old master will not be bored. While speaking, his body suddenly shuddered slightly. An inexplicable pulling force surged out of his figure. Immediately after that, several groans rang out. The blood mist surrounding those people sitting cross-legged around the skeleton churned violently and transformed into numerous blood-chi dragons that rushed towards him and poured into his body. It was as though his body had turned into a bottomless pit that devoured the blood-chi completely. Black Crow Divine Monarch could not help revealing an ecstatic expression, as though he was enjoying the most pleasant experience in the world. Following his actions, the vitality of those people dropped swiftly and their bodies withered away. They were experiencing cultivation dissonance already, so they were completely unable to fight back. Moreover, Black Crow Divine Monarch was using one of the Blood Light Scripture's secret techniques which was compatible with their cultivation dissonance. How could they resist? Both Yang Kai and Chu Huashang felt their scalps tingling in horror at the sight. Although they had comprehended the first part of the Blood Light Scripture previously, that was just the Blood Light Scripture secret art. It did not contain any secret techniques. It was not until they saw what Black Crow Divine Monarch did that they realized how cruel the Blood Light Scripture really was. This was definitely an evil art. However, it was not difficult to understand. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was not a kind and benevolent man. It stood to reason that the Blood Light Scripture he cultivated was not a peaceful secret art either. What made Yang Kai even more uneasy was that the aura around Black Crow Divine Monarch's body was climbing steadily with his actions. Although Zhou Yi was originally an elite disciple of Great Thousand Bloodland, he was not that strong. On the other hand, Yang Kai could feel a sense of oppression coming from him after he was possessed by Black Crow Divine Monarch. A person who could cultivate to the realm of a Divine Monarch could not be a soft-hearted weakling. In addition, Black Crow obtained an inheritance like the Blood Light Scripture. The various unimaginable methods made him even more powerful than before. We can't let him continue any longer. This is definitely the best time to attack. He has only just taken over Zhou Yi, so his soul and his body may not have fully integrated yet. Combined with the fact that Zhou Yi's heritage is limited, it can be said that he is currently at his weakest. He will definitely become much stronger once he completely devours the vitality of those people. Attack! A shout entered Yang Kai's ears as Pei Wenxian was the first to take action. He evidently came to the same conclusion as Yang Kai. While shouting, he pushed his hands forward. A large pitch-black cone sliced through the air and swiftly shot towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. The pitch-black cone was formed from pure demon chi and rotated rapidly, almost like it could even rip through space. Pei Wenxian was not finished yet. Immediately following behind the cone, he lunged forward like a panther. His hands were clawed, stretching towards Black Crow Divine Monarch through the air. All 5 of his fingers contained metal, wood, water, fire, and earth element powers, forming a cycle of the 5 elements which mutually reinforced each other. His power increased significantly as a result. Likewise, Yang Kai's reaction was very fast. In other words, he would have attacked even if Pei Wenxian had not. Black Crow Divine Monarch had invaded his knowledge sea and learned about many of his secrets, not to mention the soul-warming lotus had also been exposed. Black Crow Divine Monarch would never let Yang Kai go. He would definitely target the soul-warming lotus. As a wounded remnant soul, this supreme treasure was exactly what he needed to recover. Yang Kai made a wide sweep with his arm, condensing a large moon blade that slashed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Meanwhile, Chu Huashang flicked her head back, unraveling the long red ribbon tying her hair up and shooting it towards Black Crow Divine Monarch's chest. Be it Yang Kai, Pei Wenxian, or Chu Huashang, all three of them were not ordinary Emperor Realm cultivators. The latter two were core disciples of the 36 Cave Heavens, so it could be said that they stood at the very peak of the Emperor Realm. There were few beneath the Open Heaven Realm who could be their opponents, and even less need be said about Yang Kai. He had already killed several low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, so his strength could not be measured by common sense. The power unleashed by the combined attacks of these three was something even Black Crow Divine Monarch could not help but acknowledge. He nodded repeatedly in approval. Good. Good. You three little ones are very impressive. You will definitely have grand accomplishments in the future. Words of praise came out of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with contempt. Despite facing their combined attacks, he did not step aside nor dodge. On the contrary, he stepped forward all of a sudden. He looked at Yang Kai and shouted, "But, you are too arrogant, Junior. Did you think this is still within your knowledge sea?" He had suffered a terrible defeat within Yang Kai's knowledge sea. He was originally no more than a remnant soul after all. In the end, he was forced to use a sacrificial diversion in order to escape. In contrast, he currently possessed a physical body. With his previous heritage of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, how could he fear three measly Emperor Realm Juniors even if his strength was not at his peak anymore? When he took that step forward, a dense blood chi permeated the entire Grand Hall as though mountains of corpses and seas of blood were going to come crashing down on the three of them. Be it Yang Kai, Pei Wenxian, or Chu Huashang, all three of them couldn't help stiffening slightly as an overwhelming sense of helplessness involuntarily flooded their minds. Hong. The demon chi cone slammed into Black Crow Divine Monarch but was rendered useless. The attack was stopped by the dense layer of blood chi more than meter away from its target. On the other hand, Yang Kai's moon blade tore apart Black Crow Divine Monarch's defenses. Unfortunately, its speed dropped sharply after it sank into the blood chi, allowing the latter to easily sidestep the attack. Chu Huashang's hair ribbon had even less to show for her efforts. After sinking into the blood chi, its halo immediately began flickering violently. It lost so much spirituality in an instant that she hurriedly withdrew the ribbon in shock. Even low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would not dare to take the combined attacks of these three lightly. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch blocked them all with little effort. At the same time, he finished devouring all the blood chi of the other cultivators within the room. Their bodies shriveled up like mummified corpses. Up until their deaths, those people had been clueless about what was going on. It could be said to be extremely tragic. Those who could reach this palace were the best among their respective great forces. They were the strongest among their peers, so their vitality was incredibly robust. Having received nourishment from them, Black Crow Divine Monarch's aura soared madly and reached a level that terrified the three of them. Although he did not have the aura of the Open Heaven Realm, his momentum at this moment was almost as imposing as that of a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. In other words, he was a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who could not exert the signature power of the Open Heaven Realm. The three of them felt their hearts sinking. If that really were the case, then there was no way for them to win. Even if Black Crow Divine Monarch was unable to utilize World Force due to Zhou Yi's lacking heritage, he still had the foundation of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. There was no saying just how much strength he could display. The blood chi around him churned violently, making him look like he was covered in a mist of blood. He stared fixedly at Yang Kai and sneered, "Junior, how dare you act so presumptuous before this monarch? I will start with you." While saying that, he suddenly waved his large hand. A rain of blood suddenly fell on Yang Kai from above. The blood rain did not look special in any way, but it obviously contained great power. Yang Kai's figure flickered repeatedly to avoid the blood rain, but contrary to expectations, his perception told him that Black Crow Divine Monarch was ignoring him after the initial move. A hand suddenly reached out from within the blood mist and clawed at Pei Wuxian across the barriers of space. This old dog was truly cunning and insidious. Even when facing these three youngsters, he did not hesitate to use feints and diversions. Thinking about it again, it made sense. Black Crow Divine Monarch coveted Yang Kai's soul-warming lotus, so how could he kill him so easily? He most likely planned to capture Yang Kai alive in order to claim the soul-warming lotus as his own. If he could not kill Yang Kai, then he could only attack Pei Wuxian and Chu Huashang. Pei Wuxian had taken the lead to attack him earlier, so he probably held some grudges for that. Yang Kai had not expected Black Crow Divine Monarch to take such actions, and neither did Pei Wuxian. Therefore, the large hand immediately wrapped around Pei Wuxian's neck tightly as a layer of red blood qi swiftly seeped and enveloped the latter. Martial Peak, Chapter 4257, Try If You Dare. Pei Wuxian had lunged at Black Crow Divine Monarch after unleashing his previous attack, but at this moment, it seemed like he walked straight into his death instead. He was caught off guard and captured almost instantly. Wrapped by the blood qi, Pei Wuxian felt as though something was suppressing the power in his body and blocking his meridians so that his strength could not flow out. He was absolutely horrified. Is this really the power that an Emperor Realm cultivator can exert? Zhou Yi was no more than a disciple of Great Thousand Blood Land. His aptitude and comprehension abilities were incomparable to those of Pei Wuxian. If it were before he was possessed, then Pei Wuxian alone would have been able to defeat 3 to 5 of him without breaking a sweat. Unfortunately, he became capable of subduing Pei Wuxian in a single move after being possessed by Black Crow Divine Monarch. It was not until this moment that Pei Wuxian finally understood one thing: this might be Zhou Yi's body, but the Zhou Yi that stood in front of him could no longer be viewed as the same person at all. Die, Jr. Black Crow Divine Monarch grinned, exerting a sudden burst of force in his hand in order to kill Pei Wuxian on the spot. However, his brow twitched at that moment and a huge sense of crisis enveloped him as the aura of death loomed over him. Pei Wuxian's identity token that had been hanging at his waist suddenly burst out with dazzling white light. It was extremely blinding, so blinding that it breached the blood-colored sea even through the thick blood mist. The white light leaped out from the identity token like a bolt of candlelight. It was not very conspicuous at first, but the light exploded in an instant to transform into a blade of overwhelming demon qi. Then, the blade came slashing down on Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch was shocked. How could he dare to remain standing in place after sensing the terrifying power contained in this strike? Releasing his grip on Pei Wuxian, he turned into a ray of blood light and quickly retreated. However, he could not escape the power of this blade no matter how he tried to dodge. The blade slashed down and a scream rang out. The blood light was split into two, revealing two bloody halves of a body. Pei Wuxian landed heavily, coughing hard with his hands clutching at his neck. He glared fiercely at Zhou Yi's corpse that had been sliced in half and ground his teeth. How dare you mess with me, old dog? How dare you attack me? Serves you right for ending up dead. He let out a gloomy laughter that sounded quite ghastly. While he was speaking, the identity token hanging around his waist cracked and shattered before turning into dust. Yang Kai was amazed by the sight. He had long known about the identity tokens carried by the core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. These identity tokens not only symbolized their personal status but also contained a divine ability granted by their elders to protect them. It would automatically be activated in the event that their lives were in danger. Although it could only be used once, it could save their lives at a critical moment. Just like what happened here. Yang Kai suspected that even a mid-rank open heaven realm master might not have been able to withstand that attack if taken head-on. Pei Wenxian's honored master was definitely a high-rank open heaven realm master. Black Crow Divine Monarch had possessed Zhou Yi, and while he had the heritage of a high-rank open heaven realm master, he was limited by Zhou Yi's body. Combined with the fact that he was a wounded remnant soul, the strength that he could exert at this moment was far from his peak. How could he come out unscathed after being hit by a divine ability like that? This old guy has been plotting for countless years only to suffer such a tragic ending when he finally succeeded in possessing somebody. I'm sure that he himself never anticipated such an outcome. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Zhou Yi's body had been sliced into two, but Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul remained nowhere to be seen, hence, Yang Kai did not let down his guard and instead released his divine sense to guard against anything that might happen. Under his close watch, Yang Kai was surprised to discover something strange about the crimson blood flowing out of the corpse that had been sliced in two. The blood seemed to be guided by some sort of pulling force, gathering together from all directions and quickly merging back into one. In the next moment, the two halves of the corpse suddenly joined down the middle and were patched together once more. The tightly closed eyes of Black Crow Divine Monarch reopened at this moment and he slowly climbed up from the floor. Inside the Grand Hall, Yang Kai and the two others were dumbfounded by the sight. The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture really does live up to its reputation. Ha ha ha. Black Crow Divine Monarch cackled uncontrollably. When he first stood up, there remained a wound that resembled an obvious blood line extending from the middle of his forehead down to his neck and further down his body where his skin was exposed. However, this wound quickly disappeared while he was laughing. His outward appearance at this moment seemed completely intact. Only his aura was significantly lower than before. Pei Wenxian was shocked and terrified. I can't believe that this old dog is still alive. I saw him being sliced in half with my own eyes just now. How is he still perfectly fine? Even Yang Kai found the sight in front of him difficult to believe, but he then remembered what Black Crow Divine Monarch told him before. Supposedly, if one were to cultivate the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture to its limits, they could even be reborn from a single drop of blood. One would be practically immortal and indestructible as a result. Those words were certainly an exaggeration. Nevertheless, the current situation indicated that the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture was indeed an extraordinary secret art. The Blood Light Scripture was definitely the reason why Black Crow Divine Monarch could come back to life. Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had just gotten back to his feet, cracked his neck and coldly said, "Junior, stop resisting. You will not be able to defeat this monarch with your abilities. Why bother wasting your energy and suffering in vain? You must be joking, Divine Monarch. Even ants fight to survive, much less cultivators like us." Yang Kai shouted. Black Crow Divine Monarch sneered and turned around to look at Yang Kai. "Do you think this monarch is reluctant to kill you? If you think so, you are very wrong. I will definitely get what I want even after killing you." He gently nodded while speaking. "I've decided. I'll start with you." The words had just left Black Crow Divine Monarch's mouth when Yang Kai immediately took out a wooden token from his space ring and hung it around his waist. He then grinned at Black Crow Divine Monarch with a smug look. "Go ahead, try if you dare." Black Crow Divine Monarch glanced at the wooden token fearfully, his face twitching at the sight. The incident earlier had traumatized him as he had been ignorant of the situation. Just as he was prepared to kill Pei Wenxian, he was cut down by the divine ability sealed within the identity token that hung from Pei Wenxian's waist. If not for the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture, he would have died from that attack. As the saying went, once bitten, twice shy. He now felt very troubled whenever he saw such a thing. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Kai's wooden token and Pei Wenxian's identity token were completely different items. This wooden token was given to him by the proprietress previously. It was engraved with an inexplicable pattern of a totem. She had claimed that it was a favor. Therefore, there was no divine ability sealed within. On the other hand, he also held a divine ability bead that was given to him by the proprietress. That was his greatest trump card. Black Crow Divine Monarch gave Yang Kai a hateful look. Then, he turned to look at Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang was no fool either, so she gently reached out and tapped the identity token hanging at her waist. These juniors are too much. Black Crow Divine Monarch felt a great sense of hatred. Divine Monarch, if you wish to kill somebody, then there's a good candidate right there. Yang Kai pointed in Pai Wenxian's direction. You died at his hands just now. It's a good opportunity for you to take revenge for what happened. Pai Wenxian was already coughing, but he nearly spat blood at those words. He gritted his teeth and snarled, Yang Kai, this Pai will never forgive you if I die in this place, not even if I turn into a ghost. Yang Kai replied scornfully, what has that got to do with me? Pai Wenxian was so filled with hatred that his teeth hurt, but there was nothing he could say or do. His identity token had been destroyed, so he no longer had a deterrent. If Black Crow Divine Monarch really attacked him, then he could only fight to the death. I'll do as you wish then. Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded. His body suddenly transformed into a blood ray that charged towards Pai Wenxian. He had been killed by the sword light divine ability earlier and severely damaged his foundation as a result. At this moment, he desperately needed to replenish his strength. Since he did not dare to touch Yang Kai and Chu Huashang, he could only target easy prey like Pai Wenxian. After he slaughtered Pai Wenxian, it would not be too late for him to slowly torture the other two to death. In any case, the Grand Hall had been completely sealed shut, so there was no fear that they might escape. When Pai Wenxian saw that Black Crow Divine Monarch was charging towards him again, he felt a mixture of fear and rage. He let out a fierce roar and his demon chi churned violently. Raising his hand, he summoned his coiling dragon shears and sliced through the blood light with them. The coiling dragon shears was a powerful artifact, and the energy fluctuations that it emitted were by no means weak. Even so, the light flickered erratically when it sank into the blood light and its spirituality dropped sharply. Chu Huashang had encountered the exact same situation just now. The blood light seemed to be extremely damaging and resistant towards artifacts. Pai Wenxian turned pale in shock and involuntarily backed away while hastily forming a set of hand seals with both hands. One after another, a barrage of fierce attacks rained down on the blood light without any restraint. The explosions rang out endlessly as each of these attacks were defeated. The blood light flashed towards him like lightning, continuously shooting out blood-colored blasts from within the blood light. The attacks were so oppressive that he was forced to retreat in a miserable fashion. Even if Black Crow Divine Monarch had been cut down once and suffered heavy damage to his foundation as a result, Pai Wenxian was still not capable of being his opponent. Rather, it could even be said that how long Pai Wenxian could last under those attacks was a problem in and of itself. In just a few breaths of time, Pai Wenxian could feel that he had reached his limits. At this moment, he felt the pressure lightening all of a sudden as Black Crow Divine Monarch's evil laugh entered his ears. Junior, you truly are insidious and cunning. Did you think this monarch would not be wary of you? The blood light that was approaching him halted without warning, and Pai Wenxian looked up to see that Black Crow Divine Monarch had revealed his figure. Black Crow Divine Monarch had one hand blocking an attack to his side. Amidst the dense blood chi, Yang Kai had arrived with a spear in his hands at some point in time. It was just that he was trapped in the blood chi. It was like being stuck in a quagmire, making his movements extremely sluggish. That was not all. Sizzling sounds were coming from his body, and it was obvious that the blood chi was corroding away at him. Pai Wenxian immediately understood the situation. Yang Kai's sneak attack caused Black Crow Divine Monarch to have no choice but to focus on dealing with him. That was definitely the reason why the pressure had suddenly eased off him just now. It could even be said that it was Yang Kai who rescued Pai Wenxian at the critical moment. Even so, Pai Wenxian was not grateful. This bastard sent Black Crow Divine Monarch after me. How abominable. Taking advantage of Black Crow Divine Monarch's distraction, Pei Wenxian's figure flashed consecutively, finally putting some distance between him and the other party, which gave him some breathing space. As one of myriad demons' heaven's core disciples, he was practically an invincible existence among those beneath the open heaven realm. The fact that he could be defeated in such a short span of time only served to show just how powerful Black Crow Divine Monarch was. Moreover, this was after Black Crow Divine Monarch had been killed already. If this were before he had suffered death once, how much strength could he have exerted? For a moment, Pei Wenxian was both thankful and frustrated. He was thankful that Black Crow Divine Monarch was heavily injured at the moment but frustrated that his identity token was gone as a result. Inside the blood chi that resembled a quagmire, Yang Kai's movements were sluggish but his expression was calm as he roared, "Break!" A small pitch-black light appeared at the top of the azure dragon spear. When this pitch-black dot appeared, it was only the size of a pea, however, it immediately expanded wildly and turned into a massive black hole. Everything instantly collapsed. Rupture. Martial Peak, Chapter 4258, Joining Forces to Battle a Divine Monarch. Blood chi poured into the black hole that appeared and vanished into nothingness, allowing Yang Kai to break free of its restraints and thrust his spear straight at Black Crow Divine Monarch. This attack was made in a direct, seemingly straightforward, simple, and ordinary manner. However, it contained intense murderous intent, perfectly demonstrating the strength of Yang Kai's personal spear technique. The Tao of Space. Black Crow Divine Monarch narrowed his eyes. He distinctly felt the fluctuation of the space principles at that moment. Moreover, he could infer from those fluctuations that Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space were superb. As those words left his mouth, the spear sliced through the air towards him. Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted to avoid the attack but was surprised to find that it had sealed off all his paths of retreat. There was no way to dodge. The spear pierced through his head and came out through the back. If it were a normal cultivator, they would not have survived after receiving such heavy injuries, but the person who received this wound was none other than Black Crow Divine Monarch, who even revived after being sliced clean in half. Yang Kai did not reveal the slightest hint of joy at succeeding. The truth was that this attack had not affected Black Crow Divine Monarch in any significant way. Although the Azure Dragon Spear had pierced Black Crow Divine Monarch's head, Yang Kai had not felt the sense of having stabbed anything. It was as though Black Crow Divine Monarch's head did not contain any resistance whatsoever at that moment. "Boy, where did you get this spear?" Black Crow Divine Monarch asked in surprise. He had a good eye, so he instantly noticed just how extraordinary the Azure Dragon Spear was. This brat is not only proficient in the Tao of Space but also in possession of such an astounding treasure. He probably comes from quite a prominent background. Why are you spouting such nonsense? Just die, old dog. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The spear trembled slightly and a jet-black flame suddenly spread out across its length, igniting Black Crow Divine Monarch's head. Ah! Black Crow Divine Monarch screamed loudly and his body abruptly retreated backward. The hole in the middle of his forehead swiftly sealed up, leaving him uninjured. Be that as it may, the pitch-black flames continued to burn him, causing him to suffer excruciating pain as he screamed in horror, "Golden Crow's true fire! You condensed the Golden Crow's true fire!" While screaming, his heart flooded with a deep sense of regret. He had tried to possess Yang Kai earlier, but in the end, he suffered miserably inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea and severely damaged his foundation in the process. He had been forced to separate out a thread of his consciousness in order to create a diversion to escape. When he finally possessed Zhou Yi and obtained a physical body, he thought that it would be easy for him to get rid of the juniors around him, but how could he have known that Yang Kai would wield a high-rank element power? Not to mention, this was the Golden Crow's true fire that was said to be able to burn everything in existence. Didn't that mean this boy condensed high-rank open heaven elements? If Yang Kai could even condense the Golden Crow's true fire, then condensing the other high-rank elements clearly would not be a problem. In other words, this boy had the qualifications to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. What terrifying aptitude! How many people throughout the ages have been capable of breaking through directly to the high-rank open heaven realm? It was impossible to imagine what kind of achievements Yang Kai would have in the future with such a high starting point. Therefore, Black Crow Divine Monarch was wallowing in regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have given up on trying to possess Yang Kai no matter what. He would have fought to the death in order to possess Yang Kai. Who could say for sure? He might have stood a chance to succeed. It was unfortunate if he lost, but what if he won? Then, he would have obtained an extremely high starting point and his future achievements would be many times higher than that of the past. Unfortunately, he had already possessed Zhou Yi and nothing would change even if he felt regret. He was originally just a remnant soul. In addition, he had been heavily injured. He no longer had the strength to possess anybody else at the moment. While screaming, his blood qi surged violently to force out the Golden Crow's true fire inside his body. The flames of the Golden Crow's true fire continued to rage without fuel even after falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Kai attacked again with his spear. His expression was as calm as jade, but his attacks were as fierce as a dragon's. His spear formed shadows that filled the sky, and every blow landed on Black Crow Divine Monarch's vital points. At the same time, Pei Wenxian attacked from the side with his coiling dragon shears. The coiling dragon shears made a clicking noise every time it opened and closed, constantly cutting away at the blood qi surrounding Black Crow Divine Monarch. Likewise, Chu Huashang was not idle. She held a lute in her hands, strumming the strings lightly. Plucking sounds that resembled the sound of beads clattering onto a jade plate rang out. These sounds transformed into invisible attacks that disturbed Black Crow Divine Monarch's concentration. She also set up countless crimson silk threads that crisscrossed all over the Grand Hall to form a network that hampered Black Crow Divine Monarch's movements. At this moment, Black Crow Divine Monarch was facing 3 enemies at once, thus, his situation was disadvantageous for a while. Among the 3 of them, what caused him the greatest headache was not Pei Wenxian's coiling dragon shears nor Chu Huashang's lute, but Yang Kai's azure dragon spear. Each attack from the spear displayed a refinement that was beyond anything he had ever encountered in his life. He simply could not imagine how a cultivator could execute such exquisite spear techniques. It was like watching a famous grandmaster crafting a masterpiece. Each attack from the spear was a work of art. He could understand if it were a cultivator with low strength who wholeheartedly cultivated the spear Dao. Since they lacked strength, they could only make up for their shortcomings with technique. However, skill did not determine victory or defeat in the Emperor realm. What really decided everything was strength. No matter how skilled a person was, it was useless if their strength was inferior to their opponent. It would be one thing if Yang Kai's spear technique was simply amazing, but the critical point was that the spear itself was extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, the spear was also covered in the pitch-black Golden Crow's true fire. It truly made Black Crow Divine Monarch suffer greatly as a result. Due to a momentary lapse of concentration, Black Crow Divine Monarch was consecutively stabbed several times by Yang Kai. He screamed in pain and had no choice but to force out more blood qi to purge the Golden Crow's true fire that was burning his body. Pei Wenxian's coiling dragon shears played a huge role in this situation. With every cut he made, he shaved off some of Black Crow Divine Monarch's vitality and caused the latter to weaken steadily. Enough! Black Crow Divine Monarch roared furiously. With a wave of his hand, 2 spots of blood light suddenly flew out from the skeleton on the round platform. They transformed into a pair of butterfly daggers, 1 for each hand. This artifact was clearly one he used in the past. Furthermore, it was an artifact used by a high-rank open heaven realm master. It would surely be of high quality. With the twin butterfly daggers in hand, Black Crow Divine Monarch's weakening momentum suddenly soared again. He crossed the twin daggers and brought them down on the azure dragon spear. A mighty force spread out and sent Yang Kai flying backwards. The twin daggers in his hands trembled slightly as he turned the two blades into a stream of light that shot towards Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang. Pei Wenxian was shocked and immediately used the coiling dragon shears to defend himself. Contrary to his expectations, the coiling dragon shears had only just come into contact with the blade light when they shattered into pieces with a loud explosion. His artifact was unable to stop the blade light, and the strength of the light blade did not weaken as it slashed down on him. How could he afford to care about his pride at such a dangerous moment? He threw himself on the ground like a dog lunging for food, and a large piece of flesh was sliced off his back. Also, most of the silk thread network that Chu Huashang spent so much effort to arrange was sliced apart and destroyed by the blade light, which did not stop and slashed down at her lute. The sound of strings snapping rang out as they were all cut apart. Chu Huashang spurted out blood and was thrown backwards. Even so, the blade light continued to chase after her, threatening her life. All of a sudden, Yang Kai appeared with a flash. His spear swept across the blade light and sent it flying as he turned to look at her and asked, "Senior Sister Chu, are you all right?" "I'm fine." She slowly shook her head. Yang Kai immediately spun around and leapt forward. Arriving in front of Black Crow Divine Monarch in the blink of an eye, he stabbed out. Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at Yang Kai coldly, neither blocking nor dodging. More importantly, a slightly mocking smile crept onto the corner of his lips. Yang Kai immediately sensed that something was wrong as a huge sense of crisis befell him. At the same time, he saw a blade light coming towards him from the left. It was the blade light that slashed down on Pei Wenxian earlier. How could Yang Kai dare to be negligent? He immediately drew upon the powers within his Dao seal and formed a dragon shield around his body to protect himself. The khaki's yellow dragon shield had only just formed when the blade light came slashing down. The sound of something shattering rang out and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Yang Kai retreated by several tens of meters with a new wound at his waist, one so deep that bone was showing. Black Crow Divine Monarch's gaze was scorching, a high-rank earth element power. The dragon shield's secret technique was obviously formed from a high-rank earth element power. Combined with the Golden Crow's true fire that Yang Kai displayed earlier, Black Crow Divine Monarch became more and more convinced that Yang Kai was aiming to become a high-rank open heaven realm master directly. This brat is definitely a rare genius. Yang Kai lowered his head to gaze at the wound on his waist. The spear in his hand trembled slightly as he lifted it with one hand and stared at Black Crow Divine Monarch mockingly. "Seems a Divine Monarch is nothing much." Black Crow Divine Monarch snorted, "What an arrogant mouth you have, boy. I will make you beg for mercy on your knees soon enough." While saying so, his body jerked slightly and took the initiative to fall apart of his own volition. He transformed into hundreds of thousands of blood crows that cawed loudly. They covered the sky as they threw themselves at Yang Kai. Yang Kai kicked off against the ground and backed away but kept his eyes forward. He realized that his enemy feared his Golden Crow's true fire. That was why he created hundreds of thousands of blood crows to confuse him. He did not know what kind of secret technique it was that could produce such shocking effects, and it did not look like part of the orthodox blood light scripture. It was most likely Black Crow Divine Monarch's own divine ability. Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice rang out from all around, "Boy, this monarch believes that you have a bright future ahead of you. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I can spare your life." Possessing Yang Kai was no longer an option, but subduing and taking Yang Kai under him could also be considered a kind of compensation. The brat was a genius who could probably advance into the high-rank open heaven realm in the future, so accepting Yang Kai as his subordinate was not a bad idea. His voice floated around, giving no hint of his true location. There was no way for anybody to figure out which blood crow his soul was hiding in. If it were anybody else, they would have no means of attacking in this situation. However, Yang Kai put the azure dragon spear away and summoned a bottle gourd instead. He pointed the mouth of the gourd forward and grinned wickedly. "This junior is honored by your offer and would like to offer a gift to show his thanks, Divine Monarch. Please accept it." While saying so, he activated the power of the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd, sending a blinding light pouring out of it to sweep across the flock of blood crows. The Yuan magnetic divine light was a sixth-order metal element power, and even a low-rank open heaven realm master would need to use their world force to block it. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch withstand this attack? Countless blood crows were struck by the Yuan magnetic divine light and instantly riddled with holes, dropping to the ground while cawing loudly before turning into puddles of blood. In just a few breaths of time, 20% of the blood crows were destroyed while the Yuan magnetic divine light poured out strongly and continuously. Although those blood crows were numerous, they could not penetrate the defenses of the Yuan magnetic divine light, much less approach Yang Kai. Chu Huashang hurriedly came to stand behind Yang Kai, lest Black Crow Divine Monarch attack her. On the other hand, Pei Wenxian also scrambled on all fours and ran over. Yang Kai turned to faintly glance at him, causing the former's face to twitch slightly, but he did not know what to say. Martial Peak, Chapter 4259, Do You Dare to Fight Me? Pei Wenxian was feeling very complicated. It was not as if he had never heard about how Yang Kai defeated Yu Luo Sha in one move in the Azura arena. The truth was that this information had quickly spread far and wide after the incident, so many people knew about it. However, he had not believed those rumors. That was because he knew how capable Yu Luo Sha was. She might not be as strong as him, but she was not much weaker either. Core disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises like themselves were capable of fighting to a certain extent even if they encountered a low-rank open heaven realm master. Therefore, the reason Yang Kai defeated Yu Luo Sha in one move when they were in the same realm was either a sneak attack or Yu Luo Sha had greatly underestimated her opponent. When Pei Wenxian met Yang Kai at the Blood Lake, he wanted to test his ability. It was just that Chu Huashang had stepped in to stop him at the time, so he could only give up. He had been feeling extremely unconvinced as a result. But, by the looks of things, it was fortunate that Chu Huashang had intervened back then, otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself instead. He was practically helpless against Black Crow Divine Monarch's attacks and it had taken all his strength just to fight back just a few times. Even his coiling dragon shears were destroyed in the process. On the other hand, Yang Kai was able to hold his ground against the enemy with confidence. The difference between them was obvious at a glance. Such talent was completely unheard of, and his ability to defeat Yu Luo Sha in one move no longer seemed like an exaggeration now. Pei Wenxian had always thought highly of himself, so he couldn't help feeling rather deflated at the moment. Blood crows flew about within the spacious grand hall, cawing loudly. It was very distracting. The Yuan magnetic divine light flashed brightly. Thanks to the sixth-order metal element power, the countless blood crows could not approach them. Once in a while, the occasional blood crow would manage to penetrate the defenses but they were killed by Chu Huashang and Pei Wenxian in short order. Every single blood crow they killed would transform into a strand of crimson blood chi that dissipated in the grand hall. All of a sudden, the hundreds of thousands of blood crows gathered and merged together once more to return to their original appearance. It was just that Black Crow Divine Monarch's complexion was slightly paler compared to before. His aura was also no longer at its peak and it was obvious that he was heavily injured. His eyes were filled with deep hatred. Kill! Yang Kai turned the mouth of the gourd around and the Yuan magnetic divine light immediately gushed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. At the same time, he reached out his free hand and summoned his azure dragon spear. With a flash of his body, Yang Kai charged towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Chu Huashang and Pei Wenxian immediately followed suit. They were both well versed in grasping the flow of the battle. Black Crow Divine Monarch's aura was obviously at an all-time low, so with the opportunity to defeat him right in front of their eyes, how could they not act? Three figures attacked Black Crow Divine Monarch, surrounding him from three different directions. Yang Kai took the lead while Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang supported him from the side. They did not engage Black Crow Divine Monarch too much and only attacked whenever the opportunity arose. With the combined forces of these three, the battle with Black Crow Divine Monarch instantly became extremely heated. However, the three of them became increasingly frightened the longer they fought. At this moment, it was clear that Black Crow Divine Monarch's strength had dropped sharply. Even so, he continued to fight them on equal footing. It just went to show how powerful he used to be. Luckily, the three of them had whittled down a considerable amount of his blood chi earlier, otherwise, it would have been an extremely dangerous battle for them. Inside the tightly shut Grand Hall, the lights of various secret techniques and artifacts flared blindingly. At the same time, these lights were accompanied by several groans and grunts. It didn't matter whether it was Black Crow Divine Monarch or Yang Kai's party, both sides were covered in wounds in just a short period. Black Crow Divine Monarch's blood light scripture was extremely troublesome. All the injuries to his body would only cause his vitality to drop by a small margin, while even the most lethal and fatal injuries could not kill him. That was in stark contrast to the situation when Yang Kai and the two others were injured. The blood from their wounds seemed to be guided by some kind of invisible force, transforming it into blood mist that gathered around Black Crow Divine Monarch and poured into his body, vanishing from sight to become part of his strength. Yang Kai had the wood element power stemming from the essence of the immortal tree, as well as a very pure dragon clan bloodline flowing in his body. Therefore, his regenerative abilities were incredible and his wounds healed very quickly. For this reason, the blood light scripture affected him the least. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang. It was hard to say exactly how much vitality they lost in such a short period, but their complexions were now extremely pale. Nevertheless, nobody retreated after things had come this far. That was because all three of them knew that only one side would survive the battle today. The slightest negligence or sign of weakness could bring about an irreversible and catastrophic outcome. Kill! Yang Kai's roar reverberated throughout the Grand Hall as his spear stabbed forward and space principles fluctuated wildly. The spear disregarded the barriers of space and stabbed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch's head even though he was standing 1,000 meters away. Black Crow Divine Monarch narrowed his eyes and lifted his hands to push out a wall of blood chi. There was a loud explosion and Yang Kai was sent flying by the impact. Similarly, Black Crow Divine Monarch was also thrown backwards. He spun lightly in midair and landed on the ground, glaring at Yang Kai with deep hatred as he viciously snarled, "Just you wait, Junior. Once this monarch replenishes his strength, he will return to fight you again." After saying that, he turned around and shot a blast of light behind him. Yang Kai felt his heart jump in horror as he witnessed this. He hurriedly stopped his body from flying backward any further and shouted, "Stop him. He's trying to escape." How could Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang dare to hold back upon hearing those words? They quickly unleashed their secret techniques at Black Crow Divine Monarch, but the latter simply ignored them. He forcefully took on the brunt of their divine abilities, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood while his back was turned into a bloody mess. In the meantime, there was a loud rumbling sound and the gates that had been closed all this while opened all of a sudden. Before the gates even finished opening, Black Crow Divine Monarch transformed into a bloodlight and rushed out. Yang Kai and the two others felt their hearts freezing in fear at the sight. It had to be said that hundreds or even thousands of cultivators were gathered on the three islands, the Blood Lake, and the lakeshore outside the Grand Hall. With a heaven-defying evil art like the Blood Light Scripture, Black Crow Divine Monarch would only need to kill a few people and devour their vitality to recover completely. How were the three of them supposed to fight him if that happened? "The gates have opened." An exclamation suddenly sounded from outside the Grand Hall. It was obvious that more people had arrived at the palace in the middle of the lake while the three of them had been battling Black Crow Divine Monarch inside. It was just that the gates had been firmly shut, so they could not enter. Now that the gates had opened so suddenly, it was only natural for them to be pleasantly surprised. On the other hand, Yang Kai quickly gave chase with his spear in hand. He had only taken a few steps when he heard several short screams coming from outside the palace. By the time he rushed out of the Grand Hall, 3 corpses were lying at the entrance of the Grand Hall. They had died a miserable death and all the vitality from their bodies had been sucked out, leaving them as little more than withered husks. The cultivators who could arrive at the palace in the middle of the lake were the elite amongst the elite, however, who among them could withstand the assault of Black Crow Divine Monarch, especially when he was essentially launching a sneak attack? They were immediately killed on the spot. Yang Kai suddenly felt as though his eyes were about to pop. An intense feeling of danger enveloped him. He looked up and saw Black Crow Divine Monarch running across the Blood Lake. There were several cultivators cautiously making their way across the Blood Lake. They seemed to be heading towards the palace in the middle of the lake. Upon sensing the commotion in front, they looked up and saw Black Crow Divine Monarch traveling towards them in the opposite direction. All of them were shocked. After all, the Blood Lake only allowed a person to move forward but not retreat. Somebody had tried to retreat earlier only to end up dying on the spot. So, why was this person completely unscathed? Just as they were puzzling over this question, Black Crow Divine Monarch lifted his hand and shot out several rays of blood light. These cultivators were already walking on thin ice in the first place and most of their concentration was used to maintain the circulation of the blood light scripture. Thus, they were completely powerless to resist these attacks. The blood light reached them in an instant and enveloped them completely. A dense blood mist leaked out of the bodies of those cultivators who were enveloped by the blood light at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. All the blood essence in their bodies flowed out quickly, and when the blood light returned to Black Crow Divine Monarch, those cultivators who had been turned into mummified corpses fell into the blood lake. Zhou, how dare you steal the blood essence of others? You will definitely suffer the heavens' wrath for committing such evil and despicable acts. Somebody who probably knew Zhou roared furiously. Black Crow Divine Monarch was naturally unmoved. He simply waved a hand in that direction, shooting a ray of blood light at that person who in turn roared furiously and summoned his artifact to fight back. Run! That isn't Zhou. It's a divine monarch who seized his body to revive himself. He's not an enemy you can fight. Yang Kai circulated his strength to his throat and shouted so that his voice was transmitted clearly across the entire surroundings. Everybody was shocked and horrified. At that moment, several others fell to the attacks of Black Crow Divine Monarch. They lost all the vitality in their bodies and perished. The rest of the cultivators became terrified upon witnessing that sight. The cultivators on the third island hurriedly got up and rushed towards the shore when they saw Black Crow Divine Monarch heading straight towards them. There had been a restriction placed on the Blood Lake that only allowed a person to move forward but not retreat. However, Black Crow Divine Monarch was currently safe and sound while running in the opposite direction. It gave them a glimmer of hope, and sure enough, they discovered that the restriction had lost effect at some point in time when they tried to retreat to the shore. It was most likely because the palace in the middle of the lake had been opened. For a time, all the cultivators on the first and second islands all turned around and ran for their lives. Meanwhile, the people who were gathered on the shore scattered far away, keeping a distance that could ensure their absolute safety. Black Crow Divine Monarch stopped in the middle of the Blood Lake and turned around to glare at Yang Kai hatefully. "Junior, I'll rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces for ruining my good deed." If possible, he would not have exposed his identity. He would have preferred to silently possess and replace a person so that he could slowly take his time to cultivate and reach the heights he once achieved in his past life. Unfortunately, his attempt at possession had failed. Moreover, he was forced by Yang Kai and the others to reveal himself in order to replenish his strength. His secret could no longer be kept hidden at this point. It was conceivable that countless masters would hunt him down as soon as he left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. "Black Crow Divine Monarch, do you dare to fight me?" Yang Kai lifted his spear and pointed forward, shouting with his arms raised. "If I leave this old dog alone, he will only become stronger and stronger in the future." If I want to kill him, I have to do it now. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted, why do I have to fear? Junior, just stay there obediently. This monarch will deal with you later. After saying that, he suddenly raised both his arms. The gigantic blood lake seemed to be lifted by some kind of force, and the surface of the lake that had remained calm all this while suddenly began to churn violently, gurgling and bubbling as though it was boiling. When the bubbles burst open, they released dense blood chi. Meanwhile, Black Crow Divine Monarch's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss that continuously devoured the blood chi. Yang Kai felt his entire body going cold with fear. The blood lake was definitely something Blood Monster Divine Monarch prepared for his inheritance disciple. After all, there was no point in inheriting his blood Dao inheritance and cultivating the blood light scripture if one did not have enough vitality. That was why he prepared this blood lake in advance. Yang Kai had not given much thought to this matter before, so it was not until this moment that he understood. All the water in the blood lake was formed from genuine fresh blood. Just how many people were sacrificed to fill such a large blood lake? As expected, Blood Monster Divine Monarch was not a good or kind man either. Martial Peak, Chapter 4260, Fleeing. Black Crow Divine Monarch was unstoppable now. Having devoured all the vitality contained within the blood lake, his aura increased to new heights. Not only were his injuries from before completely healed, but he also experienced a huge boost in strength. His strength had reached a level where it was simply impossible to resist. Let's meet again in the future. Pei Wuxian immediately shouted at the sight. Turning around, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke and fled in a certain direction. He traveled across several dozen kilometers in an instant. It had to be said that he was very clever indeed. He knew that nobody here was Black Crow Divine Monarch's equal in terms of strength. Furthermore, the first thing Black Crow Divine Monarch would do once he finished devouring the blood lake was to come after Yang Kai. The old fart had suffered so badly at Yang Kai's hands after all. It was only natural for him to take his revenge against him. Knowing all of this, why would Pei Wuxian continue to stick around with Yang Kai? Yang Kai was so vexed that his teeth nearly cracked from grinding together. However, he did not dare to delay either. He grabbed Chu Huashang by the arm and shouted, "Let's go." With a flicker of his figure, he chased after Pei Wuxian, and it didn't take long before the cloud of black smoke appeared in his field of vision. Pei Wuxian turned around and nearly spat blood at the sight. "You bastard! Why are you chasing after me? We are unrelated to each other. Mind your own business and go your own separate ways." Yang Kai did not stop moving. Space principles fluctuated and he arrived in front of Pei Wuxian with Chu Huashang in tow. "Brother Pei, you and I have faced life and death together. We wouldn't have gotten to know each other otherwise. I admire your abilities greatly, Brother Pei. Senior sister Chu is currently in poor condition, so I need to bring her somewhere to treat her injuries first. I'll have to trouble you to delay Black Crow Divine Monarch for a little while." After having said his piece, space principles fluctuated in consecutive motions and Yang Kai vanished out of Pei Wuxian's field of vision. Pei Wuxian couldn't help cursing out loud. He had also attacked Black Crow Divine Monarch back at the Grand Hall, and although his attacks were not as damaging as Yang Kai's due to his lack of strength, there was no denying that he had participated. If Black Crow Divine Monarch came chasing in this direction and caught sight of him, the former would not go easy on him. Hence, he had been counting on Yang Kai to buy him some time to escape. Who could have known that Yang Kai would have the same idea? It truly was a case of karmic consequences. He reaped what he sowed. The black smoke halted abruptly, revealing Pei Wuxian's figure. He did not dare to flee in the same direction as Yang Kai, therefore, he could only turn and flee in a different direction. At the same time, he fervently prayed in his heart that Black Crow Divine Monarch would not come and cause trouble for him. His identity token had been destroyed, and although he did not fear encountering anybody else, Black Crow Divine Monarch was not somebody he could contend against with his strength alone. He had not escaped far when he detected a bloody stench in the wind coming from behind him. Turning back to look behind him, Pei Wuxian was instantly stricken with terror. In the direction of the blood lake, he could see a blood cloud flying close to the ground and heading in this direction at a high speed. Moreover, there was a large face within the blood cloud. It looked so ferocious that it was absolutely horrifying. The mouth that was opened wide roared continuously, as though intending to devour the world itself. The blood cloud traveled extremely quickly and arrived within several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye. That face was glaring intently in the direction that Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had fled just now, thus, Pei Wuxian secretly rejoiced. The thought had only just crossed his mind when the face suddenly turned to glance in this direction. It was just a passing glance, but Pei Wuxian immediately felt the sense of crisis looming over him. The face opened its mouth and a blood arrow shot out, slicing through the void and arriving in front of Pei Wuxian in an instant. The blood light immediately filled his vision, so he did not hesitate to bite his tongue and spray out a mouthful of blood essence. The demon qi in his body simultaneously surged violently. He had only just finished this when the blood arrow enveloped him. There was a huge explosion and the entire world seemed to shatter from the impact. An enormous pit in the ground appeared out of nowhere and dust flew everywhere. It was not until half a day later that a subtle movement stirred the dirt inside the deep pit in the ground. A large hand dug out of the earth and immediately after that, a bloody figure climbed out of the pit. He lay weakly on the ground, facing the sky without moving, his aura extremely weak. Who else could it be but Pei Wuxian? If an ordinary cultivator were in his shoes, they would not have any chance of surviving the attack. The only ending waiting for them was a death so tragic that not even their bones would be left. It was fortunate that he was a core disciple of myriad demons heaven and his heritage was extremely rich, so he managed to survive after exhausting all his methods and strength. Although he managed to survive, he was heavily injured as a result. It was impossible for him to fight anybody else with these injuries, not unless he recuperated for a month or two first. However, the blood monster cave heaven was filled with dangers, so where would he find a safe place to recuperate from his injuries? There was a high chance that he would be eaten by the monster beasts here before he could recover, thus, he cursed in his heart, Yang Kai, you bastard. If I survive this ordeal, I will definitely get my revenge on you one day. On the other side, Yang Kai was busy fleeing for his life. At some point, he had placed Chu Huashang into the small sealed world so she could treat her injuries. It was not the seductress' first time entering the small sealed world anyway, as she had entered it once before when leaving the grand ancient ruins boundary. With the help of space principles, Yang Kai was second to none when it came to escaping. He even managed to escape from a sixth-order open heaven realm master like the proprietress for a time in the past. What was Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had only just possessed Zhou Yi, in comparison? No matter how powerful Black Crow Divine Monarch was, he was limited by Zhou Yi's physical body, hence, the strength that he could exert was also limited. Half a day later, Yang Kai fled so far that Black Crow Divine Monarch was nowhere to be seen. He hid inside a cave in one of the mountains, sitting cross-legged to rest. At the same time, he used his divine sense to communicate with the small sealed world to check on Chu Huashang's condition. Chu Huashang was quite badly injured. First, she was affected by dissonance in her cultivation from cultivating the false blood light scripture, then, she was wounded countless times and had most of her vitality devoured by Black Crow Divine Monarch. For that reason, her aura was currently very weak. It was fortunate that her life was not in danger and she only needed to recuperate for several days to recover fully. After confirming that Chu Huashang was alright, Yang Kai withdrew his mind from the small sealed world. The fact that there was another divine monarch inside the blood monster cave heaven was probably something nobody had ever expected. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch had returned to life by possessing another. The various cave heavens and paradises would not ignore this situation once the information spread to the outside. Black Crow Divine Monarch was bound to face all sorts of troubles when the blood monster cave heaven closed. In the worst case, he might even be hunted down by numerous masters. Whether or not he could keep himself safe at the time was an unknown variable. It stood to reason that he would not have the excess energy to deal with Yang Kai at that time. In other words, Yang Kai had to make sure that he could safely escape from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Fortunately, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was very large, so as long as he remained careful, it would not be difficult to avoid meeting Black Crow Divine Monarch. Just as that thought came to mind though, Yang Kai felt his heart jump in fright. An inexplicable chill suddenly flooded his body and he did not hesitate to push his space principles and vanish from the spot. At the same moment that his figure vanished out of sight, two blood snakes suddenly lunged out from their hiding places. These two blood snakes were very well hidden and it was not until they made their move that they revealed a trace of their aura. If Yang Kai had not reacted so swiftly, he would have fallen prey to the attack just now. Consequently, the blood snakes bit into nothing but air. Following that, they transformed into blood and the cave was instantly filled with an extremely unpleasant stench. Even the ground was corroded into a deep pit. Yang Kai turned around to look behind him and gave a horrified exclamation, "Black Crow Divine Monarch." Somewhere no more than 30 kilometers away, a blood cloud entered his vision. Moreover, there was a lifelike face in the middle of the blood cloud. It was none other than Black Crow Divine Monarch. Sensing the space principle's fluctuations, Black Crow Divine Monarch immediately turned to look in this direction with an evil grin. "I found you, boy." Whilst saying that, a portion of his blood chi turned into a large hand that came crashing down on Yang Kai. The sky instantly darkened and all the light was quickly obscured as a result. After his palm slammed down on Yang Kai, he frowned slightly because Yang Kai had made a swift escape and disappeared with a flash of his figure. Black Crow Divine Monarch was filled with hatred. This brat is extremely proficient in the Tao of space. How troublesome. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Kai was also feeling extremely annoyed at the moment. "I believe I ran far enough. How did Black Crow Divine Monarch find me? Could it be that he left some sort of soul mark on me? Is that why he can track my whereabouts? If that's the case, it would explain how he managed to rush here so quickly." Spreading out his divine sense, Yang Kai investigated his knowledge sea and body, but despite checking every corner of himself thoroughly, he did not find anything. Thus, he scowled fiercely. In an attempt to confirm his conjecture, Yang Kai escaped to a location that was even further away and secretly hid himself. That was not all, he also summoned the Shadowless Veil and covered himself with it. The Shadowless Veil was something that could even fool the perception of a mid-rank open heaven realm master who was not actively searching for him. Although it had its limits, it was still an amazing treasure. In less than 6 hours though, Yang Kai saw a blood cloud rushing through the sky from the distant horizon at high speed. Black Crow Divine Monarch shouted from afar before he even arrived, "Boy, cease your futile resistance. You will never escape from this monarch even if you flee to the ends of the world." Yang Kai was furious and was now certain that Black Crow Divine Monarch had placed some sort of mark on him. Otherwise, how could the latter accurately determine his whereabouts twice? It was just that he had no idea what kind of mark it was, so he had no way of removing it. Yang Kai initially planned to avoid the old dog until the Blood Monster Cave Heaven closed, as everything would be over after that. Unfortunately, it would seem that he was far too naive. In that case, he could only go all out and fight. This time around, he would not have Chu Huashang or Pei Wenxian with him. It would literally be a one-on-one battle. Yang Kai remained hidden from view. Judging by the first time his whereabouts were exposed, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not determine his precise location despite the mark on his body and only had a general idea of his location. Otherwise, Black Crow Divine Monarch would not have used those blood snakes to search for him. Yang Kai's conjecture turned out to be correct. It didn't take long for the blood cloud to arrive within 10 kilometers of Yang Kai's vicinity. The large face glanced about the surroundings for a while before its gaze fixed on the spot where Yang Kai was located. The blood cloud trembled slightly as numerous blood snakes emerged and immediately disappeared out of sight after landing on the ground. Black Crow Divine Monarch then shouted, "Brat, don't say this monarch did not give you any chance. Although you embarrass this monarch greatly, it does not change the fact that this monarch appreciates your abilities. I will spare your life if you come forward on your own initiative. Refuse, and it will be difficult for you to survive once this monarch captures you." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to those words. This guy relentlessly chased me for over 10,000 kilometers just to kill me. Who would believe him when he utters such nonsense at this time? Chi chi chi, a series of noises came from Yang Kai's surroundings. It was the slithering sounds of countless blood snakes moving around. Just listening to those sounds made one's scalp tingle in fear. Yang Kai, who was in hiding, could even discern clearly that the countless blood snakes were forming an extremely large net as they swept towards him like a blanket. At this rate, his location would be exposed once they reached his hiding spot. Martial Peak, Chapter 4261, Desperate Battle. The endless hissing of the blood snakes entered Yang Kai's ears. Their bodies wriggled forward, gradually approaching the place where he was standing. "I'm going to be found." He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing to suppress both his heartbeat and his aura to make himself seem as still as a rock, becoming completely motionless. Now that things had come to this, he could only take a gamble. Although he could use space principles to escape, the old dog was as persistent as maggots on rotting bones. He could not escape, which was extremely troublesome. The overwhelming number of blood snakes were creeping closer and closer. 30 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Yang Kai abruptly opened his eyes and raised his hand to grab at something. The azure dragon spear immediately appeared in his grip. Following that, his Dao seal shone brightly as he poured the power of the golden crow's true fire into the spear. Lifting his spear, he stepped forward and pointed the spear to the front. Space principles fluctuated as he thrust forward and roared, "Eat this, old dog." Black Crow Divine Monarch noticed the movement as soon as Yang Kai took action, thus, the face in the middle of the blood cloud immediately turned to look in his direction. The countless blood snakes in the surroundings leaped forward with their mouths opened wide towards Yang Kai from all directions. The blood snakes attacked in a frenzy and Yang Kai's figure was torn to shreds. However, it was only his afterimage. His actual body had already arrived in front of the blood cloud, his spear stabbing forward like a dragon. Hong! The large face was pierced right through by the spear. A huge hole appeared, causing the face to become so distorted that it was practically incapable of taking shape once more. The pitch-black golden crow's true fire spread out in all directions, wantonly burning, Salala. The blood cloud evaporated in large patches. Even so, Black Crow Divine Monarch was calm and unaffected as his voice rang out faintly, "Junior, your courage is admirable. It's a pity that your actions are foolhardy." He quickly sliced away the parts of the blood cloud that was being burned by the golden crow's true fire. Then, the endless blood cloud rolled and wrapped around Yang Kai. "Let's see where you can run now." He let out a wicked laugh. What troubled him the most was not Yang Kai's azure dragon spear or the golden crow's true fire. Rather, it was his space principles. If Yang Kai was determined to escape, he would not be able to catch up to him. Even if he could use his secret technique to determine Yang Kai's general location, the Yang Kai's instantaneous movement was too difficult to counter. Who could have expected that Yang Kai would stop running and throw himself into the trap instead? That was just what Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted. Yang Kai was enveloped by the blood cloud which had heaven-sealing, earth-locking properties. Even if he was proficient in the Tao of space, he could not perform instantaneous movement again. The winner of this battle would be determined once he was trapped to death inside the blood cloud. The blood chi inside the blood cloud contained an extremely strong corrosive property that eroded away at Yang Kai's body. It instantly damaged him so badly that he was covered in blood. Despite looking miserable, the look in Yang Kai's eyes was as aggressive as ever as he coldly snarled, "Who said I was going to run?" Black Crow Divine Monarch was slightly confused, but before he could react, he heard Yang Kai shout something. "On this day, the golden crow casts the sun, below the heavens, above the earth, only I am supreme." A great sun suddenly leaped out from within the blood cloud, as though it was a newly born star. Inside the sun, a three-legged golden crow danced playfully and joyously. A faint crowing could be heard coming from within the brilliant light. The majestic radiance caused the world to collapse and the surroundings to tremble. The aura in Yang Kai's body soared to incredible heights in an instant. Black Crow Divine Monarch exclaimed in utter disbelief, "A divine manifestation." He was a seventh-order open heaven realm master in the past, so it stood to reason that he was very knowledgeable. He could tell at a glance that the golden crow casts the sun was not just an ordinary divine ability. On the contrary, Yang Kai had already condensed his very own divine manifestation. There were two methods by which one could comprehend a divine manifestation. The first was to condense high-rank open heaven element powers. The second condition was to reach the high-rank open heaven realm and comprehend one's own element powers to the extreme. These were, supposedly, the only methods to comprehend a divine manifestation. Nevertheless, those were only the most basic requirements. As far as Black Crow Divine Monarch knew, throughout all of recorded history, all those who had divine manifestations were in the high-rank open heaven realm. He had never heard of anybody in the mid or low rank having comprehended one, much less a mere Emperor Realm Jr. In fact, even many high-rank open heaven realm masters did not possess a divine manifestation. Even he had only managed to barely comprehend a divine manifestation when he was a seventh-order open heaven realm master in the past. This boy is only in the half-step open heaven realm. That's still within the range of the Emperor realm. How does he have his own divine manifestation? Black Crow Divine Monarch could not believe his eyes. Be that as it may, his senses told him that this attack was indeed a divine manifestation. I was tricked again. His heart jumped in fright. This brat might look like he is attacking me out of desperation, but he was waiting for this very moment to strike a decisive blow. Damn it! This boy is too deceptive, hiding his cards like this. Everybody had fought desperately inside the place in the middle of the blood lake and revealed all their best methods in the process. However, Yang Kai had kept this biggest card hidden all this while. As a result, Black Crow Divine Monarch had mistakenly assumed that Yang Kai's strength was still limited to common sense. Who could have known that he would receive such an unpleasant surprise here? The great sun hung in the sky, almost as though it was an actual sun. It was just a sun that was countless times smaller than normal. The blood cloud that surrounded the great sun was completely powerless to resist and swiftly began evaporating. It didn't take long before a large clean space in the sky was cleared out. Black Crow Divine Monarch let out a strange cry and the blood cloud abruptly shrunk and swirled about before it transformed into Zhou Yi's appearance. Before he could even stabilize his figure though, a bright light filled his vision from the front. He looked up and saw Yang Kai's spear piercing straight towards him, the great sun manifesting at its tip. I will die if I fail to block this attack. Panic filled his heart for a moment. Black Crow Divine Monarch had always held the upper hand in the fight earlier, no matter how hard Yang Kai, Pei Wenxian, and Chu Huashang fought back. Hence, he had not even panicked. Besides, he had Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Blood Dao inheritance and cultivated the Blood Light Scripture. As long as his injuries were not too severe, he would be able to quickly recover. However, this attack was different. Black Crow Divine Monarch was certain that not even his ashes would remain if this attack struck him head-on. He would be completely vaporized, to the point where nothing of him would remain. With death looming right before his eyes, Black Crow Divine Monarch immediately became eerily calm. Two flashes of blood light rushed out from his body and entered his hands, transforming into his twin butterfly daggers. A raging fighting spirit erupted out of his body as he crossed his twin daggers above his head and shouted furiously, I never imagined that there would come a day when this monarch would be forced to go all out against a mere boy tens of thousands of years in the future. Brat, you have nobody but yourself to blame if you die at this monarch's hands. Yang Kai shouted a response upon hearing those words, Divine Monarch, I will not mourn your death either if you die. Ha ha ha. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst into laughter, good, very good. As they spoke, the distance between them shortened quickly. Yang Kai urged the strength in his body to the limits and even the Dao seal in his body began trembling slightly. Likewise, Black Crow Divine Monarch's vitality surged madly, hong. An explosion rang out. At the same time, a huge and bright ball of light exploded. Black Crow Divine Monarch's twin daggers blocked the great sun. In that moment, he attacked countless times. The knife shadows covered the entire sky, slashing down with incredible power in each stroke. At the same time, Yang Kai wielded his spear techniques to the extreme. They transformed into boundless spear shadows and the dragon roars shook the sky continuously. The spear in his hand practically turned into a true dragon that devoured Black Crow Divine Monarch. Their figures passed by each other and the light gradually faded. Black Crow Divine Monarch coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and staggered unsteadily. Using his two daggers to steady himself against the ground, he barely managed to stop himself from falling. At this moment, the left side of his body was gone and the wriggling internal organs in his abdomen could clearly be seen. It was just that these injuries were nothing under the profound effects of the blood light scripture. He had come back to life even after being sliced in half by the divine ability sealed within Pei Wenxian's identity token, so what were injuries like these in comparison? His flesh squirmed and blood gathered in that spot. The half of his body that he lost was soon regrew in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood motionless with the azure dragon spear in his hand. It was just that the great sun attached to the tip of the spear had vanished. The vicious attack just now had practically drained all the strength out of his body. It was not until this moment that countless blood arrows finally shot out from all over his body. Before his blood could land on the ground though, the golden blood arrows floated towards Black Crow Divine Monarch as though guided by an invisible force and were absorbed by him. That was not all. Yang Kai could clearly feel the fresh blood in his wounds being pulled towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. The blood light scripture is a wicked art indeed. Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly used his strength to seal his wounds. Turning around slowly, he saw Black Crow Divine Monarch watching him quietly with an expression of approval from several thousand meters away. You are the first Emperor Realm Junior that has ever survived this long after meeting me. Yang Kai replied lightly, among the Emperor Realm cultivators, you are also the first person ever to block my golden crow casts the sun. Black Crow Divine Monarch slowly shook his head, it's not the same. He was a high-rank open heaven realm master who possessed somebody else and came back to life, thus, he had thousands, if not tens of thousands of years more knowledge, experience, and heritage compared to Yang Kai. The reason his strength was only that of an Emperor Realm cultivator at the moment was that he had possessed somebody else's body. If he really were an Emperor Realm cultivator, he would not have been able to block the attack just now. What this monarch said earlier still stands. Surrender, and I will spare your life. You will be a pretty decent subordinate. His expression seemed sincere and trusting. Die! Yang Kai shouted. Suppressing all sorts of discomfort, he lifted his spear and thrust out. Although the golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation was powerful, the consumption was also unimaginably huge. With his current strength, Yang Kai could only activate it once in a short period of time. It was hard to say whether he could successfully activate it a second time by force. Even if he did, it might shatter his Dao seal even if he succeeded. What a pity. Talented people sure have such short lifespans. Black Crow Divine Monarch shook his head and lifted his blades. The twin daggers turned into blood lights that came slashing down on Yang Kai from both sides. Yang Kai swung his spear to deflect the blood lights and send them flying away. Afterward, he stabbed at Black Crow Divine Monarch's heart. Meanwhile, Black Crow Divine Monarch did not budge whatsoever. He allowed the spear to pierce his heart and the Golden Crow's true fire to burn him. All the while, he simply stared at Yang Kai with a cold smile, chi. The two blood lights that Yang Kai sent flying earlier came hurtling through the air once more. They slashed two large wounds down the length of his body. Despite using his dragon transformation secret technique at the critical moment, his dragon scales were sliced through by the blood lights. Your strength isn't bad, but your recovery rate is inferior to mine. How will you fight against me now? Black Crow Divine Monarch sneered. He previously devoured the blood water in the blood lake cleanly, so his vitality was extremely abundant at the moment. Unless his vitality was completely exhausted, he was an existence that could not die. That was why he had nothing to fear. On the contrary, although Yang Kai's recovery abilities were indeed countless times stronger than the average cultivator, they paled in comparison to the extraordinary recovery abilities of Black Crow Divine Monarch. The spear shadows danced and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Every attack Yang Kai unleashed struck Black Crow Divine Monarch's vital points without fail. If it were anybody else, they would have been killed countless times by now. However, Black Crow Divine Monarch remained very much alive. He even kept up a steady stream of vicious mockery despite everything. In contrast, Yang Kai's injuries were becoming more and more severe. He had lost too much blood and was feeling dizzy as a result. Martial Peak, Chapter 4262, Don't Run. Aside from those mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters whose strength were on a completely different scale altogether, Black Crow Divine Monarch, who possessed somebody else and came back to life, was definitely the strongest and toughest enemy Yang Kai had ever encountered. Even Great Demon God who he fought back then could not compare. That was because Black Crow Divine Monarch was practically undying and immortal. When Yang Kai fought Great Demon God, the entire star boundary had risen up to fight back together. He had countless companions by his side, supporting each other in adversity. However, he was currently fighting alone. Moreover, Yang Kai was not confident that he could kill Black Crow Divine Monarch. After all, his most powerful attack, Golden Crow Casts the Sun, had been rendered useless by his opponent. It could even be said that he no longer had any cards left to play aside from the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress. It was a precarious situation. Yang Kai stabbed forward with his spear again and again as space principles fluctuated wildly. At the same time, his figure leapt about and flickered erratically. Each attack inflicted massive damage to Black Crow Divine Monarch, but the latter simply healed from even the most lethal and deadliest injuries in short order. While Black Crow Divine Monarch continuously received heavy injuries, Yang Kai's injuries were also becoming more and more severe. It had always been Yang Kai who relied on his powerful restorative abilities to put up a desperate fight against the others. Thus, he never imagined that there would come a day where somebody else would use the same method against him. It truly was a case of what went around came around. Fate was truly unpredictable. Yang Kai's vision flickered and went dark from time to time as he desperately drew out his potential to exceed his limits. Even if he failed to kill the old dog today, he had to let the other party know that he was not to be trifled with, otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before he became a lamp running out of oil if Black Crow Divine Monarch continued to hunt him down like this. When the blood light struck towards him, Yang Kai lifted his spear to block the attack and deflected Black Crow Divine Monarch's twin butterfly daggers to the side with soft clanging sounds. However, one of the blood knives suddenly turned into a cloud of blood and vanished. Simultaneously, a wave of murderous intent came from behind, locked onto him. Yang Kai was shocked. How could he not realize that he had fallen into a trap? Hurriedly moving his body to dodge, he suddenly felt a slight pain around his waist and abdomen. He looked down only to see a blood light pouring into his back and coming out around his waist. The blood light had opened a gaping hole in his body that his blood was gushing out of. The blood light flew back to Black Crow Divine Monarch's hand, where he raised it in front of him in its dagger form, licked the blade lightly, and nodded in approval. The blood of a divine spirit is delicious indeed. Yang Kai staggered backward by a few steps. Reaching out his hand to clutch at his waist, he circulated his strength to seal the wound as his figure swayed unsteadily. I'm at my limit. Despite giving it his all, Yang Kai had reached the limits that his body could withstand. He might end up dying in this place if he continued fighting, causing him to sigh. Now that things had come to this point, he could only choose to escape and find a place to recuperate from his injuries. Unfortunately, it would not be easy to get rid of Black Crow Divine Monarch's pursuit in his current condition. Junior, if you have any last words, speak them now. Black Crow Divine Monarch held a dagger in each hand. After saying that, his figure shifted slightly and he rushed forward to come directly in front of Yang Kai. The twin daggers came slashing down from both sides as overwhelming murderous intent surged from him. Yang Kai raised his spear to parry, and in the next instant there was a loud explosion. He could sense an overwhelmingly powerful force coming from above him, and even with his half-dragon body, he could not withstand the impact. His entire figure was pressed down by the force, so much so that he was almost kneeling on the ground. His vision went black again, and by the time it recovered, Black Crow Divine Monarch's face was practically right in front of him, grinning as he sneered, "Die." Yang Kai grit his teeth and let out a roar. His spiritual energy erupted violently from within his knowledge sea, turning into a haphazard attack that blasted towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch's savage grin instantly stiffened in response, and even his eyes seemed to bulge as though he received a huge shock. The terrifying pressure suddenly relaxed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai quickly steadied himself and swung his spear at Black Crow Divine Monarch. His attack sent the latter flying, and before Black Crow Divine Monarch could get further away from him, the Azure Dragon Spear had already thrust out hundreds of times in a row. Every single attack blasted out with heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. Black Crow Divine Monarch was utterly powerless in the face of those attacks, and his body was smashed to pieces as a result. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, as he had not expected such a change in the battle. It was out of desperation that he unleashed a soul attack just now. He simply wanted to relieve some of the pressure bearing down on him, but who could have known that he would strike Black Crow Divine Monarch's weakness with that attack? It caused the latter's strength to drop sharply and even froze him on the spot for a moment. After pondering for a while, realization suddenly struck Yang Kai. Black Crow Divine Monarch was just a remnant soul in the first place. Moreover, he was severely injured inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Not to mention, he had been forced to separate a thread of his consciousness to create a diversion in order to escape. Afterward, he went on to possess Zhou Yi's body. Although he was successful in his attempt, it was not as simple as it seemed from the surface. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Yi was still an elite disciple of Great Thousand Bloodland, so his aptitude was not bad. Therefore, Black Crow Divine Monarch would definitely need to pay a price in order to possess his body. How strong could Black Crow Divine Monarch's soul be after overcoming all these obstacles? In other words, his spiritual energy was nothing compared to the mighty power he displayed earlier, and it was no wonder a single soul attack from Yang Kai was capable of causing such heavy damage to him. He didn't even have the strength to fight back, and this was the reason. Upon understanding this point, Yang Kai felt extremely annoyed. He had been fooled by the overwhelming momentum displayed by the other party and forgot about this crucial point. If he had realized it sooner, then this fight would not have been nearly as difficult. Using one's strength to target the opponent's weakness. How could he not understand such a simple truth? Nevertheless, it was not too late for him to realize this now. Black Crow Divine Monarch was blasted to pieces by that attack just now, but he did not die. The pieces of hashed meat swiftly melted into blood that quickly converged together. The blood flowed and vaguely took on a humanoid figure. How could Yang Kai simply stand back and watch? He sent out another blast of spiritual energy, causing the blood gathering together to immediately show signs of falling apart again. Swinging his spear, Yang Kai scattered the blood into the surroundings once more. Black Crow Divine Monarch's mournful screams rang out. The blood squirmed and flowed, transforming into a blood cloud that quickly fled into the distance. "Where are you trying to run?" Yang Kai roared. Lifting his spear, he hurriedly gave chase. However, he had only taken a few steps when his strength left his body and he slumped to the ground. It was fortunate that he had the Azure Dragon Spear to support himself, otherwise, he would have collapsed on his face then and there. "Junior, I'll spare your life this time. I will definitely take your head the next time we meet." From far away, Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice sounded from the blood cloud. "Don't run. If you're not a coward, come and fight me." Yang Kai roared furiously. He wanted to pursue Black Crow Divine Monarch but did not have the strength to do so, hence, he could only watch helplessly as his enemy fled further and further away until he vanished out of sight. Yang Kai smashed his fist heavily onto the ground, his expression full of annoyance. Having missed the perfect opportunity to kill Black Crow Divine Monarch this time, he was not sure if another chance would appear again in the future. An old monster that had been sealed for countless years like Black Crow Divine Monarch was not a common occurrence in the first place. After catching his breath for a while, Yang Kai turned and studied his surroundings. He did not know if Black Crow Divine Monarch had really retreated or if he was only feigning retreat. In any case, he was currently in terrible condition and could not help feeling slightly uneasy as a result. He did not dare to remain in place for long, lest he suffer if the old dog decided to turn around and attack him. Putting the Azure Dragon Spear away, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of restorative spirit pills into his mouth before fleeing in a certain direction. He had not gone further than a few hundred kilometers though when he suddenly collapsed on the ground, lacking the strength to move a single finger. The fight with Black Crow Divine Monarch had exhausted him completely and it was a miracle he could escape even this far. Yang Kai was feeling extremely dizzy and his vision turned dark from time to time as he felt as though he could faint at any moment. Nevertheless, he forced himself to stay awake as he did not dare to lose consciousness. That was because there was no saying what would happen to him if he passed out under these circumstances. After all, there were countless monster beasts and cultivators in the blood monster cave heaven at the moment. He barely managed to activate his divine sense and opened the boundaries of the small sealed world to release Chu Huashang from within. Before he could even say anything to her, his head tilted to the side and he fell unconscious. Chu Huashang had been in the middle of treating her injuries when she was brought out of the small sealed world by Yang Kai. She initially felt confused about the situation, but then she turned around to see Yang Kai lying on the ground and covered in blood. His clothes were in tatters and numerous bone-deep wounds dotted his body. In addition, there was a gaping hole that penetrated his body from front to back at his waist. Thus, she couldn't help being shocked by the sight and called out in alarm, "Junior Brother Yang! Junior Brother Yang!" Rushing over, she knelt beside him, her complexion pale. She had no idea what he went through while she was recuperating from her injuries, however, judging from the extent of his injuries, it was definitely an extremely dangerous battle. She tremblingly placed a hand under his nose and discovered that he was still breathing, albeit faintly. Letting out a deep breath of relief, she slumped to the ground weakly. "I thought he was dead. I'm so glad he's still alive. But, with injuries this severe." She reached out a hand and lightly brushed against those vicious-looking wounds, her body shivering lightly. Leaving aside how long it would take for him to heal from these injuries, there was no saying what kind of consequences he might suffer even after fully recovering. She more or less had a grasp of Yang Kai's true abilities and knew that not many people or monster beasts in the blood monster cave heaven could possibly force him to this extent. Could it be that Black Crow Divine Monarch was pursuing us? The moment that thought crossed her mind, she suddenly became agitated and anxious. She did not dare to remain in this place, therefore, she hurriedly took out some topical healing medicine, tore open his clothes, and applied some of the medicinal liquid to his body. Afterward, she took out a robe from her own space ring and wrapped him in it. Lifting him onto her back, she then quickly ran off. Yang Kai vaguely felt his body moving up and down in his unconscious state. A fragrant scent entered his nose, enticing him sweetly. Furthermore, there was a soft and plump sensation pressing against his body. Something tickled his cheeks, almost as though a strand of hair was gently stroking his heartstrings. It was the very picture of a so-called tender love nest. For a time, he could not figure what kind of situation he was in, but just as he was about to get a clear look of his surroundings, a burst of pain erupted throughout his entire body, causing him to hiss in pain. "Junior brother Yang, are you awake?" Chu Huashang's voice entered his ears. She was out of breath and her voice sounded weak. "N." He responded and opened his eyes to look. Only then did he realize that he was being carried on her back. Her hands were supporting his thighs and she was leaning forward slightly while running quickly. In addition, his head was resting crookedly on her shoulder. Due to a matter of angle, his mouth would occasionally come into contact with her delicate cheeks and fair neck. He never imagined that he would be greeted by this kind of situation as soon as he opened his eyes, thus, he was stunned for a moment. Martial Peak, Chapter 4263, Sharing Life and Death. Yang Kai had barely managed to keep himself awake long enough to release Chu Huashang from the small sealed world at the time. The reason for his actions was so that she could watch over him in case he was attacked by either a cultivator or a monster beast when he was unconscious. It should have been safer for him that way, however, he had no idea why this woman was running desperately whilst carrying him on her back. When his body rose and fell with her movements, all the wounds on his body screamed in pain, causing him to grunt in agony. Patting her on the shoulder, he weakly said, "Senior sister, please put me down." "I can't, junior brother." She shook her head, her hair brushing against his cheek. Just as he was about to ask why, he suddenly detected a violent attack coming from behind. The attack sliced through the air with a loud rumbling noise, forcing her to dodge to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Yang Kai was shocked and groaned, "Is that old dog still chasing me?" He could not tell how long he had been unconscious for, however, judging from the recovery of his injuries, it must have been 2 or 3 days by now. If they were ordinary wounds, he would already have recovered completely, but the situation this time was different from the usual. It was very difficult for the wounds that he received from his fight with Black Crow Divine Monarch to heal, therefore, he was still extremely weak and his strength had not recovered by much. There was a strange and troublesome force festering in his wounds that constantly ate away at them and prevented them from healing. So much time has passed. Don't tell me Black Crow Divine Monarch is still chasing me. Yang Kai could not imagine how Chu Huashang had persevered for so long. It's not Black Crow Divine Monarch. She shook her head again. While speaking, she stumbled and nearly lost her balance. She herself had yet to recover from her injuries, so she was in dire need of recuperation. Unfortunately, she was currently being chased. Although she was not yet a lamp running out of oil, she wasn't in good condition either. "Then, who is it?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. At this moment, a person's voice came from a distance behind them, "Junior sister Chu, this senior brother has no intention to harm you. Put Yang Kai down and you are free to leave on your own. Why do you have to struggle so hard to escape?" The voice sounded rather familiar and Yang Kai vaguely felt like he had heard it somewhere before. After thinking about it, he abruptly became furious. Doesn't this voice belong to that little bastard Xianxia from Xianyuan Cave Heaven? Before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened, Xianyuan Cave Heaven had come to seize their spot. In return, Yang Kai used his mastery of the Tao of Space to steal many of their entrances. He had targeted Xianxia in particular and stolen the entrance that was nearest to him, hence, Yang Kai wrongly assumed that Xianxia would not have the chance to step into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Who could have known that they would encounter each other here? Moreover, the other party was relentlessly hunting him down. This guy has pretty good luck. How did he enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven under those circumstances? Turning back to look, Yang Kai saw Xianxia doggedly chasing Chu Huashang, and he was not alone either. There were two helpers beside him, probably disciples of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. In terms of strength, Chu Huashang was probably not inferior to Xianxia, and neither of them would lose to each other in a one-on-one fight. It was just that she was still injured and the other side had two helpers with him. How could she be their opponent? It was not hard to understand why she was fleeing while being chased. How did you encounter this guy? Yang Kai was livid. If he met Xianxia under normal circumstances, he would not be afraid of him. However, he had yet to recover his strength after his battle against Black Crow Divine Monarch recently. Bad luck. Chu Huashang gave a bitter laugh and briefly explained what happened. After being released from the small sealed world by Yang Kai, she immediately took him away from the battlefield. She originally wanted to find a quiet and remote place to recuperate, but how could she have anticipated running into Xianxia and his group, who came to investigate the situation, before she could find a place to hide? The battle between Yang Kai and Black Crow Divine Monarch had created a huge commotion. Xianxia and his two fellow brothers had been in the vicinity, so it was only natural that they noticed the commotion. Upon seeing that it was Yang Kai, Xianxia was overjoyed and immediately wanted Chu Huashang to hand him over to them. How could Chu Huashang agree to his demands though? As such, she fled while coyly refusing his request. It had been 2 days since then. Fortunately, Xianxia still had to give face to Yang Cave Heaven, so he did not dare to kill her. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether she could protect Yang Kai. It was just that his patience gradually ran out as time passed, so his attacks were becoming more and more lethal. He was acting as though he was going to kill Yang Kai recklessly. That bastard! Yang Kai gritted his teeth and patted Chu Huashang on the shoulder. "Senior Sister Chu, please put me down." Although the feeling of lying on her back was very comfortable, how could he allow a woman to struggle desperately for his sake at a time like this? He couldn't help cursing in his heart. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven really isn't a place for people to be in. I just got rid of Black Crow Divine Monarch and now I'm being targeted by Xianxia. Does that mean I will constantly be hunted in this place? It's fine. Junior brother, you should continue resting. Let's talk again once you've regained some of your strength. Chu Huashang could sense that he was in very poor condition, so how could she agree to his request so easily? Junior Sister Chu, since you are so stubborn, then don't blame this senior brother for attacking without mercy. Xianxiao's furious roar came from behind. Following his words, a whip-like sword light came slashing in this direction and arrived not far behind them in the blink of an eye. The power of this golden light was extreme and it could be seen that he had truly lost his temper. His scruples towards Yang Cave Heaven could not stop his resolution to kill Yang Kai. By the time Chu Huashang noticed and wanted to avoid the attack, it was already too late. As a last resort, she could only turn sideways and throw out a palm in the direction of the attack together with Yang Kai, Hong. A violent force spread out, and although the two of them had managed to block Xianxiao's attack together, they were also sent flying by the force of impact. Pooh! Chu Huashang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Similarly, Yang Kai was in no better condition. He felt an even more intense pain coming from all the wounds on his body. A sweetness filled his throat and he nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he managed to force the feeling down in time. Even in this situation, Chu Huashang continued to carry him on her back and did not throw him off. It made him feel extremely grateful towards her. He had no idea why she was struggling so desperately for his sake. Seeing that Xianxia and the others were approaching, Chu Huashang struggled to get back on her feet, but failed. On the other hand, Yang Kai had already recovered some strength from his rest earlier. Upon seeing this situation, he pulled her into his arms and took a deep breath. Space principles wrapped around them and they vanished from the spot. By the time they reappeared again, they were already several dozen kilometers away. It was just that this forceful method of exerting his strength left Yang Kai feeling extremely uncomfortable. He had only just stabilized his injuries when all the strength left his body and he collapsed to the ground again. Chu Huashang let out a scream of surprise as she tumbled to the ground. Yang Kai coughed lightly but incessantly. Scrambling and crawling on the ground, he hurriedly came to her side and anxiously said, "Senior sister, are you all right?" She looked at him with tears in her eyes. "My butt is bruised from the fall. If you don't believe me, you can touch and see for yourself." Yang Kai nearly spat blood at those words for an entirely different reason than before. What kind of situation are we in right now? How can you still be so flirtatious? There's no helping this woman anymore. Reaching out to grab her arm, Yang Kai carried her on his back and quickly sped off. Although he had used instantaneous movement to put some distance between them and their pursuers, they had yet to escape completely from Yin Xian Zhao's range of perception. The three people from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven were still chasing them relentlessly, and although Yang Kai wanted to use instantaneous movement again, he no longer had the strength to do so. It was Chu Huashang who was carrying Yang Kai earlier as they fled, but the situation was reversed now. She happily climbed on his back, wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist like an octopus. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai noticed something strange. "Why am I wearing a dress?" Chu Huashang exhaled an orchid scent in his ear as she explained, "Your clothes were in tatters, so I tossed them. I couldn't just leave you naked, right?" He had no answer to that. It might be embarrassing to have a dress wrapped around him, but it was still within an acceptable range. It would have been far worse to be carried naked by a woman. His priority at the moment was to escape, so he had no time to complain about the way he was dressed. He secretly regretted his decision. "If I had known that this would happen, I would have brought Pu Baixing with me." The grapes on Pu Baixing's head were incredibly restorative divine medicines after all. It would only take a single grape for him to recover completely in a short time. Forget a single Yin Xian Zhao, he would even be able to kill 10 Yin Xian Zhaos if he was at his peak. It was just that he had left Little Mushroom in the illusion array to act as its array core after the 9 heavenly layers grand array was fully set up. The gourd vine had also been left under the care of others in Void Land because of its special role. Out of the 3 divine medicines that Yang Kai brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, 2 had to stay in Void Land, so naturally, Pu Baixing was not willing to leave either. He was adamant about staying behind in Void Land to accompany Little Mushroom and the Bottle Gourd brothers. Therefore, Yang Kai had allowed him to do as he pleased. Who could have known that a divine monarch would possess somebody and come back to life inside the blood monster cave heaven? Who could have expected the situation would become so dangerous? Yang Kai had assumed that his strength was enough that he could run wild in the blood monster cave heaven. At the very least, he would not be in any danger. "I was too careless. No matter what, I have to bring a few grapes along with me next time for emergencies. Junior brother, can we consider ourselves lovers after sharing life and death together?" Chu Huashang suddenly asked. "Lovers my foot." Yang Kai was rendered speechless by her. He had initially felt nervous being pursued by enemies, but the tense atmosphere vanished after listening to what Chu Huashang said. She pouted in an aggrieved tone, "I've never struggled so desperately for a man in my life." To which Yang Kai nodded, "This junior brother will keep in mind the life-saving grace you have shown me today, senior sister. I will never forget it." Chu Huashang giggled and replied lightly, "Junior brother also saved me back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Besides, I would have lost my life if you had not stopped Black Crow Divine Monarch earlier. Taking all these into account, you helped me more. Things like favors and life-saving graces can never be settled with numbers." "That's true." She leaned her head against his shoulder and nodded lightly. A short moment of silence later, she said, "Junior brother, put me down. You should escape on your own." Yang Kai was taken aback by her words, "What about you?" Her voice had weakened considerably as she muttered, I'm afraid I can't go on any longer. I'm too tired. I think I'll take a little nap. His expression changed drastically. Hold on, senior sister. You can't fall asleep. It was not until this moment that he noticed his palms were sticky. He lifted his right hand and saw that they were covered in bright red blood. His blood was golden, so this red blood undoubtedly belonged to her. Although they joined forces and managed to block Yin Xianxiao's attack earlier, it was obvious that she had been injured at the time. Yang Kai swept his divine sense over her and discovered that she had a vicious wound on her waist. Moreover, her blood stained the ground in their wake. Martial Peak, Chapter 4264, Seeking Life by Crossing the Gates of Death. Hold on, Senior Sister Chu, Yang Kai shouted, you'll be all right. If something happens to me, will you be sad? Chu Huashang asked softly. Of course. So, you can't let anything happen to you. Yang Kai nodded with certainty. As a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciple, Yin Xianxia would not have dared to lay a finger on her if she had abandoned him to his own devices. However, Chu Huashang had chosen to flee while carrying him and was currently on the verge of death as a result. If anything happened to her, he would definitely feel guilty for the rest of his life. In that case, I'm relieved. She chuckled softly, but, it's a little regretful. Senior sister, what do you find regretful? Let's hear it, he quickly asked. She was currently in poor condition, so a conversation was just the thing to keep her focused. I've never tasted a man before. If I die just like this, then wouldn't I have lived my life in vain? Her tone was humorous. Yang Kai had nothing to say in response. As expected of a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciple, she really dares to say just about anything. However, it was not that strange either after he thought about it. This woman was somebody who could clearly and eloquently discuss the grand Tao of Yin-Yang Union cultivation with him after all. Junior brother, can you promise me one thing if I survive this time? Don't hold back, senior sister. Forget one thing, I don't mind doing 10 or 100 things for you. Dual cultivate with me. Her words were incredibly shocking. It was almost as though she would not be happy unless she frightened him to death. Yang Kai stumbled and nearly tumbled headfirst to the ground. His voice sounded rather uncertain. Senior sister, what did you say just now? I believe I misheard you. She chuckled softly. You didn't mishear me, junior brother. Why are you still joking around at a time like this? He angrily snapped. Nevertheless, she replied in all seriousness, I am not joking around. I want to cultivate together with you. I want to do what men and women do when they are together. He shook his head. Senior sister, your injuries are too severe. You seem a little delirious. Why don't you take a rest? After saying that, he poured his strength chi into her body slightly, causing her to stiffen then faint on his back. Behind them, Yin Xianxia and his two fellow disciples were getting closer and closer. Although Yang Kai had used instantaneous movement to put some distance between them earlier, he could not escape their pursuit in his current state. During their conversation just now, Yin Xianxia and the two others had already arrived within 5 kilometers. Such a distance was nothing to a half-step open heaven realm master. The lights of various secret techniques and artifacts blasted out as Yin Xianxiao's group attacked from the rear. Yang Kai shifted Chu Huashang, carrying her in his arms to prevent her from being hit by the attacks. At the same time, he activated the dragon transformation secret art to cover his back with dragon scales. He planned to avoid as many attacks as possible, but for those he couldn't, he had to take them with his body. After several rounds, blood flowed endlessly and his condition worsened even further. Yang Kai, weren't you acting so high and mighty back in the blood monster territory? Why don't you stop and fight me now if you have the guts? Let's see if this Yin can't take your life. Yin Xianxia shouted whilst in pursuit. Yang Kai roared furiously, Yin Xianxia, I will definitely kill you one day if I survive this. Xianxia roared with laughter, looks like you will never get the chance. Because you will definitely die here today. Yang Kai coldly snorted. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Xianxia. While he had the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress, Xianxia also had his identity token. It was just that one required active stimulation while the other was for passive protection. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had to admit that it was impossible for him to harm Xianxia even if he used the divine ability bead. He had witnessed the situation himself when Pei Wenxian's identity token was activated earlier. This was the first time he had such a hard time escaping ever since he began cultivating the Tao of space. What vexed Yang Kai even more was that his pursuer's strength was inferior to his own. It truly was a case where a dragon could be toyed with by a shrimp in shallow waters while a tiger could be bullied by a dog if it left the mountains. I have to find a way out of this crisis, otherwise, things will end tragically for me. Just as Yang Kai was studying his surroundings, he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from a certain direction. It was accompanied by extremely violent energy fluctuations. There were masters fighting nearby. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and it didn't take long before he heard another deafening bout of noise. The sound of explosions was mixed with the howls of a beast. Realization struck Yang Kai immediately. One of the parties involved in the fight was unquestionably a monster beast. Moreover, it could be inferred from the energy fluctuations that the level of this fight had exceeded that of the Emperor realm. There was no world force, but the energy fluctuations indicated strength that was definitely on par with open heaven realm masters. The fight in the distance felt like two black crow divine monarchs fighting each other. The strongest monster beast Yang Kai encountered ever since entering the blood monster cave heaven was only in the 5th order. Based on his estimation, a 5th order monster beast was the equivalent to an ordinary half-step open heaven realm master. In a desperate battle, a 5th order monster beast might be slightly weaker than the core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises, however, the difference would only be a small margin. If Chu Huashang were to battle a 5th order monster beast alone, she would have to pay a price even if she managed to slay the monster beast in the end. On the contrary, the turmoil of the battle had already exceeded the limits of a 5th order monster beast. It was a 6th order monster beast. Furthermore, it was most likely a fight between two 6th order monster beasts. 6th order monster beasts were not something the cultivators who entered the blood monster cave heaven could fight alone. After all, they were capable of exerting strength on par with that of a low-rank open heaven realm master. As for the 7th order monster beasts, Yang Kai could not make an inference. Looking in the direction of the commotion, Yang Kai grit his teeth and rushed towards it with Chu Huashang in his arms. The current situation could not get any worse. The only way he could survive was to seek life by crossing the gates of death. Xianxia clearly realized what Yang Kai was planning and the look in his eyes turned cold and he shouted, "Stop him." The other two Xian Yuan cave heaven disciples accompanying him were speechless when they heard those words. You can't even stop him yourself. How are we supposed to stop him? Even so, they chased after Yang Kai with all their might. On the other hand, Yang Kai forced himself to take a deep breath and used instantaneous movement once more. He opened up the distance between him and his pursuers while steadily approaching the place of the battle. After running for a few hundred kilometers, a bright golden light suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. He looked up and inhaled a sharp breath of cold air. Now that he was here, he could finally see what kind of monster beasts were fighting each other. One of them seemed to be a gorilla while the other was a wolf. Be that as it may, both the gorilla and the wolf had bodies that were several tens of meters tall, making them incredibly huge. Furthermore, both of them were gleaming with a dazzling golden light and every movement they made revealed great power. These were clearly two 6th order metal element monster beasts. The metal element power was incomparably sharp and radiated in all directions during their battle, riddling the mountain peaks nearby with countless gaping holes. Many of the shorter peaks were even razed to the ground. The two 6th order metal element monster beasts looked evenly matched. Despite struggling hard against each other, it was impossible to tell who was holding the upper hand in the battle. That was not all. Both the monster beasts were also wounded and drenched in blood. Not to mention, their bodies were covered in countless wounds that had long since healed. This fight seemed to have taken place many times before in the past. It would seem that these two monster beasts were incompatible enemies, thus, they had been continuously fighting each other in this blood monster cave heaven for countless years. Their fight would not stop until one party was dead. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked when he felt the energy fluctuations from the fight between these two. These two monster beasts are not ordinary sixth-order monster beasts. They are probably at the peak of the sixth order, otherwise, it is impossible for them to cause such widespread damage. Despite the dangerous situation, Yang Kai carried Chu Huashang on his back and charged straight into the middle of the battle between these two huge monster beasts. He watched as the wolf came lunging straight at the gorilla's neck while the gorilla lifted one arm to block the wolf's gigantic maw. Meanwhile, the gorilla lifted its other arm, wrapped in dense metal element power, and sliced towards the wolf's abdomen. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Be it the gorilla or the wolf, both parties howled in agony. The wolf backed away, chewing on a piece of the gorilla's flesh in its mouth. Similarly, the sharp metal element power had sliced a bloody gash across its abdomen. The two monster beasts stood thousands of meters apart and glared at each other across the distance. All of a sudden, they turned around in unison and looked in Yang Kai's direction with vigilant expressions. It was obvious that they noticed his presence. Yang Kai did not dare to be careless and hurriedly drew upon the power of his dragon source to reveal his dragon clan aura. Although these two monster beasts looked like they were unrelated to the dragon clan, they were still monster beasts. As the head of the divine spirits, the dragon clan's aura could act as a deterrent for almost all monster beasts. The gorilla immediately let out a roar, likewise, the wolf bared its fangs at Yang Kai. The two enormous monster beasts were unhappy that Yang Kai's arrival had interrupted their life and death struggle. Even so, Yang Kai showed no fear and rushed straight at them. He held Chu Huashang up with one hand and took out the proprietress divine ability bead with his other, holding it up high above his head. Both the gazes of the gorilla and the wolf were immediately drawn towards the divine ability bead. The two enormous monster beasts could instinctively sense that the tiny bead contained terrifying power, thus, they both took a few steps back while looking extremely grim. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. He was afraid that the two monster beasts would attack him out of rage. If that was the case, then he had no choice but to activate the divine ability bead. That would mean that he was forced to use his final trump card in this place. It was a huge loss that was not worth the benefits. Fortunately, the sentience of the two monster beasts was not that low. They could tell that Yang Kai was a tough opponent, so they only watched him warily and did not do anything else. Atop the mountains, a majestic monster chi permeated the air. The two enormous monster beasts were facing each other as Yang Kai slipped between them to stand right in the middle of their standoff and breathed out heavily. He was in no hurry to leave. Since these two monster beasts were mortal enemies, they would not recklessly attack him, as that would only give their opponent an advantage that could be exploited. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing right on the balance point between them. It might look dangerous, but it was actually fairly safe. It was like standing in the eye of the storm. Yang Kai then turned around, his gaze becoming incredibly chilly. Shwa shwa shwa. 3 bursts of noise, like something cutting through the air, rang out before the figures of Yin Xian Zhao and the others appeared and stopped nearby. Yin Xian Zhao furrowed his brow deeply, glancing at the gorilla and the wolf. The depths of his gaze were overflowing with fear. Yang Kai had the courage to stand between these two monster beasts, but he did not. He did not dare to rashly attack Yang Kai either. He was as good as dead if the two monster beasts misunderstood his intentions. Yin Xian Zhao. Yang Kai calmly stared forward. This Yang will not forget what you did today. I will definitely pay you back 100 times over for this. Xianxia was silent. Besides, there was no point in saying anything in this situation. He could only hate the fact that he failed to catch Yang Kai in time, otherwise, how could he tolerate such impertinence? Martial Peak, Chapter 4265, Blood Monster Natives. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he carried Chu Huashang on his back once more and took several steps forward without even bothering to turn around. "Excuse me. Please continue your fight." Hong hong hong. Earth-shaking noises rang out once more from behind him. It was the gorilla and the wolf continuing their vicious battle. Xianxia nearly coughed up blood at the sight because while these two beasts were fighting between themselves, their battlefield was gradually moving towards him. "Run!" he shouted and hurriedly escaped with his two junior brothers in tow. They quickly traveled across hundreds of kilometers before searching for a way around to continue their pursuit. Nevertheless, he knew that it would be difficult for him to trace Yang Kai's whereabouts again after this delay. At this moment, Yang Kai was desperately running with Chu Huashang on his back. Although he had borrowed the two powerful sixth-order monster beasts to temporarily get away from Xianxia and the others, he was certain the other party would not give up so easily, so he had to continue fleeing for his life. As he ran, he suddenly had the feeling that the terrain in this place was somewhat familiar. It vaguely felt like he had seen it before. After pondering deeply for a bit, the realization struck him all of a sudden. He quickly stopped in his tracks and took out an animal skin map from his space ring. Studying the map carefully and comparing the places he passed by with the places marked on the map, he couldn't help feeling surprised. Isn't this the route marked on the map? This animal skin map was something he obtained from the first cultivator he encountered in this place. The cultivator had tried to ambush him in the swamp when he first entered the blood monster cave heaven, only to be ambushed himself by a toad monster beast. At the time, Yang Kai had studied the map and discovered that it was probably part of a route in the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that he had no idea what was waiting for him at the final destination. Yang Kai originally planned to check out this place as the map looked ancient and might just lead to some hidden treasure. It was just that he met Bu Lianzhong and the others along the way. Afterward, he encountered Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood Inheritance and was delayed as a result. Who could have known that he would arrive at the route marked on the map by accident whilst fleeing for his life? Taking a good look around, he found that the final destination marked on the map was located not far away from here. It would take him another 4 hours at most to arrive, so his eyes flashed in anticipation. Putting the map away, he headed in the indicated direction. He was not going there in search of treasure though, rather, both he and Chu Huashang were currently in a condition where they were in dire need of a safe place to recuperate from their wounds. Regardless of whether the final destination turned out to be a hidden treasury or something else, it would surely be well hidden. 4 hours later, Yang Kai arrived in front of an enormous lake. He took out the map, checked his location, and confirmed that this was indeed the final destination, but he just stared at the lake with a speechless expression. What am I supposed to do if this is the final destination? The reason he strove so hard to come here was to find a place to hide and recuperate from his injuries. However, the terrain around the lake was completely unobstructed. Forget being chased by Xianxia and the others, even encountering a monster beast here would be troublesome. Yang Kai angrily put the map away. At this moment, he could only conceal himself within the sealed world bead and hide the sealed world bead in a secluded place. It was not as if he had not considered hiding inside the sealed world bead earlier, it was just that every corner of the blood monster cave heaven was fraught with danger. It would be perilous if the sealed world bead was discovered by a cultivator or a monster beast. This lake turned out to be a pretty good spot though. He could sink the sealed world bead into the lake, assuming that there were no ferocious monster beasts swimming inside of it. Upon considering all this, Yang Kai felt slightly better. His efforts to travel here were not completely in vain. He walked over to the edge of the lake and swept his divine sense out to investigate the situation. The next moment though, his expression changed drastically. There was something strange about this lake. If he looked with his eyes, the lake was incredibly realistic. Light shimmered on its surface in a perfectly natural manner. However, he noticed something strange about it when using his divine sense to probe it. There's a spirit array here. The lake is actually an extremely brilliant and sophisticated illusion array. The lake does not exist at all. Yang Kai had only just figured this out when a black shadow suddenly came leaping at him from the surface of the lake. The shadow blocked out the sky and loomed over him. He was startled. Just as he was about to flutter backward, a chill ran down his back at that very moment. Caught unguarded, he hurriedly turned around with a roar and viciously smashed his palm forward. There was a loud explosion and his palm seemed to strike a person, drawing a grunt of pain from their lips. Then, a ghostly figure appeared in his field of vision. What he sent flying turned out to be a man with short stature. The man looked like he had seen a ghost. It seemed that he had not expected Yang Kai to be so strong. After all, Yang Kai looked to be severely injured. Who could have expected that he would not be Yang Kai's opponent even when the latter was in such a state? Nevertheless, this short man had achieved his goal. Yang Kai was pushed back by the force of the impact and involuntarily staggered, only to fall headfirst into the black shadow coming from the lake. Immediately after that, he felt a mighty restraining force wrapping around him from all directions, trapping both him and Chu Huashang, who was lying in his arms, together. What came leaping out at him from the surface of the lake turned out to be a large net. At this moment, he and Chu Huashang had clearly fallen into an artifact trap. The large net tightened rapidly, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. That brat is tough. Quick! Use the firm yuan nail. The short man who was sent flying by Yang Kai earlier shouted, "Chi chi chi." Several cold lights came flying over and Yang Kai felt a slight pain in his body when they stabbed into his body. Following that, he stopped struggling against the net with a look of surprise. The so-called firm yuan nail turned out to be a strange artifact that could restrain the qi in a cultivator's body. From what Yang Kai could tell, there was a cold force seeping into his body that sealed his meridians and caused his strength to become obstructed. Yang Kai hurriedly surged the power in his Dao seal to let the golden crow's true fire course through his veins, and the firm yuan nails were immediately burned to ashes, allowing his qi to flow smoothly again. Xiao xiao xiao. More than 10 figures landed from all directions, surrounding him in the middle, but Yang Kai remained calm. Carrying Chu Huashang in his arms, he glared at his surroundings coldly. If these people believe that my strength has been sealed by the firm yuan nail, then they are in for a rude surprise. Nevertheless, what piqued his curiosity was that these people seemed to have no intention of killing him. Be it the restraining net or the firm yuan nails, they were both only meant to subdue their enemies. Even the short man who attacked him from behind was only attempting to force him into the large net. These people had not displayed any murderous intent from the start. Who are these people? Yang Kai initially assumed that they were the disciples of some random sect. However, it did not seem likely now that he had taken a good look at them. That was because they were dressed strangely. Slightly differently from everything he had seen before. The young man in the lead was charismatic and handsome with a jade-like face. As he turned to glance at the short man, he asked, "Are you okay?" The short man shook his head. "His paltry strength is not enough to harm me." The young man coldly snorted, "That guy is severely injured. Did you think you'd be safe otherwise?" The short man looked unconvinced. "I didn't use my full strength either." The young man ignored the short man and swept his gaze over Yang Kai, an outer world visitor. Huh? Yang Kai frowned, not quite understanding the question. The young man pointed at the sky. "Are you from the outside world?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "Aren't you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly recalled something. The proprietress once mentioned that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven not only contained monster beasts but also some natives. Blood Monster Divine Monarch had placed these people into his small universe so that they could thrive and reproduce in order to strengthen the vitality of his small universe. The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master would transform from ethereal to corporeal and become essentially no different from a genuine universe world, so it was capable of sustaining living creatures. For that reason, the small universes of many high-rank open heaven realm masters would contain living creatures in them. It was just that these living creatures were bound by certain restraints and could never advance into the open heaven realm, not unless they could somehow escape the small universe they lived in. Could it be that these people in front of me are the natives of the blood monster cave heaven? That must be it. No wonder they are dressed differently from those of us from the outside. Upon realizing this, Yang Kai immediately nodded in response, "That's right. My companion and I both came from the outside world." The other party did not seem to be malicious, so he had no reason to make things difficult for himself. Besides, he had only just escaped from the clutches of two different enemies, so he truly could not afford to fight another battle at the moment. What he needed was a good rest to heal from his injuries. "Has it been 200 years already?" the young man muttered under his breath and looked up at Yang Kai. "Don't be scared. We won't kill you, but you will need to come with us." Yang Kai retorted in his heart. "I'm not scared." In any case, the other party did not seem to be malicious, so it wouldn't hurt to follow them. He could also take the chance to go to where these people were located to have a good rest. It was not difficult for him to recover, but the main issue was Chu Huashang. Her injuries this time were rather severe. While the young man was speaking, he raised his hand and retrieved the large net. However, he said nothing about the firm yuan nails inside Yang Kai's body. In his opinion, Yang Kai couldn't even think about escaping as long as the firm yuan nails were there. The group of 10 or so people immediately escorted Yang Kai towards the lake. The young man waved the token in his hand and a burst of light flashed across the surface of the lake. Following that, ripples spread across the space in front of them and a city came into view. Yang Kai was slightly taken aback by the sight. Although he had discerned that the lake was an illusion array, he never imagined that an entire city was hidden behind it. "I brought Chu Huashang right to the gates of their city. No wonder they discovered my presence." At this point, he finally understood something. The place marked on the animal skin map that he obtained from somebody else's space ring was this city. It was not some sort of hidden treasure trove. The person in question probably obtained the map from somewhere else and had no idea about the mysteries behind this place. If that person had found his way here, he would definitely be facing the same situation as what Yang Kai was experiencing right now. Upon walking into the city, Yang Kai discovered that it was not very large, probably capable of accommodating a few thousand people at most. Great walls surrounded the entire city, all of them equipped with various large-scale ballista-like artifacts. There were also a few artifacts somewhat similar to the cannons of a starship. Furthermore, the sturdy city walls were covered in bloodstains that had turned black with time. Parts of the city walls had collapsed and people were working on repairing them. This place was clearly not some sort of paradise, as there were various signs that it was constantly under attack. It was no wonder that they placed an illusion array on the outside to confuse one's sight.